your lordship. Hello. In this case, the appellant sentenced under 302. The charge sheet page 29 of the paper book, my lord. Sri,
What is your good name, Lord and Counsel?
my lord,
What is your good name?
Subhas Pradhan, my lord. Subhas Chandra Pradhan.
Hey, Podiola. Mrs. Patnaik, you will argue on this?
Yes, I'll-
Please come to the charge. Let us see.
My lord. Paper book.
Page 29, na?
My lord.
Just read it.
Sudarshan Balla, Nirmal Balla. On the day of October 99, at about 6 a.m. on 6 a.m. in the courtyard of accused Sudarshan Balla of village Rengabahali did commit murder by intentionally causing the death of one Susilika, son of Nikadineka of Rengabahal, in furtherance of your common intention.
So,
And
name,
there-
just a minute. What is this? I can't be like you, don't Huh? So, name of the deceased is Susilika, right?
My lord.
And date of occurrence is 18th October 1999.
My lord.
18/10/1999. 6 a.m. morning, সকাল ঘটনা হয়েছে।
My lord. It is about 5 a.m.
Just a minute. Village la
Rangabahal.
Place la Rangabahal. Is it sole appellant or what?
The Lord sole appellant, but the other accused was acquitted.
Acquitted.
Yes,
Okay.
Nirmal Balla.
So, two accused persons face trial.
Yes,
So, this man name is
Susil Balla. Sorry, Sudarshan Balla.
all right, Sudarshan.
Nirmal
Sudarshan
Balla.
Barla convicted, right? And
Right.
this Nirmal Barla acquitted.
Yes, ma'am.
Conviction under section 302 IPC.
Ma'am.
Okay. Now you come to the FIR, let us see.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just
Who
reading.
is the informant in this case?
Informant is prosecution witness 1 Miller, the
PW1.
brother. Yes, the brother of the deceased.
Brother of the deceased.
My lord.
Informant. Sarjus,
Page 23.
S-A-R-J-U-S-I-K. PW1
My lord.
is the brother of the deceased.
Yes, my lord.
Okay, please place so that we
My
can know the case. What is?
Page 23, my lord. ମୋର ନାମ ସାଜୁ ସେକା, ବୟସ 28 ବର୍ଷ, ପିତା ନିକୋଜି ମେକା, ଗ୍ରାମ ରେଙ୍ଗାବାହାଲ, କୁଲଣ୍ଡା, ପୋଷ୍ଟ କେଶରାମାଲ, ଥାନା ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁର, ଜିଲ୍ଲା ସୁନ୍ଦରଗଡ଼। ଜିଡି କୋରାମ ଆଜି ସୋମବାର ତାରିଖ 18/10/19 ସକାଳ ପ୍ରାୟ 6ଟା ସୋମବାର ସକାଳ ପ୍ରାୟ 9ଟା ସମୟରେ ଆମ ଗାଁରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନିକଟରେ ଏହି ମୌଖିକ ବୟାନ ଦେଉଅଛି କି ଯେ ଗତ ମାର୍ଚ୍ଚ ମାସରେ ଆମ ଗାଁର ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାଲାର ମା ଡାହାଣୀ ବିଷୟ ନେଇ ଆମ ପରିବାର ସହିତ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ ହୋଇଥିଲା। ଏହି ବିଷୟରେ ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁର ଥାନାରେ କେସ୍ ମଧ୍ୟ ହୋଇଅଛି। ଗତକାଲି ରବିବାର ତାରିଖ 17/10/19 ଆମ ଗାଁରେ ନୂଆଖାଇ ପର୍ବ ପାଳିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଏବଂ ରାତି 10ଟା ସମୟରେ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚ ପାଖ ପଡିଆରେ ନାଚ ଗୀତ ଚାଲୁଥିବା ସମୟରେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାଲା ଏବଂ
ଟିକେ ସ୍ଲୋ ଯାଆନ୍ତୁ। ଆମେ ଆପଣ ପଢି ଦେଇଥିବେ, ଆମେ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ଟାଇମ ଟିକେ ଗଲେ ଥରେ ଧରି ନେଲେ ଆଉ କିଛି ଅସୁବିଧା ନାହିଁ। ହଁ, କୁହନ୍ତୁ।
ଆମ ଗାଁରେ ନୂଆଖାଇ ପର୍ବ ପାଳିତ ହୋଇଥିଲା ଏବଂ ରାତି 10ଟା ସମୟରେ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚ ପାଖ ପଡିଆରେ ନାଚ ଗୀତ ଚାଲୁଥିବା ସମୟରେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ଏବଂ ତାର ଭାଇ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ମୋତେ
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ମାନେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ
ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ
ଦି ଜଣ ଜାଗା ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ
convicted.
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଏଇଟା ହେଲା ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ତା ମାନେ ଆଉ ଏଇଟା ଯୋଉ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ଆକ୍ୟୁଟେଡ ରାଇଟ୍ ଓକେ ହଁ ଦି ଜଣ ଯାକ କଣ କଲେ
ଚାଲୁଥିବା ସମୟରେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ଏବଂ ତାର ଭାଇ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ମୋତେ ଏବଂ ମୋର ସାଙ୍ଗ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ସହିତ
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ମାନେ କିଏ
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ମାଇଲଡ ଦ
ଆଉ ଜଣେ
ଆଇ ୱିଟନେସ୍ PW8
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଚ୍ଛା ଓକେ ଓକେ So it is PW8 ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ସେତିବେଳେ ୱିଟନେସ୍ ନମ୍ବର ଟା କହିଦେଲେ ସୁବିଧା ହବ ଓକେ ହଁ
PW8 ତାର ଭାଇ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ସରି ଚାଲୁଥିବା ସମୟରେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ଏବଂ ତାର ଭାଇ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ମୋତେ ଏବଂ ମୋର ସାଙ୍ଗ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ସହିତ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ କରି ଆମ ଦୁଇ ଜଣଙ୍କର ଗେଞ୍ଜି ଫାଡି ଦେଇଥିଲା ନାଚରେ ଥିବା ଅନ୍ୟ ଲୋକମାନେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ଓ ତାର ଭାଇ ନିର୍ମଳକୁ ଘରକୁ ପଠାଇ ଦେଇଥିଲେ ମୁଁ ନାଚ ଗୀତ ସାରି ଘରକୁ ଫେରି ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ ବିଷୟରେ ମୋର ଭାଇ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ପରିବାର ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଜଣାଇଲି ସୁଶୀଲିକା ମାଇଲଡ
deceased okay just a minute that means deceased Ika এই যে Susilika was not at the spot of that quarrel
no
dance ହଉଥିଲା ସେଠି ଦି ଜଣ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଥିଲେ ଆଉ ଇନଫର୍ମାଣ୍ଟ ଥିଲା PW8 ଥିଲା ରାଇଟ୍ ଓକେ ତାପରେ କଣ ହେଲା
ମୁଁ ନାଚ ଗୀତ ସାରି ଘରକୁ ଫେରି ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ ବିଷୟରେ ମୋର ଭାଇ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ପରିବାର ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ଜଣାଇ
ଓକେ
ଆଜି ସୋମବାର ତାରିଖ 18/10/19 ସକାଳ ପ୍ରାୟ 6ଟା ବେଳେ ମୋର ଭାଇ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ମୋର ସାଙ୍ଗ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଦ ଆର୍ଲିୟର ଡେ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଥିଲା
ସୁଶୀଲିକା ମାନେ ଡିସିଜ୍ଡ
PW8
ଓକେ
ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ମୋର ସାଙ୍ଗ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଦୁହେଁ ମିଶି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲାଙ୍କ ଘରକୁ ଗତକାଲି ରାତି ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ
ବାର୍ଲା ମାନେ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଘରକୁ ଆଚ୍ଛା
ଦୁହେଁ ମିଶି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲାଙ୍କ ଘରକୁ ଗତକାଲି ରାତି ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ ବିଷୟରେ ପଚାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଯାଇଥିଲେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲାର ଘର ସାମ୍ନା ଅଗଣାରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି କାହିଁକି ଗତକାଲି ରାତିରେ ମୋର ଭାଇକୁ ମାରପିଟ କଲ ବୋଲି ପଚାରିବା ସମୟରେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ତା ନିଜ ଘରୁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଲୁହାର ପାତି ଆଣି ମୋର ଭାଇର ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ ପିଟି ପକାଇଲା ଫଳରେ ମୋର ଭାଇର ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଫାଟି ଗୁଦି ୱିଦିନ ବ୍ରାକେଟ ଭେଜା ବାହାରି ପଡିଲା ଏବଂ ତଳେ ପଡିଗଲା ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ଏହି ସମୟରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଠେଙ୍ଗାରେ ମୋର ଭାଇକୁ ପିଟି ପକାଇଲା
ଆଚ୍ଛା ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ମାନେ ଯେ ଆକ୍ୟୁଟଲ ଓକେ
ପକାଇଲା ଭାଇ ଘଟଣାସ୍ଥଳରେ ମରିଗଲା ଏହା ଦେଖି ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଭୟରେ ଦୌଡ଼ି ଦୌଡ଼ି ଆସି ମତେ କହିଲା ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ଓ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ଭାଇ ସୁଶୀଲିକାକୁ ଲୁହାପତି ଏକ ଠେଙ୍ଗାରେ ପିଟି ମର୍ଡର କରିଥିଲେ ଏ ଘଟଣା ଶୁଣି ମୁଁ ମୋର ବଡ ଭାଇ ମା ଭଉଣୀ ବାପା ଯାଇ ଦେଖିଲୁ ମୋର ଭାଇ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ରକ୍ତରେ ଜୁଡୁବୁଡୁ ହୋଇ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ଘର ସାମ୍ନା ଅଗଣାରେ ମରି ପଡିଅଛି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ମାଇଲଡ ଦ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ୍ଡ ଇନ ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଦ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଆଜ୍ଞା ପ୍ଲେସ୍ ଅଫ ଅକରାନ୍ସ ଇଜ ଦ ଇନ ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଅଗଣାରେ ମରି ପଡିଅଛି ଭାଇର ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଫାଟି ଗୁଦି ଭେଜା ବାହାରି ରକ୍ତ ବୋହି ଯାଉଅଛି ମୁଁ ପରିବାରର ଲୋକମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ଭାଇର ଲାଶ ପାଖରେ ଜଗାଇ ୱାର୍ଡ ମେମ୍ବର କିସିଲ କିଣ୍ଡୋ ପାଖକୁ ଯାଇ
ଏକ୍ସାମିନ ହେଇଛି ସେ କିଶଲ କିଣ୍ଡୋ
ମାଇଲଡ
କେତେ ନମ୍ବର ସାଇକେଲ
ସେଟା ୱିଟନେସ୍ 5 ମିଲଡ
PW5
yes PW5
ୱାର୍ଡ ମେମ୍ବର ସେ କୋଉଟା
Basil Kindo is PW6 ward member.
ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆଉ PW5 କହୁଛନ୍ତି
sorry
PW6 all right yes
Proceed.
ମାଇଲଡ ୱାର୍ଡ ମେମ୍ବର କିସିଲ କିଣ୍ଡୋ ପାଖକୁ ଯାଇ ମୋର ଭାଇ ସୁଶୀଲିକାକୁ ଆମ ଗ୍ରାମର ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ଓ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ଲୁହାପତି ଓ ଠେଙ୍ଗାରେ ପିଟି ମର୍ଡର କରିଅଛି ବୋଲି ଜଣାଇଲେ ଏଇ ଘଟଣା ମୋର ଭାଇ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଥିବା ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ମାନେ ସେ ଯୋଉ PW କେତେ
PW8 ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ମୋର
Sole eyewitness.
yes
ଆଉ କି ପାଖାପାଖିରେ ନ ଦେଇ ନା
no
ଓକେ all right then
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ମୋର ଭାଇ ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ ଲୁହାପତିରେ ପିଟିବା ସମୟରେ ନିର୍ମଳ ବାର୍ଲା ଗୋଟିଏ ଠେଙ୍ଗାରେ ପିଟି ମର୍ଡର କରିଅଛନ୍ତି ଏହାର ତଦନ୍ତ କରାଯାଉ ପଢି ଶୁଣାଇ ଦେବାରେ ମୋର କହିବା ମୁତାବକ ଠିକ ଲେଖା ଥିବାର ଜାଣି ମୁଁ ମୋର ଦସ୍ତଖତ
ଯାହା ଆପଣ ପଢିଲେ ସେଥିରୁ ତ ଜଣା ପଡୁଛି 2 ଜଣ assault କରିଥିଲେ, ଗୋଟେ appellant, ସିଏ ଗୋଟେ iron ପାତି ମାନେ କଣ ରଡ୍ ନା କଣ?
ଆଇରନ ପତି ଗୋଟେ ଥାଏ ଯୋଉ ଲୁହା ପତିଆ ପଡିଥିବ।
ପାତିଆ
ପାତିଆ ମାନେ ଯୋଉ ଲୁହା ପତି
thick
ହଁ,
one.
thick, ପତଳା ପତି ସବୁ ଥାଏ।
ଆଚ୍ଛା, ସିଏ ସ୍ପେସିଫିକ ଓଭରଟାକ୍ଟ ଆଟ୍ରିବ୍ୟୁଟ ହେଇଛି ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ,
ଆଜ୍ଞା
କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ନିର୍ମଳ ସେ ବାଡିରେ ବାଡେଇଛି କଥା କୁହାହଉଛି, କିନ୍ତୁ କୋଉ ପର୍ସନ କୁ ମାରଲା କିଛି ନାହିଁ।
ନା।
ଓକେ,
By
ସୋ
that time he might have died.
ନାଇଁ
On the spot.
First floor ରେ ମରିଯାଇଛି।
ଆକ୍ୟୁଟାଲ କଣ ପାଇଁ ହେଲା?
ସେଠି କିଛି ତାକୁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଖାଲି ୱିଟନେସ ର ସରି ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ର
So we'll go to the eyewitness statement PW8 because allegation is that 2 persons assaulted on the deceased, and eyewitness must have also implicated those 2 persons in his evidence. My query to you is that why the London trial court acquitted one and convicted the other? What is the reason?
ଯୋଉ PW8 and the deceased ସେମାନେ ଭୋର 5ଟା ବେଳେ ତାଙ୍କ ଘରକୁ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି, ମାନେ ଅନ୍ଧାର ଥିଲା। 5:42 ସେ
କାରଣ କଣ ପାଇଁ ତାକୁ ଛାଡିଦେଲା, ଆକୁ କନଭିକ୍ସନ କଲେ ମୋ
ସେ ଯୋଉ ତାର କିଛି ତା ଏଗେନ୍ଷ୍ଟ ରେ ପାଇଲେନି, ତାକୁ ସିଏ ଆଟାକ ହେଇଛି। ଯୋଉ ଆକ୍ୟୁଟାଲ ଯିଏ ହେଇଛି ତାକୁ ଆଟାକ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଏମାନେ। ଯୋଉ ଡିସିଜ
where is the reason assigned?
Let us see the trial court judgment.
Para 14 ରୁ ଆରମ୍ଭ
ପ୍ରଶ୍ନଟା ଯେନ୍ ପଚରା ହଉଛି ଠିକ ସେ ଇଏ କରି
ଗୋଟିଏ vital injury ଅଛି on the head that is sufficient to
that
cause
may be
death.
the reason.
That is the one vital
One
injury
injury is there,
and
so that is attributed to the person who has been found guilty. For the other person who stated to have assaulted by means of bamboo, no corresponding injury might have been. That is the ସେଇଆ କହିବେ ନା, ଆଉ ଆପଣ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଅନ୍ଧାର ସେ ସକାଳୁ
fracture of the right
right, that may be. acha PM doctor kete number aile ठीक है?
PW11
Let us just
that is page
PM doctor
page 74
PW11 page 74.
yes ma'am.
Dr. Rita.
Please read that evidence of PW11.
Yes. On 18/10/99, I was attached to the Rajgangpur Government Hospital as medical officer. On that day, on police requisition, I conducted postmortem examination on the dead body of Susilika, son of Nikodinika, of village Ringabhal, PS Rajgangpur, district Sundargarh. At the time of postmortem examination, I noticed that the deceased was 28-year-old, stoutly built male. Rigor notice was present on all 4 limbs. On further examination, I found the following antemortem injuries: on lacerated.
That is on
One lacerated wing.
Injury of size 18 into 1/2 inch. Total thickness of the skull situated over the right parietal region. The injury started 1
inch above the right eyebrow
and extended up to the occipital region. On further dissection, I found that there was fracture of the right frontal bone, right parietal bone, and the occiput. There was laceration of
meninges माने से brain टा उछड़ा cover करता है, जड़ा meninges कहते हैं.
10 cm into 3 cm, the total thickness of brain. There was laceration of brain of the size of 4 cm into 1 cm into 1/2 cm. All the organs like brain, liver, kidney, and spleen were found to be pale. Both the chamber of heart were empty and the bladder was empty. The stomach contained undigested food materials. The intestine was distended with foul-smelling gas. The cause of death was due to the injury to vital organ like brain, leading the hemorrhage and shock. The injury found by me on the dead body of the deceased was sufficient to cause the death of the deceased in the ordinary course. Time of postmortem examination since death was within 24 hours. After completing postmortem examination, I prepared postmortem report exhibit 16 is the report, and exhibit 16/1 is my signature thereon. Thereafter, the dead body of the deceased was handed over to his relations. On 19/10/99, on police requisition, I examined one Sudarshan Balla,
Sudarshan Bala মানে
appellant, son of Matthias Balla, aged 30 years, and found that there was no external injury on his person. Exhibit 12/1 is my written opinion, and exhibit 12/2 is my signature. As per the request of the IO made in the written requisition, I collected the nail clippings of the accused and sample blood, preserved the same in 2 glass vials, sealed them, and handed over the same to the escorting constables. On that day, at 1:45 p.m., I also examined Nirmal Balla, son of Matthias Balla, aged 27 years, on police requisition, and found the following injuries. An aversion brownish in color of the size 1 cm into half cm into 1/6 cm situated on the left side of the neck. The injury is simple in nature and could have been caused by blunt object. The age of the injury was within 36 hours. At that time, I also collected the nail clippings and blood samples of Nirmal Balla, preserved them in 2 glass vials, and sealed them. Then I handed over the vials to the escorting constables. Exhibit 13/1 is my written report, and exhibit 13/2 is my signature on it. The abrasion on which I found on the neck of the accused may be possible by fall in the course of an assault. এটা जो acquittal ହେଇଛି ତାପରେ जो attack ହେଇଛି ବୋଲି ସେଟା ସେ
It's all right. You can read the cross examination.
The injury mentioned in exhibit 13/1 can be possible by a brick bat. I have found only one external injury on the dead body of the deceased which can be caused by single brick.
So that is what Mrs. Patnaik was pointing out, that we also found that there is only one external injury. Other injuries which he has mentioned, laceration of brain, etc., those are all internal injury. Corresponding to that external injury, it was opened and it was found fracture was there, frontal bone. So it
There
is
is
the
no corresponding lathi injury.
it is so that is the reason why the other accused means that Nirmala Barla might have been acquitted. And but out of these 2 appellants, only one injury, abrasion, is there, and that is found on the neck, and that is stated to have been possible by fall in the chief, and you have elicited in the cross examination it is a brick bat. Have you taken any right of private defense plea or what?
Yes, my lord.
Oh, I see. All right.
My lord, the police.
Please come to the. Let us see that eyewitness statement.
8. PW8.
Page 59.
Then why don't you go to the last question of that your accused statement? Then we'll come to that. That's
Yes,
PW8. Okay.
Yes.
PW8. ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଦେଖିବା କଣ
Page
ନେଇଛନ୍ତି
39 ରେ ସେ question ଟା ଅଛି
39
ଆଜ୍ଞା
39.
ବାକି ତ relevant ନାହିଁ ସେଇ ଗୋଟେ
ନାଇଁ ସେ ଦି ଜଣ ଯାକ ପ୍ଲି ନେଇଛନ୍ତି ସେ
ହଁ,
right of
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
okay. So 39 is the relevant phase. So ଏଇ ଯୋଉ appellant ର plea ଟା
appellant. Both appellant has
accused statement.
34 ଟା ଟିକେ ଆगे ପଢିବ
30
34 page 34
ହଁ କୋଣଟା
ସେ
ପଢୁନା
acquittal ହେଇଛି ତାଙ୍କର
acquittal ତା
ଆଚ୍ଛା ହଉ ଠିକ ଅଛି ପଢୁନ
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ତା ଡିଫେନ୍ସ ପ୍ଲି ଟା ପଢ
ସାର୍ ସେଦିନ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ଆମକୁ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ
ସୁଶୀଲିକା ହେଲା ଡିସିଜ୍ ରାଇଟ୍
ମାଇଲ
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ମାନେ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଆଇ ୱିଟନେସ୍ ଟା
ମାଇଲ
PW8 okay
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
हाँ
ସେଦିନ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ଆମକୁ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆସିଥିଲେ।
ହୁଁ
ସୁଶୀଲିକା ମତେ ଇଟାରେ ମୋର ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ ମାରୁଥିଲା, ମୁଁ ଖସି ଯିବାରୁ ମୋର ସୋଲଜରରେ ବାଜିଲା। ସେ ପୁଣି ମୋର ଭାଇକୁ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଡେଇଲାରୁ ଭାଇ ତାକୁ ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ମାରିବାରୁ ସେ ମରିଗଲା।
ଆଚ୍ଛା ତାପରେ ପଢନ୍ତୁ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ଧରିଥିବା ଭୁଜାଲି ଧରି ପଳାଇଗଲା। ମୁଁ
ଆଉଥରେ ପଢନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ
ସେଦିନ ସୁଶୀଲିକା ଓ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ଆମକୁ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆସିଥିଲେ।
ହୁଁ
ସୁଶୀଲିକା ମତେ ଇଟାରେ ମୋର ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ ମାରୁଥିଲା,
ହୁଁ
ମୁଁ ଖସି ଯିବାରୁ ମୋର ଲେଫ୍ଟ ସୋଲଜରରେ ବାଜିଲା।
ଯୋଉଟା କି ଇଞ୍ଜୁରୀ ଦେଖିଛି PM
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ଡକ୍ଟର
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ଯୋଉଟା
ହୁଁ,
କହିଛି
ମାରିଲା।
ହଁ
ଲେଫ୍ଟ ସୋଲଜରରେ ବାଜିଲା।
ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି
ସେ
ତାପରେ
ପୁଣି ମୋର ଭାଇକୁ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଡେଇଲାରୁ
ହୁଁ
ଭାଇ ତାକୁ ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ମାରିବାରୁ ସେ ମରିଗଲା।
ଆଚ୍ଛା he was chasing him
My lord?
he was chasing him
Yes,
that's what the
yes.
ଭାଇ ମାନେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ମାନେ
appellant,
ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଡ ଆଚ୍ଛା
yes. ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ଧରି
ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ମାରିବାରୁ ସେ ମରିଗଲା ଓକେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ସୁଶୀଲ ହଁ
ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା ଧରିଥିବା ଭୁଜାଲି ଧରି ପଳାଇଗଲା। ସୁଶୀଲ ବାଲା PW8
this is was chasing him so therefore he
ହୁଁ
gave the blow
ସେ ପୁଣି ମୋର ଭାଇକୁ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଡେଇବାରୁ
he was chasing
ଭାଇ ତାକୁ ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ମାରିବାରୁ ଆଚ୍ଛା
ସେ ମରିଗଲା।
ତାମାନେ ଅଛି
yes
ତାମାନେ ଆପଣ ଭାଇକୁ ମାରିବାକୁ ଗୋଡିଲା ମାନେ କୋଉଥିରେ ମାରିବାକୁ ଇଟା
ଇଟା ହଁ
ମାରିଲା ତ
ହଁ ନାଇଁ ଇଏ ଡିସିଜ ଆସିଥିଲା ଇଟା ଧରି ମାଇଲା ପ୍ରଥମେ
ହଁ this
ଆକୁ।
is ଜବରଦସ୍ତି ମାରିଲା
ପୁଣି ସେଇ ହଁ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ତାପରେ ପୁଣି ସେଇ ଇଟା ଧରିକିନି ଗୋଡେଇଲା ମାରିବାକୁ କାହାକୁ
ସାର୍
ନା
କାନ୍ଧରେ ଭିଡା
ଆପେଲା
ହେଲା ପରେ ପୁଣି ଭାଇକୁ ବି ଆଟାକ୍ କଲା।
ଭାଇକୁ attack କଲା ଭାଇକୁ attack କଲା ଭାଇ ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ମାରିଲା
ହଁ ଭାଇକୁ ଆଟାକ୍ କରିବାରୁ ସେ ତାକୁ
Okay,
ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ବାଡେଇଥିଲା। ସେ ତାପରେ PW8 ବି ଗୋଟେ ଭୁଜାଲି ବି ଧରିଥିଲା।
ସେଟା ହଁ
ଆପଣ ନେକ୍ସଟ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲାର ଇଏ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍ ପେଜ 39
39
ହୁଁ
ମୁଁ ପ୍ରୋଟେନ୍ ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ ଲିମିଟେଡ ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁରରେ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି ଗାର୍ଡ ଭାବରେ କାମ କରୁଥିଲି ଏବଂ ମଝିରେ ମଝିରେ ଗାଁକୁ ଆସୁଥିଲି। ପୂର୍ବରୁ
ହଁ ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ
ସାର୍ ମୁଁ ପ୍ରୋଟେନ୍ ଷ୍ଟିଲ୍ ଲିମିଟେଡରେ ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁରରେ ସିକ୍ୟୁରିଟି ଗାର୍ଡ ଭାବରେ କାମ କରୁଥିଲି
ହୁଁ
ଏବଂ ମଝିରେ ମଝିରେ ଗାଁକୁ ଆସୁଥିଲି।
ହୁଁ
ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସାର୍ଜୁସ୍ ସୁଶୀଲ ପ୍ରଭୃତି ମୋ ମାକୁ ଡାହାଣୀ କହି ପିଟାମରା କରିଥିଲେ।
ଚାର୍ଜୁସ୍ କିଏ
ସେ ସାର୍ଜୁସ୍ ହଉଛି ଏଇ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଯୋଉ
Memo?
ସାର୍ଜୁସିକା ହଉଛି
Informant.
ଇନଫର୍ମାଣ୍ଟ।
informant that means PW1
One.
ଆଚ୍ଛା ହଁ ଆଉ ସୁଶୀଲ ହଉଛି
Sir, PW8.
deceased
Susilika deceased.
Deceased.
ପୁଣି ପେନ୍ ଟିକେ ହେଲେ ଭାଙ୍ଗି ଯାଉଛି ଗୁଡା କେମିତି କଣ ଟିକେ ତାଙ୍କୁ କହୁନ ଭଲ କ୍ୱାଲିଟିର ଇଏ କରିବି କଣ ଟିକେ ଇଏ କଲା ବେଳକୁ ହଁ କୁହ
ସାର୍ ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସାର୍ଜୁସ୍ ସୁଶୀଲ ପ୍ରଭୃତି ମୋ ମାକୁ ଡାହାଣୀ କହି ପିଟାମରା କରିଥିଲେ।
ହୁଁ
ସାର୍ ସାର୍ଜୁସ୍ ହଉଛି ଇନଫର୍ମାଣ୍ଟ ଆଉ ସୁଶୀଲ ହଉଛି
Deceased.
ଡିସିଜ୍
ହୁଁ
ପ୍ରଭୃତି ମୋ ମାକୁ ଡାହାଣୀ କହି ପିଟାମରା କରିଥିଲେ।
ହୁଁ
ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସେମାନଙ୍କ ନାମରେ ମୁଁ ପୋଲିସରେ କେସ୍ କରିଥିଲି।
ହୁଁ
ତାପରେ ସେମାନେ ମୋ ଉପରେ ରାଗ ରଖିଥିଲେ।
ହୁଁ
ସେମାନେ ଗାଁରେ ଦାଦାଗିରି କରୁଥିଲେ। 17/10/19 ମୁଁ ରାତି ଖାଇବା ପରେ ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁର ଡ୍ୟୁଟିକୁ ଯାଉଥିଲି। ନାଚ ହେଉଥିବା ଜାଗାରେ ମୋତେ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଓ ସର୍ଜୁ ଶିକା ଧରାମରା କରିଥିଲେ।
ହୁଁ
ଧରାମରା କଲା ଫଳରେ ମୁଁ ଘରକୁ ଫେରି ଆସିଲି।
ହୁଁ
ଆର ଦିନ ସକାଳେ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଏବଂ ସୁଶୀଲ ଏକା ଗୋଟିଏ ଇଟା ଏବଂ ଭୁଜାଲି ଧରି ଆମ ଘରକୁ ଆସିଥିଲେ। ମୁତାଫା ମୋର ଭାଇକୁ ଇଟାରେ ମାରିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲା
ହୁଁ
କିନ୍ତୁ ତା କାନ୍ଧରେ ବାଜିଲା। ମୁଁ ମନା କଲାରୁ ମୁତାଫା ମୋତେ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ ଗୋଡେଇଲା। ମୁଁ ନିଜକୁ ରକ୍ଷା କରିବା ପାଇଁ ପାଖରେ ଥିବା ଲୁହା ପାତିଆରେ ତାର ମୁଣ୍ଡକୁ ପିଟିଲି, ଫଳରେ ସେ ମରିଗଲା।
ହୁଁ
ପରେ ମୁଁ ମୋର କାକାଙ୍କୁ ରିପୋର୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ପଠାଇଲି।
ହୁଁ
ସେଠାରୁ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଭୁଜାଲି ଧରି ଦୌଡି ପଳାଇଗଲା।
ହୁଁ
କିନ୍ତୁ ଇଏ ମଝିରେ ଯୋଉ ଆପଣ ଇଏ ଷ୍ଟୋରି କରିଛନ୍ତି ଦି ଷ୍ଟୋରି ଇଜ ଡିଫରେଣ୍ଟ ଫ୍ରମ ଦି FIR ଷ୍ଟୋରି ଏଇଠି ଲେଖନ୍ତୁ 17/10/19 ମୁଁ ରାତି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ପଢନ୍ତୁ ସେଟା ମଝିରେ ଲେଖି
17/10/19 ମୁଁ ରାତି ଖାଇବା ପରେ
ହଁ
ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁର ଡ୍ୟୁଟି କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଥିଲି।
ହଁ
ସାର୍ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଯାଉଥିଲା
ହଁ ପଢନ୍ତୁ
ବାଟରେ ନାଚ ହେଉଥିବା ଜାଗାରେ ମୋତେ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଓ ସର୍ଜୁ ଶିକା ଧରାମରା କଲା ଫଳରେ ମୁଁ ଘରକୁ ଫେରି ଆସିଲି।
The FIR story is something different.
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍ କିନ୍ତୁ
ଏଇଟା
That
ହଉଛି
is
17
history.
17ରେ ଇନସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଛି 18 ତାରିଖ ଦିନ ମାନେ ସକାଳୁ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ମାଲିଗାଁव।
ସକାଳୁ no ସକାଳୁ ଏମାନେ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ତା ଘର ପାଖକୁ ମାନେ
ଯୋଉ
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
accused ଘରକୁ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି
Actually,
No.
appellant was not there in the night.
No, no.
No.
It is only the PW1 was there.
no no
He informed. He went back and informed the appellant, and therefore the morning they went there. That's
No,
the story.
no no my
No,
lord
no.
appellant was
Appellant was there in the place of only the
deceased
PW1 was not there.
was not there.
deceased were not
Deceased was not there.
According to the FIR, deceased was not there.
They went to this house in the morning.
Yes, my lord.
This deceased came to know from his brother means PW1. Then PW8 and the deceased went to the house of the
accused
appellant.
yes
Right,
कि
and
हमको पढ़ेगा
challenge
कल
it.
काहे की
काहे कि
रात्रे
मगर भाई पढ़ा है
ठीक है।
ସେଇ
भाई की पढ़ी
ତେଣୁ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଘରେ ତାର ଭାଇ ବି ରହୁଥିଲା ଯୋଉଟାକୁ ଯିଏକି ନିର୍ମଳ ରହୁଥିଲା ଯିଏକି ଆକ୍ୟୁଟାଲ ହେଇଛି।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍ ଏଥିରେ ବି ଯୋଉ ତା ମାକୁ ଯୋଉ ମରାଧରା କରିଥିଲେ ବି ଯୋଉ ଡିସିଜ ଯାଉ ତା ଭାଇ
ଓକେ ନାଉ ୟୁ କାନ୍ ନେକ୍ସଟ କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆପଣ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ଲି ନେଲେ ସବଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସିଏଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଖାଲି ଗୋଟେ ରହିଲା ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ସିମ୍ପଲ ଇଞ୍ଜୁରିଟେ ରହିଲା ଜଣକ ୱାନ୍ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ସେଇଟା ତା ନାଁ ଯିଏକି ଆକ୍ୟୁଟାଲ
ନିର୍ମଳ
ହେଲା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ତରଫରୁ କିଛି ଏଫଆଇଆର ଦିଆ ହେଇଥିଲା
ସାର୍ ଏଫଆଇଆର ଦିଆଯାଇଥିଲା
କାଇଁ?
ଯୋଉ ସେଇ
What is that?
ନା ସେଇ
What is the PS case number?
ସାର୍ ସେଇ କେସରେ ଦିଆହେଇନି କିନ୍ତୁ ତା ମାକୁ ଯୋଉ ମାରିଥିଲେ
ଆଚ୍ଛା ମାକୁ ମାରି ସେ ପୂର୍ବ 3-4 ମାସ ତଳ ଘଟଣା
Sir.
କଥା କହୁଛି ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କହୁଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ରାଇଟ ଅଫ ପ୍ରାଇଭେଟ ଡିଫେନ୍ସ
ସାର୍
ଯୋଉ ସବଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସିଏଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କଣ ମ୍ୟାଟେରିଆଲ ଅଛି ମାନେ ଏକ୍ସେପ୍ଟ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଷ୍ଟେଟମେଣ୍ଟ ଛଡା
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆଉ ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଯୋଉ ସିମ୍ପଲ ଇଞ୍ଜୁରିଟେ ଅଛି ଯୋଉ ଆପଣ ଯିଏ ଆକ୍ୟୁଟାଲ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ର ବେକ ପାଖରେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଯୋଉଟା ଆପଣ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ତାକୁ ପ୍ରଥମେ
ଆଟାକ୍
ଇଟାରେ ମାରଲା ବାକି ଆଉ କଣ ପ୍ଲି ରହିଛି କାରଣ ୟୁ ହାଭ assaulted a person on the head by a weapon like iron rod ହେଇପାରେ ଲେଟ ପାତି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଲେଟ ସେ
ଆଇରନ୍
ଆଇରନ rod
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆଉ ତାର ଇଫେକ୍ଟ ମଧ୍ୟ କିଛି କମ ନାହିଁ ମାନେ 18 ଇଞ୍ଚ ର ଇଏ ଫ୍ରାକ୍ଚର କରେଇକିନି ଯାଇକିନି ବ୍ରେନ ଆଫେକ୍ଟେଡ କରିଛି ଏସବୁ ହେଇଛି ସିଙ୍ଗଲ ବ୍ଲୋ ଇଟ୍ସ ଅଲ୍ ରାଇଟ୍ ବଟ୍ our query is that whether there is any other material oral ହଉ ଡକୁମେଣ୍ଟାରୀ ହଉ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ପ୍ଲି କୁ ସବଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସିଏଟ
Sir,
କରିବା ପାଇଁ
ନାଇଁ ଏଠି ଗୋଟେ କହିଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ମୁଁ ମୋର କକାଙ୍କୁ ରିପୋର୍ଟ
ପଠେଇଲି ସାର୍ ଆନନ୍ଦ ବାର୍ଲା
have you examined କକା?
yes yes my lord
no that report has been proved or not
Yes.
that is not registered at all
no no
not registered
No.
okay
ସେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ତାକୁ ମ୍ୟାନିପୁଲେଟ କରାହେଇଛି କୋର୍ଟ ବିଲଙ୍କର ଅବଜରଭେସନ ସେଇଟା ଅଛି ଯେ ଯୋଉ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଇଏ ପ୍ରଥମେ ମାରି ସାରିଲା ପରେ ତାର
no,
କକା
let us come to that eyewitness will go
ଆଜ୍ଞା
to other
PW3 ହଉଛି ତାର କାକା
PW
3 ଆନନ୍ଦ ବାର୍ଲା
now we'll go to that first let us come to the so both of you say that it is only the PW8 who is an eyewitness to the other.
yes my lord.
Right, there is no. All right.
PW8 ପଢନ୍ତୁ
Please come.
59
59 page
Hmm.
I know accused Sudarshan Balla and Nirmal Balla standing in dock. I know this is Susilika in his lifetime. We all belong to same village. On 17/10/19, the Nuakhai festival was being observed in our village. In observance of Nuakhai festival, songs and dances were being performed by us in our village near the church. At about 10 p.m., accused Nirmal Balla caught hold of the collar of my shirt and tore it. Sarjusika intervened in the matter. The accused Nirmal tore the shirt of said Sarjusika.
Arjus means that PW1.
PW1 again.
Hmm.
seeing such
Seeing such squall, the villagers assembled there. Due to the presence of villagers, the accused persons could not harm us. They left the place. Thereafter, we returned to our respective houses.
Hmm.
On the next morning, at about 6 a.m., myself and Susilika were deceased.
Hmm.
Myself and Susilika, the deceased, went to the house of accused Nirmal and Sudarshan to
Hmm.
ask why they tore our shirts. While we were so inquiring from accused Nirmal, all of a sudden, the accused Sudarshan Bala came out of the house and assaulted the deceased Susilika on his head by means of a strip of iron, Luhapatia. As a result of such a blow, deceased Susilika sustained bleeding injury on his head and fell down.
Hmm.
Then, accused Nirmal assaulted the said Susilika by means of a lathi. Being afraid, I left the place.
एक
Then,
पार्ट डिसबिलीव है जो
आगे।
निर्मल असल्ट पार्ट
again,
ऑलराइट
then I left the place. Then I went to Sarju Sikka, the
PW1.
informant, PW1, the younger brother of deceased Susil, and narrated the entire incident to him. He, along with members of his family, went to the spot to see Susilika, the deceased. The assault of Susilika took place in the front courtyard of the house of the accused persons. Cross-examination by defense.
नो नो ता फ्रंट फ्रंट कोर्टयार्ड माने कोन कहउछन
से माने ता घर अगणारे ए जो
ଆମେ
ଘର
ତା ଘର
ସାମ୍ନା,
ଭିତରକୁ
ଅଗଣାଟା
ଯାଇଥିଲେ?
ଭିତରକୁ।
हाँ
ओहो
accused घरे पसिकी माने ए जो भुजाली आ ये धरि जाइथिले
जस्ट
attack
आर यू श्योर
ना,
फ्रंट
ना, ना, ना।
कोर्टयार्ड मींस घर भीतर
अगणा सर
अगणा
अगणा
अरे बाहर
नहीं,
जे बाहर इतल तो रास्ता
मैप अच्छी
Cross-
स्पॉट मैप देखियो
स्पॉट मैप
लेट अस सी
यू आर द एग्रेसर मैप देखा
कोटेड मान से घरर अगणा ता
ना घर अगणा दांड ता भीतर पार्थक्य रहउची ना
आज्ञा
घर अगणा माने आपण जे कहिले सी ता एविडेंस होची आमे जेतले घर को गलु एवं पचारिलु सेतेबेले सेमाने बाहरी आसिले घरु
आज्ञा
बाहरी आसिले घरु माने एटा हबा कथा रास्ता ऊपर हबा कथा किंतु जदी पुणी ये कहूची जे
क्रॉस
नाही
एग्जामिनेशन रे कोच है या क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन
अच्छा
क्लैरिफाई
क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन स्पॉट मैप एग्जिबिट ही नहीं 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 स्पॉट मैप टा केमदी हो स्पॉट मैप टा
सर
एग्जिबिट ही नहीं
घरु माने रूम
ठीक है रूम
आज्ञा
स्पॉट मैप टा देखियो
एग्जीक्यूटिव देखा
स्पेट पेज नंबर 19 रनिंग पेज इंटरनल पेज 16 এটা হচ্ছে এক্সিবিট লিস্টটা স্পট
नहीं,
ম্যাপটা
ये नहीं आ
দেখি
गया।
এক্সিবিট হয়নি
पेज 19 रे अच्छे एग्जिबिट्स का है ही नहीं था
সিজলি সিগনেচার অফ দি ओके हाँ कौन है क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन
क्रॉस
देखियो
एग्जामिनेशन ही हैज क्लैरिफाइड
ऑलराइट लेट अस सी दैट
I have
पेज नंबर 60 ना
60 रो चलता है
60 minutes. I
जस्ट अ मिनट लेट ब्रदर पेज नंबर 60 हाँ पढ़ंदु
I have seen the house of the accused persons. There are 3 separate houses in one compound. 2 of those houses situates on the north and south portion of their homestead. Those houses situates facing each other. Adjacent to 2 houses, the third house situates in the western portion of the homestead, which front is facing to the east direction. The house situated on the western side is occupied by accused Nirmal, whereas
এই ঘরର ଯୋଉ ଆମେ ନବା
ସେ ଯୋଉ
ମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ଏପଟେ ଅଛି ଫେସ୍ କଲା ଗୋଟେ ଏପଟୁ ଫେସ୍ କରିଛି ୱେଷ୍ଟର୍ନ ସାଇଡ ମାନେ ଏପଟଟା
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ମାନେ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ରହୁଛି ଏଇ ୱେଷ୍ଟର୍ନ ସାଇଡ ଆପାଲାଣ୍ଟା ତାଙ୍କ ଇଏ ଅନୁଯାୟୀ
ସାର୍ 3ଟା ଘର ବାଁ
ହଁ,
ପଟେ ଡାହାଣ
ତିନିଟା
ପଟେ
ଘର ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ପାଉଣ୍ଡ ଭିତରେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ରହିଛି ହେଲା
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ହଁ।
ମଝିଟା
ଏଇଟା-
କୋର୍ଟ ୱାର୍ଡ
ମଝିଟା
ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ଦି ଜଣ ଯାକ ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ଘରେ ରହୁଛି
ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ରୁମ ରେ
ଅଲଗା ଘର
ସାମ୍ନା ସାମ୍ନା
ହଁ
ଆଚ୍ଛା ହଁ ତାପରେ କଣ ହେଲା
adjacent to those 2 houses, the third house situates on the western portion of the homestead, which front is facing to the east direction.
Hmm.
The house situated on the western side is occupied by accused Nirmal, whereas
ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ନିର୍ମାଣ ମାନେ ଯେଟା ଆକ୍ୟୁଟା
acquittal ହେଇଗଲା।
Hmm.
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
where is the house on the northern
The
side
house on the northern side is in the possession of the other accused Sudarshan.
Hmm.
The eastern side of that piece of land is open. On it, a footpath lies passing by the house of Sudarshan. That footpath is being used by the villagers.
କଣ ହେଲା ଆଉଥରେ କହିଲ ଦି ଇଷ୍ଟର୍ନ ସାଇଡ ଅଫ ଦି ହାଉସ ଇଜ ଦି ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଓପନ ମାନେ
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ଏପଟଟା ଓପନ ଅଛି
Sir,
on its footpath lies passing to cage
sir.
that footpath is being used by अच्छा सामना जो जाउची सेटा लोक माने व्यवहार करछन
Sir,
ଯିବା ଆସିବା କରନ୍ତି।
sir, ତିନିଟା ରୁମ୍ ଅଛି, ଗୋଟେ ପଟ ଫାଙ୍କା।
तापरे
On it a footpath lies passing by the house of Sudarshan.
मु से कथा कोनी मु कहूची आपनकर तीनटार पोजीशन जदी एई टाइप रो हला गोटे एपोर्ट को ताकू फेस कला गोटे एपोर्ट को फेस कला गोटे एपोर्ट को फेस कला से जा को जो एक्यूटल एक्यूट रो घरटा होची एठी और
Sir.
नॉर्थ साइड माने ए जो एपोर्ट रे होची से जो जोरा कन्विक्शन हेची
Okay.
हला तो सेमानको पुणी जो कहउछन्ती गोटे कंपाउंड ता माने गोटे कोन गेट फेट थिला कंपाउंड भीतर ना कोन
ना सर, जो तीनिटा रूम
कोर्टयार्ड रहउची ना
सर,
कोर्टयार्ड टा
गोटे
मझिरे रहिथिबो
सर
सामना रे रहिला गां रास्ता जोतर विलेजर्स जाउचन्ती ईस्टर्न साइड रे
सर मु कहि दउचे
हम्म।
सर आपन साइड रू गोटे रूम रहिला मोआडू फेस कर
हां सेही त मु
मैडम पटरू गोटे
हाँ।
रूम रहिला एडू फेस कर
राइट
सर एपोर्ट गोटे रूम रहिला एपोर्ट
सेपट
फेस
रूम
कर
नाही सेपट कोड रूम आहे
ଚାରିଟା କୋଡା ଆସିଲା
तीनटा सर
तीनटा होची एपटे ना अरे साउथ नॉर्थ कहउची परा
सर
साउथ
तीनी
नॉर्थ
गोटे
वेस्ट
रूम
कहउची
तीनटा रूम अछि गोटे पटे सर फांका अछि
से फांकाटा होची एपट साइड टा ईस्टर्न साइड टा फांका अछि जोटी रास्ता जाईची
हाँ,
जिबा
सर।
आसिया करंती हां ठीक
तीनिटा रूम को रहिछि गोटे मझिरे
नॉट ऑन दैट वी आर सेइंग दैट हम कहउची से जो
Courtyard,
कंपाउंड माने
कोटिया
we are
कुटियाटा
trying to locate where is the courtyard
सर गां रे हमर जेमति कहंती खंजा
Clarify.
Sir,
Fourth
अच्छा
clarify.
अच्छा ठीक है जाओ
proceed further
गोटा
Sir,
प्रथम थर
सेटा
मु
सर
देखुची गोटा
तीनिटा
302 के जोटा गोटा स्पॉट मैप तयारी है
Yes, fourth part.
सर तीनिटा रूम रो अगणा से
ऑलरेडी ऑलरेडी
चलो,
कैरी
proceed.
ऑन
my own house situated in 10 to 15 feet
my own house is situated 10 to 15 feet away from the house of Sudarshan. About 10 to 15 feet away from the empty space house of one of my uncle situates. The said house was occupied on the date of occurrence. The house of Susilika stands deceased, stands after one house from my house. Similarly, the house of Susilika and the house of my uncle stated above intervened by another house. It is not a fact that right after the occurrence, before going to the house of Sarjusika, I went to my house. At the time of occurrence, no other persons were present there, and hence nobody has witnessed the same.
राइट
At the time of occurrence, there was enough lights as it was already dawn by that time. After our arrival in front of the house of the accused person, we called the accused person.
After our arrival in front of the house of the accused persons, we called the
His
accused
name
person.
softly.
Okay, then
We called the name of Sudarshan. The door of that house was closed. The door house of accused Nirmal was closed. On our calling their names, both the accused person came out of their houses opening their respective doors. It is not a fact that accused Nirmala at the time told us why we were creating trouble always, and that on a previous occasion we had assaulted their mother, calling her a witch, and that we had assaulted his brother Sudarshan while he was going to his duties, and that he asked us to leave the place and don't show dadagiri. It is not a fact that by the time of
our arrival
our arrival at the spot, I was armed with a bhujali and the deceased was holding a brick bat. I did not assault accused Nirmala on his left shoulder by means of a bhujali, nor the deceased Susilika.
I did not assault the
I did not assault accused Nirmala on his left shoulder by means of a bhujali.
भुजियाल कोड तो इंजुरी फिंजुरी किछ नै
ना सर.
हां ब्रिक बैटर रहउची हां
हाँ.
Deny କରୁଛନ୍ତି.
nor the deceased
Nor the deceased Susilika attempted to assault the said.
So these questions have been put for this right of private defense, please.
Okay.
If you have the accused persons have a injury on any part of the body, like the sharp cutting weapon injury, then matter would have been different. ଆପଣ କହିଲେ ନା ସଜେସନ ଦେଲେ ତାକୁ ଯେ accused ନିର୍ମଳ assault କଲା ଗୋଟେ ଭୁଜିଆଲିରେ I did not ମାନେ କାହାକୁ ନା अच्छा माने ये PW8 assault कला accused निर्मल को कोथरे ना भुजियाली रे ता लेफ्ट शोल्डर तो निर्मल तो भुजियाली इंजुरी किछि नाही ना
Simple injury on his
simple injury
next time
yes okay next
nor the deceased
Nor the
Susilika
deceased Susilika attempted to assault the said accused by means of a brickbat. He was
this is it achieve.
Again,
All right. Then
he was holding. It is not a fact that while
so
the
you can say this is corresponding to that doctor injury.
injury below.
All right.
And
Yes.
fairly also concede, my lord, fairly to submit, my lord, କିଛି brick bats ବି ସେଇଠୁ seize ହେଇଛି ମାନେ
Acha.
କିଛି ପଥର
IOC
I will go to that, but let us finish it.
It is not a fact that while the deceased tried to assault Nirmal Balla on his head by means of a brickbat, Nirmal Balla ducked. Hence, the blow fell on the left shoulder of accused Nirmal, causing injury. Again, I have not seen or marked an injury on the left shoulder of accused Nirmal at the time of occurrence. It is not a fact that it is not a fact that time accused Sudarshan Balla protested.
এইটা মধ্যে ঠিক নୁହେଁ କାରଣ ସେ injury ଅଛି ତା left shoulder ରେ injury ହେଇଛି ଯୋଉଟା କି doctor ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି.
Again,
he says I have not seen.
He has not.
It is not a fact that time accused Sudarshan Balla protested why the deceased is assaulting his brother Nirmal. That on such protest, the deceased left accused Nirmal and rushed towards accused Sudarshan to assault him by means of the brickbat he was holding. It is not a fact that accused Sudarshan assaulted the deceased Susilika.
Then this suggestion corresponds to your 313 statement.
My lord.
That is your 313.
Okay, continue.
It is not a fact that accused Sudarshan assaulted the deceased Susilika by means of the iron strip only to save himself from the assault of said Susilika. It is also not a fact that the accused Sudarshan assaulted the deceased only when the latter rushed towards the accused with the brickbat in order to assault him.
ଏଇଆ ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ପ୍ଲି ହେଲା ଏପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଯାହା ସିଚୁଏସନ ଆମେ ଦେଖିଲୁଣି ଘଟଣା ଯାହା ବି ହେଇଛି ଅଲଗା କଥା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ସେଦିନ ସକାଳେ ଡିସିସ୍ଡ ଆଉ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଆଇ ୱିଟନେସ ଟି ଏ ଦି ଜଣ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ର ଘର ପାଖକୁ ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଡାକିଛନ୍ତି ସୋ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଘର ପାଖକୁ ଆସିଛି ମାନେ ତା ଘରୁ ବାହାରିକିନା ଆସିଛି ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ସହିତ ସେ ଆର ଯୋଉ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଟା ମଧ୍ୟ ବାହାରିକିନା ଆସିଛି ନିର୍ମଳ ବାହାରିକିନା ଆସିଛି ତାପରେ ଘଟଣାଟାର ଦିଟା ଆସୁଛି ଷ୍ଟୋରି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଷ୍ଟୋରି ହଉଛି ଯେ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଗୋଟେ ଯୋଉ ଡିସିଜ ଟା ସିଏ ହାତରେ ଗୋଟେ ବ୍ରିକ୍ ବ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଧରିଥିଲା ରାଇଟ
ସେ ଆଟାକ ବି କରିଛି
ନାଇଁ ସିଏ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଆସି ପଚାରିଲା ଯେ ତମେ ମାନେ କାହିଁକି ଆଉ ଆଗରୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ମୋ ମା କୁ କଣ ଇଏ କରିଥିଲା
ନା ସାର୍ ଏଟା ମା ହଉଛି ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ର ମା କୁ ସାର୍ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ମାନେ ମାରିଛନ୍ତି
ମୁଁ ସେଇଆ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଆସି ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜ କଲା ଯେ ମୋ ଘର ପାଖରେ ତମେ କାହିଁକି ଆସି ସକାଳୁ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ କରୁଛ କାହାକୁ କହିଲା ନା ଡିସିସ୍ଡ କୁ ଆଉ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଆଇ ୱିଟନେସ ଟାକୁ କହିଲା ରାଇଟ ତାପରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇଏରେ ବ୍ରିକ୍ ବ୍ୟାଟ ରେ ଆସଲ୍ଟ କଲା କୋଉଠିକି ନା ନିର୍ମଳକୁ ସୋଲ୍ଡର କୁ ଆସଲ୍ଟ ଏବଂ ସେଇ ବ୍ରିକ୍ ବ୍ୟାଟ ଧରିକିନି ସେ ଯାଉଥିଲା ଆସଲ୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ସରି ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ to save himself or whatever it may be ସେ ଗୋଟେ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଆଇରନ୍ କଣ ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ପ୍ଲି ହେଲା କିନ୍ତୁ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ପ୍ଲି ଟୋଟାଲ କିଛି ନାହିଁ ମାନେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ତରଫରୁ ସେ ନିର୍ମଳ କଥା ସିଏ ତାଙ୍କର କଣ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଇରନ୍ ରୋଡ ଆଜି ରେଜଲ୍ଟ ଅଫ ସୁଆନ୍ସୁ ନିର୍ମଳ assaulted ସୁଆନ୍ସୁ ଓକେ ନିର୍ମଳ ଇଞ୍ଜୁରି ବିଷୟରେ ସେମାନେ କିଛି ଏକ୍ସପ୍ଲାନେସନ ଦଉନାହାନ୍ତି ଯୋଉ ମାଇନର ଇଞ୍ଜୁରିଟା ହେଇଛି ସିମ୍ପଲ ଇଞ୍ଜୁରିଟା ହେଇଛି ଓକେ so
the fact remains that
they have attacked
they have come to your place and
that is
and
one of the things
they are the aggressor
yes
all right next ପଢନ୍ତୁ ତାପରେ କଣ ହେଲା
this is para 5 page 62 this is Susilika fell down after receiving one blow one blow on his head by means of the said iron strip. On seeing the assault on deceased, I became frightened and ran away from the spot. Thereafter, I did not return to spot till arrival of the police. A police case was initiated against me, the deceased, and others on the allegation that
Now, this is important. A police case is
was initiated against me.
Important. A police case is initiated against
Quota bill.
yes, para 6,
So, para 63 page para
This
6.
is-
A police case was initiated against me.
That relates to a
Yes.
prior previous
No, the
incident.
that-
Again.
assaulted नहीं अच्छा earlier one.
हाँ.
ठीक.
Sir, actually से जो
ସେଟା ମା କୁ ଯୋଉ
ମା
ଡାହାଣୀ
କିଛି ମାତ୍ରାରେ
କହୁଥିଲେ
ତା ଆଗରୁ
ଡାହାଣୀ କହୁଥିଲେ
ସେ ଡାହାଣୀ
ଆଗରୁ
କହିକି
ଯୋଉ
ମାରିଥିଲେ
ଇଏ କରୁଥିଲେ,
ଏବଂ ସିଏ ଯେହେତୁ ଏଫଆଇଆର ଟା ଦେଇଛି ତାଙ୍କର ଚାର୍ଜସିଟ୍ ହେଇଛି ଏମାନେ ତାକୁ
That is
ଆଟାକ୍
motive.
କରୁଛନ୍ତି.
That is
Oh,
motive.
okay.
Fix. Okay.
ହୁଁ,
A police case was initiated against me, the deceased and others on the allegation that we had assaulted the mother of the accused person, claiming her to be a witch. That case has already been disposed of. There was previous enmity between us and accused Sudarshan because of such criminal case. It is not a fact that the mother of accused person is not being allowed to enter into the village on the allegation that she is a witch. It is not a fact that due to such previous enmity, we had
We have not
nursed a
Nor-
grudge.
nor the age.
Nursed a grudge against accused Sudarshan, and we are looking for an opportunity to assault him. That on the previous night of the occurrence at the dance place, we picked up quarrel with the said accused. That at the time of performing dance, we saw accused Sudarshan proceeding towards Rajgangapur to attend his duties, and that we stopped him there. It is not a fact that after stopping accused Sudarshan, we manhandled him and the other villagers came there and intervened in the matter. That in course of such a tussle, my Ganji and the Ganji of Sarjusika was torn, and that Sudarsana returned to his home being afraid.
ଏଇଟା ସେ ପ୍ରିଭିୟସ ଡେ ର
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ଘଟଣା
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ଭିତରେ ସଜେସନ ଦଉଛନ୍ତି ସେ ସବୁ ମନା କରୁଛି
ଆଜ୍ଞା.
ହଁ
There were about 50 persons present in the community dance at that time. I do not know when the dance started and to what hour the same continued. I arrived at that place at about 8 p.m. I remained there till 10 p.m. when the dispute arose. Thereafter, my relations took me away from that place. I cannot say the names of any of the persons who intervened in the matter. I did not see in which direction the accused persons went after the occurrence of the previous night. The deceased Susilika was not present in the dance place. Susilika means deceased. Eka was not present in the dance place on the previous night when that occurrence took place. I did not meet deceased Susilika
in the night.
I slept in the entire night and got up at about 5 a.m. On the next morning, I came out of my house and met deceased Susilika. ତ 5ଟା ବେଳେ ଉଠିଛି ଆସି ଭେଟିଛି. Our house situates close to each other. It is not a fact that the house of deceased Susilika is not visible from the front yard of my house. It is not a fact that the night myself and Susilika conspired and planned to kill accused Sudarshan Balla while he proceeds to his workplace. That we waited for him on his row, but finding him not proceeding his duties that day, we came to his house, and that at that time I was armed with bhujali and the deceased Susilika was armed with a brick bat. We had not lodged any report in the police station regarding the incident that took place in the night of 17th October.
ସେ ଯୋଉ ନାଚ୍ୟ ପାଖରେ ଯୋଉ
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
ଚିରାଚିରି ହେଲା
Nor we made any request to any of the village elders to settle the dispute. I noticed one injury on the head of the deceased at the time of inquest. I cannot say if he had sustained any other injury on his body because the same was covered with a pant and shirt.
Mm.
I had narrated about the occurrence before the ward member at the time of inquest.
Mm.
I was examined by the police and my statement was recorded. It is not a fact that I have not stated before the IO that in the occurrence of the previous night, the accused torn by shirt and that I have stated that my ganji was torn by the accused persons.
Mm.
On that day, I was wearing a shirt. I was not wearing any ganji. I had produced the torn shirt before the IO who sees the same. It is not a fact that I am not stating the truth before the court and that due to previous enmity, I am deposing against the accused person on convocation.
Okay, who is the IO in this case?
IO my lord, PW3 ମୁଁ ସେଟା ପଢୁଛି ତାପରେ
Hmm.
PW3
Vicky,
page 47 ଇଏ ହଉଛି the relative of accused,
Uncle of the.
uncle of accused.
he has not supported the prosecution case.
No, he is basically
My lord,
supporting. He is basically. You have told him to report it
yes.
when
ମୁଁ
he
କହିଲା
were
ପରେ
attack in the morning.
ଇଏ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଯାଇଛି ସେଠି ରିପୋର୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ but that has manipulated.
So, he is the Koka.
Yes, my lord.
Acha, upon.
ଆଜ୍ଞା sir, page 47.
Yes.
I know accused Nirmala and Sudarshan standing in dock. I knew deceased Susilika in his lifetime. The deceased died about 2 years back. On the morning following Nuakhai in the year 1999, I came out of my house and found that the dead body of the deceased was lying in front of the house of Julius Balla, who is the uncle of both the accused persons. I was examined by the police and my statement was recorded. At this stage, the London Public Prosecutor files a petition under Section 154 of Evidence Act to allow him to put leading questions to the witness with respect to his previous statement recorded by the IO.
Cross question.
Again?
Cross question.
Again.
It is a fact that.
Cross examination. It is a fact that I have stated before the IO that on coming out, I found that deceased Susilika was lying dead in front of the house of accused Sudarshan Balla. It is not a fact that I stated that to the IO that morning, hearing hue and cry, I came out of my house, that the deceased has sustained a bleeding injury on his head, that accused Sudarshan was holding a iron stick and accused Nirmala was holding a thenga and we are standing there. That on my query,
deny kala je mu kahini beli.
Again, that on my query, both the accused person stated that as the deceased came to assault them by means of a brick, both the accused person assaulted the deceased and had killed them, and that once Sushil Balla ran away from that place. Both the accused persons are my nephews. It is not a fact that I am deposing falsehood to save the accused person from legal punishment. Cross-examined by defense. Immediately after my arrival at the spot where the dead body was lying, accused Sudarshan intimated about the dead body and requested me to proceed to the PS to make a report about the same.
Requested me to proceed to the PS.
Accordingly, proceeded to the Lanjiberan outpost where I intimated the police babu about the lying of the dead body of deceased. Police inquired my name and reduced my statement into writing. I put my signature on my report. Then police came to our village along with me. We came in a police jeep.
No, the intimation that was given to this PW3,
Sir,
which he admits, of course, in the cross-examination, that the appellant intimated about the dead body and requested to report. Report means about the lying of the dead body, not that he was assaulted or any other person was assaulted. That he has not stated before this PW3 to go and report. So what he says that I went to Lanji Berala
police
outpost where I intimated police babu about the lying of the dead body.
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ତେଣୁ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ପ୍ଲିଟା ନେଇଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆମକୁ ଯୋଉ ମାଡ ହେଲା ସେ ବିଷୟରେ ଆପଣ ପଳେଇ ଆସୁନାହାନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଥରେ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଷ୍ଟେଟମେଣ୍ଟ ପଳେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ସେ ବିଷୟରେ ଆମେ ପଠେଇଥିଲୁ ସେଟା ଠିକ ନୁହେଁ କାରଣ PW3 କହିଲା ଖାଲି ସେ ଡେଡ ବଡି ଟାକୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦେଖିଲା ଆପଣ କହିଲେ ଡେଡ ବଡି ଇଏ ବିଷୟରେ ଯାଇକିନି ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଟା ଦିଅ ଆଉ ଥରେ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ ଷ୍ଟେଟମେଣ୍ଟ ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ଜାଗାଟାକୁ ଆଣିଲେ
ସେ କ୍ରସ୍ ଏକ୍ସାମିନରେ ସେ କହିଛି ସେ କଥା
ହଁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉଟା କହିଲେ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ଯାହା ଯାହା ଘଟଣା ହେଲା ଏମିତି ଯୋଉ ଇଟା ଭୁଜାଲି ଧରିକିନି ଡାକିଲେ ଅମକ ସମକ ମାରିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କଲା ଏସବୁ ବିଷୟରେ ଏସବୁ ବିଷୟରେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର କକାକୁ ରିପୋର୍ଟ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ପଠାଇଲେ କକା ମାନେ ଯଦି PW3
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆଉ ହେଲା ତ
ସାର୍
PW3 କୁ ରିପୋର୍ଟ କଲେ କିନ୍ତୁ PW3 ର କୁ ଆଣିବା କଥା ଥିଲା ଯଦି ସିଏ ହୋଷ୍ଟାଇଲ ହେଲା ତାହେଲେ ଯେ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଟା କେବଳ ପଠା ହେଇଥିଲା ତାଙ୍କୁ ଯୋଉ assault ବିଷୟରେ ରିପୋର୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ସେଇଟା ଆଣିଲେନି ଖାଲି
ସାର୍ ସେଇଟା କିନ୍ତୁ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଇଏ ସାର୍
ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଏକ ତ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ନାହିଁ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଟା ଏକ୍ଜିବିଟ ହେଇନି ରିପୋର୍ଟ ନାହିଁ
ରିପୋର୍ଟ ନାହିଁ
ସିଏ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଦବାକୁ ଯାଇଥିଲା ସିଏ କହୁନି ଯେ ମାନେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ assault ବିଷୟରେ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଦବାକୁ ଯାଇଥିଲା ସେ ବିଷୟରେ କହୁନି
PW3 ର ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଟାକୁ ମ୍ୟାନିପୁଲେଟ କରାହେଇଛି ଏଇଥିରେ
ଆପଣ
ସାର୍ ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ଗୋଟେ ମିନିଟ ଖାଲି
ହୁଁ
ଯେ ଯୋଉ ଇଏ କହୁ ସାର୍ ମୁଁ ଯାଇଛି ଦବା ପାଇଁ FIR
ହୁଁ
ସାର୍ ପ୍ରସିକ୍ୟୁସନ ୱିଟନେସ୍ 1 ଏ ଯୋଉ ବ୍ରଦର ଅଫ ଡିସିଜ ସିଏ କହୁଛି ମୁଁ ଏଟା ହେଲା ପରେ ଦେଖିଲା ପରେ ମୁଁ ୱାର୍ଡ ମେମ୍ବରକୁ ଧରି ଗଲି ସେ FIR ଦବା ପାଇଁ କିନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ PW11 ଯେ ଯୋଉ ସରି ASI ସିଏ କହୁଛି ମୁଁ ହାଟକୁ ଆସିଥିଲି 7:30 ବେଳେ ଶୁଣିଲି ଯେ ଯୋଉ ଏମିତି ଗୋଟେ ଇନସିଡେଣ୍ଟ ହେଇଛି ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ଯାଇକି ସେଠୁ ସେ ଜାଗାକୁ ଗଲି ଜାଗା ଗଲା ପରେ ମୁଁ FIR ଟା ଦେଇଛି
ଓକେ ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ଏ ଯୋଉ ଲାଞ୍ଜି ବେରେଣା
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଆଉଟପୋଷ୍ଟ ଲାଞ୍ଜି ବେରେଣା ଆଉଟପୋଷ୍ଟ ର କୌଣସି ପୋଲିସ ଅଫିସର ଏକ୍ସାମ ନେଇଛନ୍ତି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
କିଏ
ସାର୍ ଏ ଯୋଉ PW12
ହଁ ସେଠିକି ଆସୁନାହାନ୍ତି
ASI
ହଁ PW12 ତାହେଲେ
Ajim Khan.
ଆଜ୍ଞା
Okay, let us come to that.
ଆଉଟପୋଷ୍ଟ
ଯାହା ବି ହଉ
ପଠେଇଛନ୍ତି IIC ରାଜଗାଙ୍ଗପୁରକୁ for the formal FIR registration
Obviously, the
obviously but that
outpost.
is regarding the murder not
Murder,
regarding
regarding-
attack on
regarding the murder
Murder.
ତାଙ୍କ କଥାଟା ମନା
That's right.
କରୁଛନ୍ତି
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ASI ସେ କିଛି କହୁଛି କି ଯେ PW3 ଆସିକିନି କଣ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଦେଲା କଣ ହେଲା ଏ
ନା।
ବିଷୟରେ
ସେ ମନା କରୁଛନ୍ତି
ସେ
ସେଇଟା
ମନା କରୁଛନ୍ତି।
ଦେଖିବ frequent କହୁଛି ପଢ
ଏକ୍ସାମିନେସନ ପାରା 4 ରେ ମନା
Sir, page 77.
Hmm.
On 18/10/19, I was the SI of Lanjiveran outpost. On that day at 7:30 a.m. in the Lanjiveran market, I heard a rumor that a murder has been committed in village Alanda Rangabal. I mentioned this fact in Lanjiveran station diary bearing number 263 dated 18/10/19 and proceeded to the case village. Arriving at village Alanda Rangaba, I found Sarju Sikka, who orally reported, PW1, Sarju Sikka, who orally reported before me that on the previous night, on 17/10/19, they were observing Nuakhai festival, where Sudarshan Balla and the deceased quarreled. They were separated and the deceased was sent to his house. ଏଠି କିନ୍ତୁ ଡିସିଜ୍ ନଥିଲା 17/10
just a minute ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବର୍ଲା ହେଲା ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ
ସାର୍
ଆଉ ଡିସିଜ୍ଡ ହଉଛି ତ ସୁଶୀଲ ଓକେ
ସୁଶୀଲିକା
ହଁ ତାକୁ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ଦିଆ ହେଲା କିଏ ଦେଲା PW1 ଦେଲା
ନା ସାର୍ ଇଏ ଏଠି କହୁଛି ଓନ୍ ସେ ଯାଇଥିଲା ହାଟକୁ ଯାଇଥିଲା ଶୁଣିଲା
ସେ ତାପରେ ପଳେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ତାପରେ ସେ ଗଲା ପରା ସେଠିକି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ପ୍ରୋସିଡେଡ ଟୁ ଦି କେସ୍ ଭିଲେଜ କହୁଛି
ସାର୍ PW1
ତାପରେ ସେ କଣ ଓରାଲ ରିପୋର୍ଟ କଣ ପାଇଲା ସେଇଟା ହଉଛି ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ
ଆଜ୍ଞା,
କଣ ରିପୋର୍ଟ ପାଇଲା
they were sir ଏଇଟା ପଢୁଛି who orally reported before me that on the previous night, that is 17/10/19, they were observing Nuakhai festival where Sudarshan Balla and the deceased quarreled. They were separated and the deceased was sent to his house.
We are taking pause for a moment,
Sir,
Mrs. Patnaik. If that is the oral report given to this gentleman PW12 which he has reduced to writing, then how in the report something else has been mentioned, because in the report it is mentioned that deceased was not there at all.
This is a little confusion, my lord, because Susilika, Susil Barla, Sudarshan
ନା କିଛି କନଫ୍ୟୁଜନ ନାହିଁ ଆପଣ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ହଉଛି ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଆଉ ଡିସିଜ୍ଡ ଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ କଳି ହେଇଥିଲା କୋଉଠି ହେଇଥିଲା ନା ନୂଆଖାଇ ଫେଷ୍ଟିଭାଲ ରେ ହେଇଥିଲା କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ଲୋକଟା ରିପୋର୍ଟଟା ଓରାଲି ରିପୋର୍ଟଟାକୁ ରିଡ୍ୟୁସ ଟୁ ରାଇଟିଂ କରିଛି ନା ନାଇଁ? Right,
ଏଫଆଇଆର
this-
ଠିକ ଅଛି,
ହଁ ଏଫଆଇଆର ଠିକ ଅଛି।
ଏଫଆଇଆର ତ ସେ କହୁଛି ଯେ କଣ both of them had gone.
ଏଫଆଇଆର ରେ 17 ତାରିଖ ଘଟଣାଟାକୁ
Sir,
ଆଉଥରେ
FIR ରେ
ଆସ।
ଏଥିରେ ନାହିଁ,
Please,
this is
please,
ନା
no,
ନାହିଁ।
please wait. At this stage, let us come to the
FIR.
FIR.
Page
He
23.
orally submitted PW2, who has reduced that FIR into writing. That
PW1,
ହଁ
PW1.
ମୋ ପାଖରେ କଣ ଇନଫରମେସନ ଦେଲା, ଅର୍ଥାତ ମତେ କଣ ସେ ମୌଖିକ ଭାବରେ କହିଲା।
ହୁଁ।
ମୌଖିକ ଭାବରେ ତାକୁ PW1 କହିଲା ଯେ ଗତକାଲି ରାତିରେ ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ନୂଆଖାଇ ଫେଷ୍ଟିଭାଲ ରେ ଥିଲା ସେତେବେଳେ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବଲ୍ଲା ଆଉ ଡିସିଜ୍ଡ ଭିତରେ କ୍ୱାରଲ ହେଲା, ରାଇଟ୍? ତ ସେଇଆ ସେ ଲେଖିବା କଥା।
Deceased ର ଭାଇ ବିଷୟରେ quarrel ହେଲା।
Deceased ର ଭାଇ ବିଷୟରେ
Deceased ର ଭାଇ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ quarrel
Deceased
ହେଇଛି।
ସେଠି ନଥିଲା,
Deceased
Deceased ସକାଳେ
ନଥିଲା।
ଆସିଥିଲା।
That is true. This is
ତାହେଲେ
not like.
ସେଇ
ହଁ।
କିନ୍ତୁ FIR is very clear. ଏଇଟା
ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ସେ କଥା କହୁନି, ମୁଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ କହୁଛି ଆପଣ ଯିଏ ଓରାଲ ଇନଫରମେସନ ଟାକୁ ରିଡ୍ୟୁସ ଟୁ ରାଇଟିଂ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଶୁଣେଇଛନ୍ତି, ପଢି ଶୁଣେଇ ବୁଝିକିନି ସେ ଠିକ ଥିବା ଜାଣି ଦସ୍ତଖତ କଲା ବା ଟିପ ଚିହ୍ନ ଦେଲା, ଏଟା କଣ ଦସ୍ତଖତ କରିଛି ନା ଟିପ ଚିହ୍ନ ଦେଇଛି? ଏଫଆଇଆର ରେ କଣ ଅଛି? ସାଇନ ନାହିଁ, ଏଟା ବୋଧେ ଟିପ ଚିହ୍ନ ଥିବ। ଦେଖ ଓରିଜିନାଲ ଟା ହେଲ ଏଇ ୱେଟ ଏଫଆଇଆର ଟା ଦିଅ। ଏକ୍ସିବିଟ ମାର୍କ ହେଇଛି ଏକ୍ସିବିଟ 1 ହଁ କଣ ପାଇଁ ନେଇନାହାନ୍ତି? ହଁ କଣଟା ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି? Yes, who is doing this? See, 302 appeal hearing is going on, and you will not have the LCR, original LCR with you. Every case which has been listed, the original LCR should come here.
It लिखा है जी पढ़ी सुनेवा, there are more. That means he might have given the some impression.
ହଁ ସାର୍, ମୁଁ ପଢି ଶୁଣେଇ ଦେବାରେ ମୋର କହିବା ମୁତାବକ ଠିକ ଲେଖା ଥିବା
So, Mrs. Patnaik,
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
what we want to point it out, ଜଣେ ଲୋକକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଇନଫରମେସନ ଦିଆଯାଉଛି,
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ସିଏ
It gave the signature at the side.
ହଁ
This signature as the report is signature.
ହଁ ସିଏ ଯାହାଟା ଦିଆହଉଛି ସିଏ ମଧ୍ୟ ଲେଖୁଛି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଯାହା ମତେ ଦିଆଗଲା ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଲେଖିକିନି ତାକୁ ପଢି ଶୁଣେଇଲି କାହାକୁ ନା ଏତଲାକାରୀକୁ, ଏତଲାକାରୀ ଠିକ ଥିବା ଜାଣିକି ତା ଦେହରେ ଦସ୍ତଖତ କଲା ବା ଟିପ ଦେଲା, ଯାହା ବି ହଉ। ତ ତାକୁ ଯଦି PW1 ଇନଫରମେସନ ଦେଲା ଯେ 17 ତାରିଖ ରାତିରେ ନୂଆଖାଇ ଫେଷ୍ଟିଭାଲ ପାଖରେ ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ଆଉ ଡିସିଜ୍ଡ ଭିତରେ କଳି ହେଲା, ସିଏ ଏ କଥା କୋଉଠୁ ପାଇଲା? ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଲେଖିଛି ପ୍ଲିଜ କମ୍ ଟୁ ଦି 17 ଘଟଣା, କମ୍ ଟୁ ଦି 17 ଘଟଣା ପେଜ 23 କୁ।
FIR ଆଜ୍ଞା।
କଣ ତାକୁ 17 ଘଟଣା ବିଷୟରେ ସେ ଲେଖିଛି, ତାକୁ କଣ ଇନଫରମେସନ ମିଳିଲା?
ମଝିରୁ ପଡୁଛି, ଗତକାଲି ରବିବାର ତାରିଖ ମାନେ ମଝିରୁ ଅଛି। ଗତକାଲି ରବିବାର ତାରିଖ 17/10/19 ଆମ ଗାଁର ନୂଆଖାଇ ପର୍ବ ପାଳିତ ହଉଥିଲା ଏବଂ ରାତି 10ଟା ସମୟରେ ଚର୍ଚ୍ଚ ପାଖ ପଡିଆରେ ନାଚ ଗୀତ ଚାଲୁଥିବା ସମୟରେ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାଲା ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ନମ୍ବର 1 ଏବଂ ତାର ଭାଇ ନିର୍ମଳ ଆକ୍ୟୁଟେଡ 1 ମତେ ଏବଂ ମୋର ସାଙ୍ଗ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ସହିତ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ କରି ଆମ 2 ଜଣଙ୍କର ଗେଞ୍ଜି ଫାଡି ଦେଇଥିଲା ନାଚରେ। ତେଣୁ ଏଇଠି ଡିସିଜ୍ ନାହିଁ, ଡିସିଜ୍ କଥା ସେ କହୁନି,
Deceased ତ ନଥିଲା ନା।
ହଁ ଡିସିଜ୍ ନଥିଲା, କିନ୍ତୁ ଏଏସଆଇ ଯୋଉ ଭୁଲ କହିଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଯେ ଡିସିଜ୍ ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ, that is a mistake on his part.
Mistake ନୁହେଁ, it is a information was given to you something. You have written something else in the FIR.
But it was read over.
That means that you have not correctly read over the matter. You have on your own you have recorded the FIR. So the lodging of the FIR is suspicious.
Well, PW1 is very clear. ସେ ତ କହୁଛି ଯେ ଡିସିଜ୍ ବି ନଥିଲା। PW1 ତାର ଡିପୋଜିସନ ରେ କହୁଛି ଡିସିଜ୍ was not there.
ଯଦି ଡିସିଜ୍ ନଥିଲା ତାହେଲେ ଏଇ ଟାଇପ ର ଇନଫରମେସନ ସିଏ କେମିତି ଦେଲା PW12? ଏଗୁଡା ସବୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାକ୍ଷୀ, ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଡକୁମେଣ୍ଟ। ଗୋଟେ ସାକ୍ଷୀ କହୁଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କର PW1 ଯେ डिसीज जो 17 तारीख संध्यारे जो घटना हैला राति रे नाच्य पाखे टोटाल नथिला ता पर दिन जेतेबेले पुलिस बाबू आसिले सीए कहूची अकॉर्डिंग टू PW12 जे ये जो गंडगोलटा हैला सेटा कहा का भीतर हैला ना PW जो अपेलेंट विथ आउ डिसीज्ड भीतर हैला. Is it correct thing whether your witnesses match with each other?
No, that is not correct. This was not there.
तो जदी मु कहया कथा आउ गोटे I am going a step further. जदी ताकू information आसिला जे only appellant आउ deceased भितरे कजिया हेइथिला बेली ताले कागजरे आपण केमिति लेखिले जे से जो भाई कथा से जो कोन सांग जो सुशील बारला सहित कजिया हला ए गुडा को
FIR is the initiation.
But which is the correct story?
FIR is the correct story.
No, that is contradicted by PW3.
But
when the information has not been given to PW12 in that respect, how will she write in that respect? PW12 को से information तो दिया नला PW12 पर कहूची हमें समस्त वर्तमान पेज 77 रहउछु PW77 को whether he says that any information was given that there was quarrel between Sudarshan Barla the appellant and the informant and the PW8 on the other side and से जो साठ चिरा चिरी हला एभली किछि information ताकू देला बेली PW1 कहूची कि से तो केवल कहूची अपेलेंट आउ डिसीज्ड विषय रे क्वारल हला एवं तांको अलगा
सेटा से भूल कहउचंती बट एक्चुअली इनिशियल FIR and the PW1 statement and eyewitness version.
Now you go further. What else?
Each other.
What he further reported? Just see that.
On 1799, they were observing Nuakhai festival where Sudarshan Bala and the deceased quarreled. They were separated and the deceased was sent to his house. He further reported before me.
He means PW1.
My lord.
Right.
Yes. He further reported before me that thereafter on the next day the deceased Sushil deceased and Sushil Barla.
Sushil Barla is that PW8.
8, my lord. Went to the house of accused Nirmal Barla and Sudarshan Barla to ask why they quarrel with the deceased. At that time, the accused person assaulted the deceased by means of iron strip and killed him. I reduced the oral report of the informant Sarjosika into writing, read over and explained this same to him. After finding...
You see this, Mrs. Patnaik?
Yes, sir.
Again, ताकू information कौन देला PW1 दे मते मुदाला माने ताकू आयरन रॉड रे मारिचंती माने कहा को डिसीज को एथि तो माने टोटल से जो बाउंस ठेंगा रे से जो आरो अक्यूज्ड मारला जी अक्यूटर हला निर्मल बरला एमती तो किसी information नथिला से कहूनी जे कोनसी बांबू लाठी यूज हेची बेली घटना बेले
नै निर्मल धरथला बांबू लाठी बोली अछि
ओ ताकू कोनटा information PW12 जे FIR टा लेखी जी ताकू PW1 कौन information देला we are harping एगुडा को होची से ए जहा सब कहूची से कहूची मु आसी स्पॉट रे पहुंचिला परे PW1 मते एया कहला तापरे मु ताकू लेखिला परे पढ़ी सुनेइली यदि एया होची ताले PW1 सुनेइला जे मुदाला माने ताकू iron rod रे मारिछन
accused persons
at
that time the accused persons have assaulted the deceased by means of both of them were assaulting.
So where from he got that accused Nirmala assaulted by means of a bamboo जदि एया information नथिला आपणकर पुलिस ऑफिसर जे एतला लेखुची ता देरे एई सब मनगढ़ा कहानी लेखुची माने ता देरे पुरोची से जो प्रथम assault 17 तारीख घटना ने देरे exaggerate करूची या देरे से लाठी रे मारथला बेली कहूची ताले FIR टा आपणकर सस्पिशियस हे जाउनी जे गोटे घटना ताकू information गोटे प्रकार दिया आइतला सी ताकू अलगा प्रकार लेखिकिनी छाड़िला
and he sent it to again the IIC.
That is the FIR.
So that is by the at the time the accused persons assault
those things are added in between.
At the time the accused persons assaulted the deceased by means of iron strip and killed him.
बाउंस कोठी अछि कहले ताकू इन्फॉर्मेशन थिला जे कोनोसी बाउंस बाड़ी व्यवहार जोड़ा आसुना एठी आउथरे एफआईआर को पळे आसु हमर सेई लाइन टाକୁ पळे आसु आउथरे देखिबे से लाइन नो इन्फॉर्मेशन ता पाखरे कोठी थिला मते देखाबो लुहा पाती रे मोर भाईर मुंड को पिटी पकेला तापर होची मोर भाईर मुंड निर्मल बारला एही समय रे गोटिए पेज 24 निर्मल बारला एही समय रे गोटिए ठेंगा रे मोर भाई को पिटी पकाइला भाई घटनास्थल रे पड़ीगला एई जो लाइन एई जो इन्फॉर्मेशन जाकू कि सी लेखिची लेखिकिनी रिड्यूस टू राइटिंग करी कहूची मु पढ़ी सुनेले एई इन्फॉर्मेशन तो ताकू PW1 देई नथिला से निजे कहूची ए टाइप रो किछि इन्फॉर्मेशन नथिला ता पारे केवल गोटिए मात्र वेपन यूज हेची सेटा होची आयरन स्टिक ठेंगा व्यवहार हेची डिसीज को मारिवा को ए विषय रे जदी इन्फॉर्मेशन नथिला आपनकर पुलिस बाबू जदी से कथा लेखुचंती केवल सेतिकी लेखुनांती 17 तारीख घटना विषय रे जो से जहा लेखिचंती सेटा मध्ये इन्फॉर्मेशन नथिला बेली जहा जणा पडुची PW12 रो एविडेंस
17 तारिख रे डिसीज नथिला से लेखुचंती डिसीज थिला
My lord, what my humble submission in this that FIR has been lodged immediately after on the day of occurrence. FIR ta jota hai plate paper FIR which is on 23 page 23 that has been lodged on 18/10 just immediately. PW12 for deposition is in 2004. So my lord, this omission it doesn't go into the root of the prosecution.
He is your police officer.
No, police officer investigation how jana bhi achanti.
No, that's a different matter. The person who has written down the FIR, your public prosecutor is bringing a witness who is a police officer to court. He must have trained him before the asking him to go to the witness box. How can he give such type of statement? We are to see the root of the matter. There are number of decisions जदि FIR टा suspicious हुए जदि सेही स्टेज रु मध्य prosecution try to manipulate the story ताहाले prosecution case suspicious हेई जीवो
मोर एटी कहा कथा होची FIR informant PW1 version and PW8 version the eyewitness they corroborate each other.
Another side version is also coming out.
No, my lord, why
side version is the uncle.
In this case, my lord.
Kindly listen. Side version is the uncle of the deceased, and he also gave the oral information to this Khan.
Se mana kurchi. Khan is saying no. And nobody had come to me.
In whose information he is reducing down. That's another story coming forward.
That is your lordship is rightly putting the question, my lord. He hochi Sarjuika. PW1 ro information taku se कहउचंती मोते से देला देखाला ता संगरे मु सेटा मते से मते ओराली कहला मु सेटा
ये से जो आर PW3 रो इंफॉर्मेशन विषय किछ कहउनी
से मना कुछ से आसनी बोली से प्रोसेक्यूशन कोरे
सर PW1
व्हाट सेटा क्लैरिफाई करला पर
पारा 4 रे कुडी कहना
पेज 79 it is not a fact that on the date of occurrence Sarju Sikka and ward member of the village appeared before me at Lanjibarna outpost and orally reported about the occurrence. Eta bi se mana korchi. Se kochi mu jaithili se mate seiti कहला. Emane kintu PW1 कहउछि जे हमें जाइथिलु.
So
थाना नै मतलब that is there. That part is there.
PW3 कहउछि ना मु जाई कि कहि.
नै ता कहउछि. It is not PW1 कहना कहउछि.
नै PW1 let us come take pause for a moment. PW1 evidence रे
से हमें जाइथिलु.
आसियो ना. Sir PW1 वाला सार्जु सिक्का
पेज 40
एवं से PW8 मध्ये कोन कहउछि PW8 को पळे आसन से तो एतलाकारी ना से कोन कहउछि हमें जाएंगे नहीं
एतलाकारी PW1 एतलाकारी
अच्छा PW1 एतलाकारी
informative
right
and now you have to clarify whether PW1 is the informant or PW3.
all right PW1 रो informant से कोन कहला लास्ट पोर्शन
पैराग्राफ 4 टा देखो तो मेलो
वाला 4 ये
on our arrival we found that my brother had already died. There was bleeding on the top of the head. Then myself and the ward member of our village.
Ward member ki?
Basil Kindo. PW6.
Basil Kindo is
PW6.
Okay.
Of our village went to Lanjibarna outpost and reported about the occurrence orally. Then the police officer reduced my report into writing, read over and explained it to me. finding the same to be correct, I put my signature on it.
Tale Mrs. Patnaik, just think over it. This cannot be the first information report. This report, which according to PW1 was given and exhibited as Exhibit 1, that cannot be first information report, because if we believe your witness version that PW12 came to the village, he got a oral report which he reduced to writing, that should have been treated as the first information report. It's not the report which PW1 is telling, it's another report which was given at the police station.
No, my lord, only the place of giving the report is
No.
disputed.
How can you say so?
He is saying, ame gallu kahilu, ye kochi mate gaare kahi.
Seita, that is not the gaare jodi kahila, seita hochi prathama report na, ta pare jai jota थाना रे दिया ला सेटा प्रथम रिपोर्ट
गाँ रे से कोच मते ओराली कहिला सेटा रिड्यूस कले थाना को जाई की
के कहला तारा
दैट इज द
नो कोडी आसन आपण 12 नंबर साकी को कोडी से कहला मु ओराली रिपोर्ट देला परे मु जाईनी थाना रे रिड्यूस कली प्लीज कम टू दैट PW12 एविडेंस पेज 77
पेज 77 रे पछाडू तळाडू पडछ माने they were separated and the decided to charon this he
नहीं आगे देखो से ऊपर कहूची मु विलेज अलंडा रेंगा बहाल रे पहुंचिला परे मते ओराली रिपोर्ट
सेट आका सुनिली गोटे एमती रूमर गोटे माटा देछि सेट स्टेशन डायरी एंट्री करली
तापर गली जाईनी पहुंचिली कोडी विलेज रे पहुंचिली
arriving at village around the renga bala I found Sarjusika PW1 who orally reported before me that on the previous night, that is 17/10 they were observing Nuakhai festival where Sudarshan Bala, the appellant, accused, and the deceased quarreled. Actually, this is a bhai. It actually this is a bhai.
आपण छाडी दियौ तापर पळायसन I reduce the oral report of the subject. से जदी कहिथांदा जे मते देला तापर मु तांकू नेगिने आसिली आउटपोस्ट को सेठी मु लेखा पढा कली सेठी ही इन्फॉर्मेंट सेठी दस्तखत कला आपनकर मैटर वुड हैव बीन डिफरेंट
minor discrepancy my lord
minor discrepancy no आपण गोटे रिपोर्ट थाना आपण देखंतु काहे कि ऐसा होउची ना जो रिपोर्ट ता प्रथम रे दिया हिची गां रे से रिपोर्ट रो वर्जन को हमें जदी PW12 बन जाई नबा ताले दैट वाज सम अदर काइंड ऑफ थिंग वाज रिपोर्टेड सेति पई सेठी से बाउंसो कथा नाही हला से जो 17 तारिख रो कळी गोटे अलगा प्रकार हिची से विषय रे नाही से जो रिपोर्टा मिली प्रथम रिपोर्टा से सब रे PW12 रो वर्जन अनुଯାयी हुए तो रिपोर्ट टी आसी जोटा को की चिराई गला दैट रिपोर्ट हैज नॉट सीन द लाइट ऑफ द डे आउ गोटे रिपोर्ट जोटा की थाना रे जाई किनी लेखा हला परे जोटा आपन कर एग्जिबिट दैट हैज बीन मार्क्ड एज एग्जिबिट तणु जदी आपन कर
submission achi my lord this is insignificant because
no not insignificant
why I'm saying because
if you suppress the first information report everything goes how can you that is the basis of your case
why I'm saying my lord the only thing that needs to be decided is because whether the right to private defense or my lord
सुनो तो आपण थरे जदी FIR टा को चापी देले ना तापर तो आपण मन गडा कहानी गडी देले सेटू तो चालिबो आपनकर साखी करोबोरेट करि जीवो ना
then you can blast
bring 80 CLT 90 CLT ना 90 CLT दला page 1 justice KP Mahapatra
my lord here
no
death is not death is decided death is decisive my lord because and both the accused person admit करू
Katak law times 1990 data volume 91 data volume
so this is the very specific
this is Mr. Mrs. Patnaik गोटे केस मु आपन को देबी प्रबीर पालित वाज आर्गुइंग कोर्ट नंबर 6 KP Mahapatra and the other judge I am not remembering the name everything is consistent all the prosecution witnesses have consistently stated that the occurrence has taken place the accused persons assaulted the finding is that the initial oral report which was given and reduced to writing that has been suppressed सेइथरे फाइंडिंग आसी तापर तो सब आपनकर चली आसीबो ना आपनकर एठी जो रिपोर्टटा आसीकिनी गां रे से पहुंचिला परे से रिपोर्ट रे दिया हिची ताकू PW1 दिया हिची से ओराली कहिची जोटा कि रिड्यूस टू राइटिंग हिची एवं से ओरल वर्जन कोन मध्ये आपण देखिले से ओरल वर्जन अनुजे एडमिटेडली एग्जिबिट 1 टा सेही अनुजे लेखाई तेणु जणा पडुची जे जो टाइप रो ताकू इनफॉरमेशन दिया इतला जोटा रिड्यूस करा इतला सेटा को चापी देले तापरे गोटे थाना को आसिकिनी जो रिपोर्ट आ गोटे तयारी हेची सेठू गला पर सेई थाना रिपोर्टा पठा ए जो आउटपोस्ट रिपोर्टा पठाला पीएस को पीएस रे रजिस्टर्ड हला एंड अकॉर्डिंगली एवरीथिंग वेंट आउट तापर ता आसी जीव आपनकर किछि असुविधा नाही आपन मेन पाइगला आपन सप्रेस कर देले एफआईआर
That part has been dealt by the learned court below also.
Page 15.
Yeah, page 16 ଅଛି.
एटी एटा बाहर कर एटी मनुपत्र बाहर कर एटी
Para 15.
कोडा
Judgment of para 15.
कोन
Right,
कोन
okay. Para 15. In the course of argument, the counsel for the defense counsel pointed out that the original FIR lodged in the case is the sub-place.
कौन सी डील करची देखियो यो फिर मारा सेटी हां लिखो टाइप करो और लिखो ओरिजिनल फर्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट टाइप इट हां एफआईआर लिखो ओरिजिनल एफआईआर
F.I.R. Cap.
हां डॉट आर सप्रेस्ड तब सप्रेस SUPREED करो ईडी हां सप्रेस्ड बना लो दियो हां तापरे prosecution doubtful double pressed तापर क्लिक करो पी पाकू नियो है ना हां prosecution suspicious लग SUS PICIOUS एंटर मारो ये मत से रही मगेलो वही मगेलो बाल गोपाल पंडा the decision rendered by Justice KP Mahapatra and this the other judge KP Mahapatra JM Mahapatra see that Prabir Palik was organized I think right P Palik now you see this was the first information report which PW16, one of the investigating officer of the case, received. A natural course, it would have been registered as the first information because on a telephonic message, first info can be recorded with telephonic information. So on, so on. But as it was a cryptic message regarding the occurrence, the name of the accused and deceased were not disclosed, the details of the occurrence were not mentioned, there was no justification for treating the station diary entry as the FIR in the case. This proposition is supported by one. PW1 informant was not only the informant but also an eyewitness to the occurrence. He stated in paragraph 8 in the chief examination at about midday from Jam. I found police babu in the village. I came out of my house, made over a written report to him. Police babu asked me regarding the incident. He recorded the version of the incident, told by me to him. He read over the explain and the contents of that writing, and admitting the same, I put my signature. But he returned the writing which was made over to me by me with certainty. I cannot say if what writing is now with me in my hand. The apostate evidence is very important. The occurrence took place on such and such day. IO was fast to arrive at so near 1 p.m. During intervening period, PW1 had prepared a report as to the details of the occurrence. In natural course, it was expected that it contained a true and unadulterated report of the incident that had just taken place. In all fairness, PW16 should have accepted it as the first information. Had he done so, the true incident that took place would have been known. On the other hand, he discarded the first information report and to record a report on his own initiative, thereby giving sufficient scope to the defense to contend that the subsequent report treated as a FIR contained tainted and embellished facts so as to suit the prosecution. Now, he has the learned session judge dealing with this aspect of the case has took a very light view. He observed that PW1 was not cross-examined as to why the written report was returned to him and whether he had narrated the gist of the incident and had signed the report. He had no acts to grind against the accused persons so as to depose against them falsely. तापरे डिले कथा कहला परे आसिला एठी PW1 has stated something favorable to the defense, so no cross-examination on that point was called for. On the other hand, it was the duty of the prosecution to explain in what circumstances the written report submitted by PW1 to PW16 was not accepted as FIR, but was returned to him. In the cross-examination, PW17, the main investigating officer, explained that he examined two important and injured witnesses, eyewitnesses also. He did not examine any witness in the case on such and such date, as he could not find time on account of his engagement in search and seizure so and so. The apostate explanation is highly unsatisfactory and does not speak well of an investigating officer in a case of murder. He had absolutely no reason to not to examine so and so were the eyewitnesses to the occurrence and were themselves injured at the earliest opportunity. The injuries on them were not such as to disable them to open their mouth for being examined. After all, PW6 received two lacerated wounds, once on the scalp. PW7 had three swellings on the buttocks, so all of them were simple in nature. If these facts were considered along with the return of the written report submitted by PW1 to PW16 at the earliest opportunity, a volume can be set against the prosecution. The principle laid down in so instead of supporting the prosecution was against it because the defense has indicated and suggested unfair practice by the investigating agency in suppressing the true incident but giving out a concocted story to the FIR. It is held by the Supreme Court in case of so if the original FIR is suppressed, inference can be drawn that the prosecution case is suspicious. It was suggested that the original FIR was concealed because it did not mention the name of two of the accused persons. This was found to be a speculation. So, accepting the ocular evidence, conviction was maintained. The facts were distinguishable. In consideration the efforts and so on, so we do not hesitate to hold that the true first information report submitted by PW1 was suppressed by the prosecution. Had it been treated as FIR, this is most important. Had it been treated as FIR and produced during trial, the story narrated in it would have been unfavorable to the prosecution. Therefore, while it was managed that it would not see the light of the day, a first information report which suited the prosecution but not revealing the true incident was brought into being. In such circumstances, it would be reasonable to infer that the first information report contained a tainted, embellished, and exaggerated story, but not a true one. So that is the observation in that. The ground So what we ask you, how do you clarify? हाँ, para 15 टा के पढ़ो तो तापरे हमें
Judgment.
Para 15 judgment again. In course of the argument, the learned counsel for the defense also point out that the original FIR lodged in the case was suppressed. The defense has relied upon the statement of PW1 Sarjus Barla to the effect that after lodging the FIR at the village, he went to the police station where Thana Babu took another signature and another piece of paper. It is further pointed out by the learned counsel that PW12 Ajim Khan, ASI, has stated in the cross-examination that FIR was lodged before him at 9 a.m., but he had issued command certificate on 18/10/99 at 8 a.m. and has mentioned PS case number 166/99. A PSA number to be PW10 the IACB कहउछन
कौन टा कहउछन
ए FIR number टा
अरे FIR number FIR टा registration कबे ही आसुना दी आउ एरी पळे आसुन FIR टा केते बळे registration है date and time of lodging registration of the FIR please come
page 23 में
18 तारीख दिन please that is page number it is
26
हां नहीं
10:30 AM
हां 9 रे स्पॉट रे हला तापरे 10:30 रे पहुंचिला
reduce ହେଇଛି
हला
writing
सो 10:30 पूर्वरु एई नंबर आपण कोड पाइले 166 नंबर जदि आपण रिक्वेशन करूचंती
command certificate but that is there
आपण कमांड सर्टिफिकेट पठाउचंती 18/10/19 तारिख दिन 19 मसिया सकाळ 8टा बेले जेते बेले ना इन्फॉर्मेशन थिला ना एफआईआर रजिस्टर्ड हेतिला से
FIR
Information
register
ଆପଣ 9ଟା ବେଳକୁ ପାଇଛନ୍ତି।
ठीक अच्छा
हाँ आज्ञा
इन्फॉर्मेशन आपण 9टा बेले पाइले रिड्यूस हला ताकू पठेइले से जो मेन पुलिस स्टेशन को आउटपोस्ट रु मेन पुलिस स्टेशन रे रजिस्टर्ड हला 10:30 रे सो 10:30 रे पीएस केस अलॉट हेतिबो ताले आपण 8टा बेले जो कमांड सर्टिफिकेट ता प्रिपेयर करचंदी सेठी पीएस केस नंबर केमती पाइबे
That's what the trial court is trying to see.
hence it is मतलब खाली continue कर दूचे तापर hence it is very emphatically submitted by the learned counsel that original FIR was lodged prior to 9 a.m. and the same has been suppressed. It is argued that because of such earlier FIR, the police had mentioned the PS case number on the command certificate. First of all, while judging, because it is the FIR ta jahale bhi ASI lodge kari parna thanta. First of all, while judging such a contention raised by the defense, the court is of the opinion that such a mistake on the part of the IO is not hitting at the root of the prosecution case, as the assault on deceased Susilika has been admitted in the case. Secondly, even if it is held that ASI was in charge of Lanjibarana outpost to make a mistake or error while conducting the investigation, such mistake or error should not be allowed to throw away the prosecution case. Otherwise, it will result in
अच्छा जदी एडमिशन आपण कहउचंदी ट्रायल कोर्ट जदी से एडमिशन अन्य जिंस गुडा करची से गुडा को काटी दियो से गुडा को कारण से गुडा को डिफेंस को ये करची आमे जेती खाली प्रोसिक्यूशन को सुहाइबो आमे तार दिहरु से एडमिशन पार्टा नै आसीबा सी को सर्कमस्टेंस रे मारिला बेली कहउची ताकू मध्य नबो ना नाइ जेती को प्रोसिक्यूशन को सुहाइबो ताकू नबो बाकी जेती को डिफेंस सुहाइबो ना एगुडा को आमे छाड़ दवा एगुडा को आमे नबानी हाउ व्हाट इज दिस analysis assault is not admitted has been admitted admit ठीक अछि admit कला किंतु से कहउची तार accused statement रे कहउची जे एई परिस्थिति रे मु मारली मो घर पाकू आसिले गंडगोल कले मते मो आकू मारले से जो इटा रे मते फुणी आसुथिले मारिबा पई मु निजु को बंचिया पई ये कली तो right of private defense
so that is what my humble submission eighth re the only point that should be that is for discussion is whether a right to private defense has been should have been rightly taken and should have been considered or not. Baki to sabu jinsa my lord everything is telltale on the
everything is no everything आपनकर FIR चापी देले ट्रू पिक्चर आसिलानी कोर्ट सामना रे कोन FIR प्रथम थिला कोन आपनकर प्रथम स्टोरी थिला सेटा कोर्ट सामना को आसिलानी द्वितीय कथा होची तांकर गोटे it's correct that it is a simple injury but it is on a neck portion and semanakar evidence sangere consistent hoji some information has been given that he has sustained a injury for which you sent him to the hospital also and he was examined right ତେଣୁ ଯଦି ସେ ଇଞ୍ଜୁରିର କୌଣସି କନେକ୍ସନ ନଥାନ୍ତା ଘଟଣା ସହିତ ତାକୁ ପଠେଇ ନଥାନ୍ତେ ତେଣୁ
the prosecution would not have been called upon to
and most important is the deceased went to their house.
Yes.
ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ପଚାରିବାକୁ ଯେ କାହିଁକି ଆମ ସାଙ୍ଗେ ତାକୁ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ କଲେ?
Otherwise,
no, that is there.
Accused and appellant came to their house and attacked.
Acha.
And in the morning, they were sleeping. Doors were closed. And these people called their names.
Only खाली देखिया
it is spot map जो आपण produce कलेनी maybe that deliberately एटा देखौथिबो से स्पॉट मैप रु जे घटनाटा ता अगणा भितरକୁ पसिचंती सेति पई घटना से घर भीतर हेची सेति पई ता चापीबा पई आपण स्पॉट मैप
अलगा पीडब्ल्यू माने कहउछंती बाहर अछि हेची बोली
आपण को विटनेस पर कोची कोर्टयार्ड भीतर हेची कोर्टयार्ड आपण विटनेस को
आउटसाइड कोर्ट पीडब्ल्यू माय लॉर्ड पीडब्ल्यू
अगणा जे आमे अगणा जहा बुझू अगणा
भीतर
अगणा दांड भितर दांड रास्ता भितर पार्थक्य अछि ना नाही अगणा जा दांड आउताले
किंतु पीडब्ल्यू 8 हुज आई विटनेस से कोची हमें बाहर ठिया की डाकिलो से कबड खोली के भीतर बाहर को आसिले
सो द प्रीमेडिटेटेड नथिला दे वर स्लीपिंग इन द मॉर्निंग
that is but my lord what has to be seen whether to take a plea of private defense whether that apprehension was so much that it could result
private defense case whether he crossed the
exact cross
not that's the only
so that has to be decided otherwise my lord what a motive was what a eyewitness
supreme court
there's a clear motive there's a clear earlier incident there's a eyewitness to that effect
the private right of private defense or law are very clear that accused should not plead it specifically hela if materials appear
and should not prove it
second volume daje
preponderance of probabilities re proof kari paribo
सेटा मन करंतु आपनकर 66 ना ओके लक्ष्मी
section 100 तक देखिए
wait. This is the said that this is the best decision on the right of private. Lakshmi Singh versus State of Bihar, year 1976 Supreme Court 2263.
2263.
That is followed till now.
In 1976, Supreme Court 2263. 67.
The original is a name of the it reads like this: in a murder case, the non-explanation of injuries sustained by the accused at about the time of occurrence or in the course of altercation is a very important circumstances from which the court can draw the following inference. What inference? Number one, that the prosecution has suppressed the genesis and the origin of the occurrence and has thus not presented the true version. Number two, that the witnesses who have denied the presence of the injuries on the person of the accused are lying on a most material point and therefore their evidence is unreliable. Number three, that in a case where the defense version which explains the injury on the person of the accused, it is rendered probable so as to throw doubt on the prosecution case. The omission on the part of the prosecution to explain the injuries on the person of the accused assumes much greater importance where the evidence consists of interested and inimical witnesses or where the defense gives a version which competes in probability with that of the prosecution case. So, under
this test, PW8 can be doubted.
There may be cases where the non-explanation of the injuries by the prosecution may not affect the prosecution case. This principle would obviously apply to cases where the injuries sustained by the accused
Was
are
previous.
minor and superficial.
Yes.
It's not simple injury. Simple injury hela alga katha. Minor or superficial injury jadi habo, that's different part. And where the evidence is so clear and cogent, so independent and disinterested, so probable and consistent and creditworthy that it far outweighs the effect of omission on the part of the prosecution to explain the injuries. So, एई जो केस रे आपणकर जदि आमे एनालिसिस करिबु ताहाले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लॉजिंग ऑफ द एफआईआर एटा गोटे सस्पिशियस पिक्चर आसुछ आपण एटा काई पेन पेंसिल द it appears that the oral report given by PW1 at the spot
Again.
suppressed. Number 3, the version which were given to PW12 is different as mentioned in exhibit exhibit 1 or
Exhibit 1.
exhibit 1. Then 4. Have you explained that injury which was there in the Nirmal PW8 ro evidence रे किसी कहू छी कि से इंजुरी विषय
कुछ नहीं
नहीं
मना कुछ
नहीं पचराई जी प्रश्न पचराई देखिए को लाइन रे
पेज 62
हां मुझे
सेकंड
हां
पेज 62
डाउट let's see the second one second test देखिए second test the second test
that the witnesses who have denied the presence of the injury on the person of the accused are lying on a most material point and their evidence becomes unreliable, right?
Therefore PW
अपन PW8 टा कोठी पचराई जी देखिले से जो
पेज 62
हां पेज 62
he is saying I was armed with a bhujali मूल ऊपर पडुची माने
अपन
I was armed with a bhujali and the deceased was holding a brick bat. I did not assault accused Nirmal on his left shoulder. This on had he been the assault on the neck is a simple injury by a blunt object.
See, we are telling one thing. PW8 is the only eyewitness.
Only eyewitness.
If his evidence is doubted, everything goes.
Standard.
One more thing, PW8 is both. He was present on the previous night as well as
very vital.
He is a vital.
Vital evidence for you.
For us.
Yes. So let us see.
Solitary witness ro evidence को accept करी गोटे 302 केस रे conviction करिवा पई जो standard दरकार law is very clear.
Cogent, credible and yes.
Right?
Cogent, credible and
okay. Now you come to that. फिर कौन देखौतिले परा?
Page 62 ru. I was armed with a bhujali and the deceased was holding a brick bat. I did not assault accused Nirmal on his left shoulder by means of a bhujali, nor the deceased Susilika attempted to assault the said accused by means of the brick bat he was holding.
It's contrary to the medical evidence.
It is not a fact that while the deceased tried to assault Nirmal Balla on his head by means of a brick bat, Nirmal Balla dodged. Hence, the blow fell on the left shoulder of the accused accused Nirmal, causing injury. I have not seen or marked any injury.
I have not seen or marked any injury. ताको आपण को specific defense counsel पचारुचंदी ताको आपण निर्मल रे कोनोसी इंजुरी देखिथिले कि से कहला नाही.
I have not seen or marked any injury.
प्रकृत रे आपण को पुलिस मध्ये ताको पठेछि इंजुरी आछि सेथि पई ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहउचंदी से जो सेकंड टेस्ट रे जे when the witness who have denied the presence of the injury on the person of the accused are lying on a most material point and therefore their evidence is unreliable.
So, and PW 8 goes on that test.
Single witness. It's not that any other witness. See, I have not seen the marked any injury on the left shoulder of the accused. So on the line.
It is not a fact that time accused Sudarshana protested why the deceased is assaulting his brother Nirmal, that on such protest the deceased left accused Nirmal and rushed towards accused Sudarshan to assault him by means of the brick bat he was holding. Here, my lord, my point is here. This apprehension of chasing with a brick bat, can it go to that extent that it might cause death?
How can you know? How can he is sitting at your High Court AC room? What has happened? Somebody just visualize. ଗତକାଲି ରାତିରେ ଗୋଟେ ଘଟଣା ହେଇଯାଇଛି, ଏମିତି ଝଗଡା ଫଗଡା ହେଇଛି। ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ମାଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ମାନେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ସାକ୍ଷୀ ମାନେ ତାକୁ ଡାହାଣୀ କହୁଛନ୍ତି, ତାକୁ ବାଡିଆ ପିଟା କରିଛନ୍ତି, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆଗରୁ କେସବାସ ମଧ୍ୟ ହେଇଛି। ଏଇ ସର୍କମଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସ ରେ ସକାଳୁ ଆପଣ ଆସିକି ମୋ ଘରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି ଗଲେ, ସକାଳ 6ଟା ବେଳୁ ପହଞ୍ଚି ଗଲେ, ଦି ଜଣ ଆସି ପହଞ୍ଚିକିନି କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ଭିତରେ ପଶିଛନ୍ତି, ଯାହା ସେଟା ସପ୍ରେସ ହେଇଯାଇଛି ଜଣା ପଡୁନି।
କବାଟ ବନ୍ଦ ଥିଲା।
ହଁ, ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆପଣ କବାଟ ବାଡେଇଛନ୍ତି, ଡାକିଛନ୍ତି ବା ଯାହା ହଉ, ସିଏ ଆସିଲା ପରେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଚ୍ୟାଲେଞ୍ଜ ହେଇଛି ଏବଂ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଜଣକୁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆସଲ୍ଟ ହେଇଛି ଯୋଉ ଇଟାରେ ହେଲା। ସେଇ ସର୍କମଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସ ରେ ସିଏ ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଏବଂ ସିଏ କହୁଛି ମତେ କେବଳ ଜଣକୁ ଆସଲ୍ଟ କଲେ, ମତେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଇଟା ଧରିକିନି ଗୋଡେଇଲେ ମାରିବା ପାଇଁ। ସେଇ
had it been the other thing that ମତେ ଭୁଜାଲି ଧରିକି ଗୋଡେଇଲା ବାଡେଇବାକୁ and ସେଇଠି I assaulted, then my point is there. It is not that ଯିଏ ଧରିଛି ଭୁଜାଲି
ହଉ କି ସିଏ ହଉ, ତାର
that part also you ignore. Nirmal's the assault on Nirmal,
that the prosecution has not been able to.
Why should we believe this witness at all under the second test?
No, my point is only whether this apprehension should have caused a reasonable scare, or whether the appellant.
Have you seized that?
Guwahati was found on the spot.
Guwahati no, ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ
brick bat କିଛି ଆୟ କହିଛି।
सीजर देखिले ब्रिक बैट सीजर लिस्ट केते
सर से जो पीडब्ल्यू
10 बोले ना
10 कहिछि सर सेतरे जे आई
रेकॉर्ड नहीं एठी एई रेकॉर्ड नहीं। how will adjudicate a 302 case? सीजर लिस्ट original नहीं, you will send the case record to them.
So page 69 of the paper.
What is the seizure list exhibit?
6/1.
आसंदा सप्ताह एटी लाइन करी एटी चिरा करै देबी समस्तु। ये seizure list is exhibit
6/1. Some brick pieces at the spot.
Unprepared.
Page 69 रे अछि के आयुंकर cross examination. Sorry, आयुंकर
just a minute.
आज्ञा
खाली लिखा जी भंगा इटा लिखा जी
भंगा इटा।
हां ठीक है, तमने स्पॉट रे भंगा इटा थिला सेटा को सीज कराई छी।
इटा थिला डॉक्टर से एग्जामिन करथें निर्मल को, एंड डॉक्टर आल्सो सेज दैट देयर वाज इंजरी
blunt और फॉल भी हेई परियो बोली डॉक्टर कहउछ।
ऑन ऑल दी योर एविडेंस डॉक्टर यू हैव एग्जामिन।
यस, से कहउछ पड़ी गले भी से इंजरी टा हेई परियो।
दिस इज दैट दोज एविडेंस पीडब्ल्यू 8 ही टेल्स नो।
मिसेस पटनायक
आज्ञा
जो केस रे मन करो अक्यूज्ड आस्तिबो ताकू सॉरी डिसीज आस्तिबो तापर डिसीज टा फेरी की पळै जाउथिबो, सेठी आपण कहबे ताठू किछि एप्रिहेंशन नाही असॉल्ट, ये केमती गोडी जाई कि डिसीज को मारला। तो मैटर इज डिफरेंट। डिसीज प्रथम आसी थिबो तापरे मन करो डिसीज को जेतबेले ये हिची डिसीज फेरी कि पळै जाउची, आपण इन स्पाइट ऑफ दैट there is no at that point of he is returning, but you chased him and assault that this is, you can say that there was no reasonable apprehension to the life of the accused, so use of कारण sieges जो moment रे सीए फेरी की जाउची that is there in that right of private defense chapter जोड़ा गची जे जोठी आपनकर siege करी जीवो right of private defense ର apprehension सेठी आपण आउ स्टेप नहीं परिबे ना किंतु एठी से कथा नुहे एठी आपनकर accused deceased हातरे गोटे माने रहिची इटा अछि जोथरे से जण को ऑलरेडी असॉल्ट कर साइलानी सेठी जणे प्ली नउची जे ताको असॉल्ट कला परे से मते असॉल्ट करियो अस्तला सेति पई मु सेटू गोटा लुहा ये पडितला मु ताको
लुहा पत्ते पडितला बि नुहे इटे लुहा पत्ते नै कि आसी
ना 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 नै कि आसी लुहा पत्ते रे से ताको तो अटैक कर सेठी पडितला
सेठी पडितला बोली कोड लिखा है
से घर आ से
पडितला
राती 11 बेले इंसिडेंट हेई आगो दिन
नै नै से जो घटना आपनकर PW1 आसिले कोड जाई घर नै कि नाइला आपन कहउछन्दी PW8 हाँ next day morning outer photo myself and the deceased went to the house of the accused
para 4 टा में लटा
para दुईटा पडुची म
अच्छा अच्छा आगे
ता माने ता पर दिन सकाळे 6टा बेले मु आउ डिसीज्ड आमे गलु काहाकू ना अक्यूज्ड दी जन को घरु गलु कोन पई गलु ना तांग पचारिया को ए जो पूर्व दिन राती घटना विषय से while we are inquiring from accused Nirmala, all on a sudden the accused came out of the house and assaulted so and so on the head. तेणु एठी नाही जे माने as a result of such blow deceased sustained bleeding injury on his head and fell down.
हां ता कोन कछ ना
हां then the accused assaulted the said so and so by Nirmal लाठी तो गला.
As a result of such a blow, deceased Susileka sustained bleeding injury on his head and fell down.
नहीं आपण जो कहना जे कली भितर से पुणी गला ता घर भितर नहीं कि आसिला
ना ना से नहीं कि आसी बोली मु कहू
तो तांकर डिफेंस प्लीटा कोन होची डिफेंस प्लीटा को चिंता करो
माइला टिके पैरा 4 टा भी देखन
कोटा कोन
पैरा 4 से कंटिन्यूएशन ऑफ द PW8 at the time of occurrence there was enough light as it was already dawn by that time after our arrival in front of the house of the accused persons we called the accused persons we called his name softly we called the name of Sudarshan the door of the house was closed the door the house of accused Nirmal was also closed on our calling their names both the accused persons came out of their house opening their respective doors It is not a fact that accused Nirmal at the time told us why we are creating trouble always and on that previous occasion we had assaulted.
That is their defense plea.
Defense plea.
Yes. कौन कहला जे सियासी कहला जे तमे काहे की सब बेले गंडगोल करूछो एवं गत थर मोर मां को डाहाणी बोली कहि किनी ताकू मरा पिटा करथलो एवं तमे मो भाई को मध्य बाडिया पिटा करथलो जेते बेले से ड्यूटी को जाउथला आउ एवं आमे ताकू तमे ताकू कहिलो जे सी कहिले तमकू जे घटना जगह छाड़ी किनी पळई जाओ एठी दादागिरी देखाओ या तापरे कहउछंती सजेशन आछि इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट दैट बाय द टाइम of our arrival of the spot I was armed with a bhujal eta chhad diyantu
eta nahi
the deceased was holding brick bat eta ko asuchi corresponding asuchi eta I did not assault accused Nirmala on his left shoulder by means of bhujali
that is there
all right and the deceased nor the deceased attempted to assault the accused by means of a brick bat which he was holding. It is not a fact that while the deceased tried to assault so and so on the head by means of brick bat, Nirmala dodged for which the blow fell on so and so. I have not seen the or marked any injury on the left shoulder of the accused at the time of occurrence. It's not a fact that at that time so and so protested why the deceased was assaulting his brother Nirmala and that on such protest the deceased left Nirmala and rushed towards accused Sudarshan to assault him by means of the brick bat which he was holding. आपण जो केस होची ना से जेहेतु ब्रिक बैट ता ता हाथ रे थिला एवं से गोडौ थिला अपेलेंट को मारिया पई
reasonable apprehension
there was no reasonable apprehension that death would be caused अरे बाबू टेका धरी मुंडू पिटी दबो कौन की अच्छा करो
जो प्लेस ऑफ ऑकरेंस डेड बॉडी टा कोठु मिलिछि सेही पार्ट यदि मु कोरबोरेट करिया चाहिबे PW2 इज आल्सो PW2 and PW3 PW2 कोछि I found the dead body of the deceased was lying in front of her house. He is one of the brothers. Appellant मानकर आ गोटे भाई both lordship might see PW2 at page 45. Both the accused persons standing in dock are my elder brothers.
PW2 अच्छा हाँ
Both the accused persons standing in the dock are my elder brothers. I knew this is Susil Ika in his lifetime. About 3 years back, Susil Ika died. On 18th October, I found that the dead body of the deceased was lying in front of her house, that is, in the front courtyard. On that day at about 6 a.m., I got up. As I heard hue and cry, I came out of the house and found the deceased was lying dead in our front courtyard. At that place, both my brothers, Nirmala and Sudarshan, were standing. Accused Nirmal was having a lathi in his hand. I became frightened and went inside her house. I do not know how the deceased Susilika came to our front courtyard.
ଜଣଙ୍କର ଜଷ୍ଟ ଏଠି ଗୋଟେ ପଜ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ ଚିନ୍ତା କଲେ ଜଣେ ଲୋକ ସକାଳୁ ଶୋଇଛି ସେ ଲୋକଟାର ତା ମା କୁ ଡାହାଣୀ କହିକିନି ତା ଆଗରୁ ଆପଣ ଆଟାକ କରିଛନ୍ତି ତା ଭାଇ ଯାଉଥିଲା ଅଫିସ କୁ ତାକୁ ଆଟାକ କରିଛନ୍ତି ସେ ବିଷୟରେ କେସ୍ ହେଇଛି ଏଇ ସରକମଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସ ରେ ତାକୁ ଇଟା ଧରିକିନି ଆପଣ ତା ଘରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିବେ ତାକୁ ଧମକେଇବେ ସିଏ ପଚାରିବ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଏଠି କାହିଁକି ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ତମେ ସକାଳୁ କଣ ପାଇଁ ଆସି ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ କରୁଛ ମୋ ମା କୁ ତ ତମେ ଏୟା କରି ବାଡେଇଲ ମୋର ଆଉ ତାପରେ
ପୂର୍ବ ରାତ୍ରିରେ ମାନେ ତାକୁ ଗଣ୍ଡଗୋଳ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ବୋଲି ଶୁଣି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ପଚାରି
ଯାହା ବି ହଉ ତାର କ୍ୱେଶ୍ଚିନ୍ ହଉଛି ଯେ ଆପ୍ରିହେନ୍ସନ ଆସିବ ନା ନାଇଁ ଆପଣ
ପଚାରିବାକୁ ଯାଇନାହାନ୍ତି କନଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି
କନଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ମୁଁ ଖାଲି ପ୍ରଥମ ଜିନିଷଟା ହଉଛି ଆଗ ଲେଟ୍ ଅସ୍ ଗେଟ୍ କ୍ଲାରିଫାଇଡ୍ whether ଘର କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ଭିତରେ କି କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ବାହାରେ
ସେଇଟା ତ ଆପଣ ତ ସ୍ପଟ ମ୍ୟାପ ହେଇଥିଲେ ଆପଣ କ୍ଲିୟର ହେଇଯାଇଥାନ୍ତା ଜିନିଷଟା
PW3 ବି ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ PW3 ଆନନ୍ଦ ବାର୍ଲା
ଇନକ୍ୱେଷ୍ଟ ରିପୋର୍ଟଟା ମାର୍କ ହେଇଥିବ ଦେଖିଲେ କେତେ ନମ୍ବର
exhibit 2
exhibit 2 is the inquest report
register general गुड़ाक
PW1 कहूची
just a minute we want to see the inquest report has been marked as exhibit
2
ଆପଣ ପଳେଇ ଆସନ୍ତୁ place where the dead body found column number 3 ଆପଣ ପାଇଁ ନଥିବ ପରା अच्छा
आगे
3 नंबर कॉलम पेज
पेज कितने
कॉलम नंबर 3 को देखो place where the body was found माने inquest is completed
ଅଗଣାରେ ଦକ୍ଷିଣ ପୂର୍ବକୁ
ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ କଣ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ମୁତାଫା ମାନେ ଯିଏ ମାନେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ମାନେ ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ୍ଡ ହେଲା ମୁତାଫା ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାଲାର ଘର ଅଗଣାରେ ଦକ୍ଷିଣକୁ ପୂର୍ବକୁ ମୁଣ୍ଡ କରି ଉତ୍ତର ପଶ୍ଚିମକୁ ଗୋଡ କରି ମୁହଁ ମାଡି ମାଟି ଉପରେ ପଡିଥିବା ପାଇଗଲା ତା ଘର ଅଗଣାରେ ଆପଣ କେମିତି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ରାସ୍ତାରେ
କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ବିକଜ ସେମାନେ ବି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ବାହାର ଆଉଟସାଇଡ କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ PW2 ବି କହୁଛି ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ
ଓନ୍ଲି
କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ମାନେ ଅଗଣାଟା ହଉଛି ଭିତର ଅଗଣାଟା ହଉଛି ଭିତର କିନ୍ତୁ ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ମାନେ କଣ ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ମାନେ ରୋଡ ଉପରେ ଯୋଉଟା ତାଙ୍କ ଘର ସାମ୍ନା ଯୋଉ
ତାଙ୍କର ଘର ହୁଏତ ଦିଟା ଥାଇପାରେ ଅଗଣା ତାଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ଭିତର ପଟେ ପଛପଟୁ ଥାଇପାରେ ଘର ସେଠି ବି ଗୋଟେ ଅଗଣା ଥାଇପାରେ କିଏ ଜାଣେ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଘରର ପୋଜିସନ ସେ ଯାହା ଦେଲା ଏଇ ଟାଇପ ର ମନେକର ଘର ସେ କହିଲା ଗୋଟେ ଇଆଡକୁ ଫେସ୍ କରିଛି गोटे याडू फेस करची गोटे पूर्व
ସେଇ
दियो फेस
ସାମ୍ନାଟାକୁ
कर
କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର ଯୋଉଟା ଏକ୍ସକ୍ଲୁସିଭଲି ତାଙ୍କର ନିଜର ହେଇଥିବ
हां
ସେଇଟାକୁ ଆଉଟୱାର୍ଡ କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ
ସେଇଟା ତା ମାନେ ଏ ଯଦି ମନେ କରନ୍ତୁ ତିନିଟା ଘର ରହିଲା ଏମିତି ତା ମଝିରେ ଗୋଟେ ରହିଛି ରାସ୍ତା ଏବଂ ତା ସାମ୍ନାରେ ରାସ୍ତା
ଯାଉଛି
ଯାଇଛି
ସେଟା ବି କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ କହିହବ
ସେଇ ସୋ ହୁଏ ତ ସେଠି କିଛି ଆଇଦର ଗେଟ୍ ଥାଇପାରେ ବା ନଥାଇପାରେ ଆମେ ତ କିଛି
କେହି
ଆସୁନି
କିଛି
ପିକ୍ଚର
କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି।
ନାଇଁ କେହି କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି କି ନାହିଁ ତ ମାନେ
ଗୋଟେ ବାହାର କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ବି ଥାଇପାରେ ଗୋଟେ ଘର ଭିତରକୁ ପଶି
All
ଗୋଟେ
these
ଭିତରକୁ
speculation will not work on the
ସ୍ପଟ୍
upper
ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ହଁ ଏକ୍ସାକ୍ଟଲି ମ୍ୟାଡମ୍
Act.
ସ୍ପଟ୍ ମ୍ୟାଚ୍ ଟା ଥିଲେ
Ah,
that would have
You
been
should have done it. You have not done it.
ରାସ୍ତା ଉପରେ ଛିଡା ହେଇକି ଜଣେ ଡାକିବା ଅଲଗା କଥା ତା
ଭିତରେ ପଶିକି
ଅଗଣା ଭିତରକୁ
ଘର ଭିତରେ ପଶି ଯିବାଟା ମାନେ if you assume or presume that ସେମାନେ ଶୋଇଥିଲେ ତେଣୁ ତାଙ୍କ ଘର
Their
ଭିତରେ ପଶି
argument of the right to self defense
हाँ,
it
ସେଇଟା।
got raised because of that.
PW1 କହିଛି ଯେ 5:30 ବେଳେ ସେ ଅଲରେଡି ଶୁଣିଛି ଯେ ସେ ଅଲରେଡି ମରିଗଲା ତାମାନେ ଭୋର 5ଟା ବେଳେ ସେମାନେ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କର
ହଁ ସକାଳୁ ସକାଳୁ ତ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି maybe
ସକାଳୁ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ସକାଳୁ ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି ଭିତର
ମାନେ ଅନ୍ଧାର
କୋର୍ଟକୁ
ଥାଏ।
ଯିବାଟା ଭିତର କୋର୍ଟକୁ ଯିବାଟା ଇଜ ନଟ୍ ଭେରି ପ୍ଲଜିବଲ ବାହାରେ ଠିଆ ହେଇକି ଡାକିଛନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ ବାହାରକୁ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ରିଜନେବଲ ଆପ୍ରିହେନ୍ସନ
ଯଦି
ହେଇଥିବ
ଘଟଣା
ବ୍ରେକଫାଷ୍ଟ ନେଇକି
ଆପଣ
ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି
ଯଦି କହୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଇ ଟାଇପ ର ଯଦି ବାହାରେ ଆସିକି ଘଟଣାଟା ହେଇଥାଏ ତାହେଲେ ଏଇଟା କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ଭିତରେ ଡେଡ ବଡି ମିଳି ନଥାନ୍ତା ଏଇଟା ସେ ଯୋଉ ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ଯିବି
Front-
ଏଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ରାସ୍ତା ଉପରେ ମିଳିଥାନ୍ତା ଆପଣଙ୍କର
ତାଙ୍କର ଘର ତିନିଟାକ ସେମାନେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି ତିନିଟାକ ମୁହାଁମୁହିଁ ହେଇଛି
ସାମ୍ନାରେ କଣ ଅଛି କିଏ ଜାଣିବ ଯଦି ଗୋଟେ କଣ ବନ୍ଦ କରିବାକୁ କିଛି ଥିବ ତାହେଲେ ତା ଭିତରକୁ ସେମାନେ ପଶୁଛନ୍ତି କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ ଭିତରେ ପଶୁଛନ୍ତି
Spot
ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ
map ଟା ନାହିଁ
ଫ୍ରଣ୍ଟ
ବୋଲି that
କୋର୍ଟୟାର୍ଡ
would
ଯୋଉଟା
have been-
କହୁଛନ୍ତି ହଁ ଯଦି ସେଇଟାକୁ
spot map ଟା
ପଶୁଛନ୍ତି
ଥିଲେ that would have
ହଁ
been
ସ୍ପଟ
clear.
ମ୍ୟାପ ନାହିଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ତ ସ୍ପଟ ମ୍ୟାପ ନ ତିଆରି କରିବାର କାରଣ ବି ଏଇଆ ହେଇପାରେ ଯୋଉ ଡେଡ ବଡି ଟା ଆପଣ ସେଇ ଜାଗାରେ ମିଳିଛନ୍ତି ସେ ଇଏ କରିଥିଲେ ଜଣା ପଡିଥାନ୍ତା ଯେ ଏଇଟା
ସେମାନେ
ଭିତରୁ
ଭିତରକୁ
ପଶିଯାଇଛନ୍ତି
ପଶିଯାଇଛନ୍ତି।
ହଁ ରକ୍ତ ଛିଟା ବି ଦେଖେଇଥାନ୍ତେ ଏଠି ମିଳିଥିଲା ବୋଲି ସ୍ପଟ ଭିଜିଟ ନୋଟ ବି ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରିବାର ଥିଲା ରକ୍ତ ଦାଗ କୋଉଠି ମିଳିଛି କଣ ହେଇଛି ଏସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ହଁ
ଆୟୁ କହିଛି my lord
ଆୟ କୋଉଠି କଣ କୋଉ ଦେଖୁନ
PW10 also.
without 10 specifically କିଛି
ଆୟର କୋଉ ଲାଇନ ଟା କହିଲେ ମିସେସ୍
ନାଇଁ
ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ?
ଆୟୁ କହିଛି ଖାଲି I seized one blood page 68 ରେ
ହୁଁ
last line of that କହୁଛି ଯେ at 12:15 I arrived at the spot at village Alanda.
Hmm.
In course of investigation, I examined ASI Ekha. He is the ଯେ ଯାହା ଆଗରେ FIR ଟା ଲଗାଯାଇଥିଲା.
ହୁଁ
I seized one blood-stained iron blade, Luha Patia, at the spot and prepared the scissor list, exhibit 3/1. At about 12:45 p.m., I seized one lathi near the spot and prepared scissor list 4/1. At about 1 p.m., I seized sample earth, a blood-stained earth, and prepared the scissor list 5/1. At 1:30 p.m., I seized some brick pieces at the spot and prepared the scissor list 6/1. At 4 p.m., I arrested the accused persons. At 4:15 p.m., I returned to the place along with the accused persons and the seizure articles. Spot କଥା ଆଉ ସେ କିଛି କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି.
Cross examination ରେ ଆପଣ ଆସନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କର ଟିକେ
Cross examination ରେ
10 ର
the distance between spot and Rajgampur PS is about 15 kilometers.
Then he just read down the time.
It would take about 1 hour to.
FIR, doubtful FIR.
I have sent the FIR to the court on 19/10, one day after the offense. It is not a fact that I have dispatched the FIR to the court only on 19/10/99 because the FIR was not with me till 9 p.m. of that day. It is not a fact.
ମିସେସ୍ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଇଏ ଇତେଲା ଯଦି ସକାଳ 10ଟା ସୁଦ୍ଧା ରେଜିଷ୍ଟର୍ଡ ହେଇଗଲା ତାହେଲେ ତ ଆପଣ ସେଇଦିନ ପଠେଇ ଦବାର ଥିଲା ନା
ହଁ ସେଇଟା
ସେଇ cross ଟା ପଢନ୍ତୁ ପୁରା
18 ତାରିଖ ଦିନ ଆପଣ 18 ତାରିଖ ଦିନ ଦିନ 10ଟା ସୁଦ୍ଧା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଥାନା ଇଏ ହେଲା ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଦିନ ଥାନାରୁ
ସାଙ୍ଗେ
ଯାଏ
ସାଙ୍ଗେ ଯିବା କଥା।
ଆକ୍ୟୁଜ କୁ ଯାଏ ତାହେଲେ ଏଇଟାକୁ 19 ତାରିଖ ଦିନ କଣ ପାଇଁ ଆସି ପହଞ୍ଚେଇଲେ 19 ତାରିଖ ଦିନ ପହଞ୍ଚି ବୋଲି ଉପରେ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ସିନ୍ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ଜେଏମଏଫସି ଙ୍କର ସିଗ୍ନେଚର ଅଛି ଫର୍ମାଲ ଏଫଆଇଆର ରେ ଉପରେ ଡେଟ୍ ପଡିଛି 19/10/19
କାହିଁକି ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା 4:15 ରେ ଆରେଷ୍ଟ କରିଛନ୍ତି accused.
नहीं, see line ta पढ़ो मुझे some doubt. It is not a fact that I have dispersed the FIR to the court only on 19/10/1999 because the FIR was not with me till 9 p.m. of that day.
সেটা মানা করছেন সেটা কোটি তাଙ୍କୁ ସଜେସନ ଦିଆ ହେଇଥିଲା ସେ ମାନା କରୁଛନ୍ତି
Information received at police station.
I seen that. Suggestions were put.
Suggestions have been put to him. Yes, that is there.
नहीं
But he has delayed to all the suggestions.
एटा ब्लैंक सजेशन नुहे सजेशन को माने ये करिया पई किछि मटेरियल रहउची हमर थाना रे जो इतला गुडा को दिया होउची हां लेट माने कोर्ट आवर परे दियाले से ता पर दिन आनी किनि पहुंचौचंती किंतु जदि सकाळ 10टा बेले गोटे एफआईआर दिया गला ऑर्डिनरीली जेते बेले आपण अक्यूज माने को पठांदी अन्य केस रे भी जहाँ जदि एफआईआर नुआ हिते त पुलिस कोर्ट को पठा जाए पुलिस कोर्ट रे कोन करा जाए ना से
जीआर केस
हबो जीआर केस हुए एवं मजिस्ट्रेट को पाखे प्लेस हेले मजिस्ट्रेट ताको सिग्नेचर कर दियंती से जो सिग्नेचर टा कि अछि एफआईआर फॉर्मल एफआईआर ऊपर देखो फॉर्मल एफआईआर को पळे आसंतु पेज 18 बोधे सेटा ना कोन
नहीं 19
हां
सर भूल कर मैडम 23
सेटा नाइ मो सेटा केते पेज के जानि
माइलट 20 रु आरंभ होछि 21
आपण फॉर्मल एफआईआर को पळे आसंतु फॉर्मल एफआईआर टा এই পেজটা come to this page
yes ma'am जीआर केस नंबर 2
this page रे एठी बोले এই যে দেখুন এই সিগনেচর টা
19 तारीख रे
जे मार्च 19 हम कहूछु 19 काहे कि ना अक्यूज माने 18 संध्या
that same suggestion was put to the witness
and you see the information received केते बोले छि कॉलम नंबर 3C रे
information
received हेछि कोन 18 तारिख दिन 10:30 AM माने सकाळ स्पॉट रे हेछि 9टा बेले ताकू आनी किन येला परे रजिस्ट्रेशन हेछि 10:30 रे ए नंबर पाइले आपण 166 नंबर पीएसके पाइले सेती बेले हला तो से दिन एफआईआर पठेइलेनी
सेटा इन्वेस्टिगेशन करिसेंती अक्यूज मानु को अरेस्ट करचंती 4:15 रे सेटा वेरी स्पेसिफिकली रिटन तापरे ही दे वेंट फॉरवर्डेड अलोंग विद एफआईआर 24 आवर्स भीतर तो
अक्यूज पई ठीक अछि बट एफआईआर रो पर किछि नथांदा गोटे केस रो अलगा कथा याधिरे एफआईआर जी रिसीव करछि अर्थात ओरल रिपोर्ट ता वर्षन टा ए जो ये होछि ना सब गुडा को हमें मिसेई कि नउछु जे खाली एटा आसच एमती थिले हुए तो जने डाउट करना थांदा एठी केते गुडा को जिंस आसुची जे जो प्रकार से लोकटा को कुहा गला मौखिक सेई प्रकार रे एतलाटा लेखाइनी एतलाटा गोटे अलगा प्रकार स्टोरी कहूछि हला एवं सी जो थाना रे जो एतला ए जो स्पॉट रे जो एतलाटा दिया हिची जोटा को सी रिड्यूस कला सी एतलाटा को आसिलानी पिक्चर को आसिलानी जोटा सी जाईकिनी आउटपोस्ट रे जाईकिनी पहुंचिला जोटी सेठी जोटा देइची सेई गोटा को माने सी कोची हां ता माने सी कोची मु जो एतलाटा एई जो एतलाटा जो तारे मु ये करची एटा होची सेईटा जोटा मु जाई आउटपोस्ट रे देली जोटा की सेठी रिड्यूस हला
आउटपोस्ट रिड्यूस होची
आ तले स्पॉट रे को एतलाटा कोड गला
स्पॉट रे एतला से ओरली कहिला स्पॉट रे ओरली कहिची दैट इज वेरी स्पेसिफिक एसआई खान भी कहूची मते स्पॉट रे से कहिला तापर थाना रे जाई के दैट हैज बीन
कहिला सेठी आपण कोडी गेला कहले देखिले 12 नंबर मिस्टर प्लीज in most of the case we find
PW12 SI se कहउछन arriving at village मतलब page 77 arriving at the village Alanda Rengabahal I found Sarju Sika who orally reported before me that on the previous night they were observing Nuakhai festival where Sudarshan Bala मतलब एठी गोटे खाली जिंस टिके क्लैरिफाई करबी मतलब टिके देखो सुदर्शन बाला and निर्वन बाला are the appellants Susil Barla is the eyewitness. Susil Ikka is the deceased.
Therefore, you say that
deceased
might be because of the confusion.
Yes. Susil Barla is the eyewitness,
And
who was also there.
Susil
Ikka is the deceased, and Sarjus Ikka is the PW1. So there are a lot of even the learned court below has done a mistake, my lord. What mistake that your lordship will see when the list of witnesses page 18 re lekhuchanti Sarjus Barla. He is not Sarjus Barla. He is Sarjus Ikka. Even your lordship will see learned court below kar prathama paragraph re sabu bhul bhal achi na. If I can take your lordships to the first paragraph. Para 2 re sabu na guda bhul achi.
But it is disease quarrel very specific.
Susil Ekka, Susil Barla, this confusion has.
We can understand if the names are not applicable. Disease could see.
This is
disease.
Some amount of
and
confusion.
He is a police officer. He knows.
Well, the learned court below has done this mistake, my lord.
That's right.
But so this is
Sudarshan Bala and the disease quarrel. Sudarshan Bala, say pakare. We can understand. Deceased looks na.
अच्छा এই লাইনটা মিসেস পটনায়ক এই যে PW12 ର 79 ର এই যে ପ୍ରଥମ ସେଣ୍ଟେନ୍ସ ଟାକୁ ପଢନ୍ତୁ କ୍ରସ୍ ଏକ୍ସାମିନେସନ ର ପ୍ରଥମ ସେଣ୍ଟେନ୍ସ ଟାକୁ ପଢନ୍ତୁ
ସେଟା ମନା କରୁଛି it is not a fact that on the date of occurrence Sarjus Ikka and the ward member of the village appeared before me at Lanjibana outpost and orally reported the occurrence se kochi mu jaithili matte deychନ୍ତି
which I reduced to writing and also
he is contradicting PW1
right
he is done that is there my lord that is there which I reduced into writing
and ସାକ୍ଷୀ କହୁଛି ଆମେ ଦି ଜଣ ଗଲୁ ସେଠି ଆମେ ମୌଖିକ ବୟାନ ଦେଲୁ ସେଇଠି ଆମର ସେଠି ଲେଖା ପଢା ହେଲା ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଦସ୍ତଖତ କଲି ଇଏ କହୁଛି ନାଇଁ ସେଇଟା ଏତେଲା ନୁହେଁ ମୁଁ ନିଜେ ଗଲି ବଜାରରେ ବୁଲୁଥିଲି ଖବର ପାଇଲି ଷ୍ଟେସନ ଡାଇରୀ ଏଣ୍ଟ୍ରି କଲି ତାପରେ ଗାଁକୁ ଗଲି ସେ ଗାଁରେ ମତେ ସେମାନେ କହିଲେ ମୁଁ ସେଠି ଲେଖା ଲେଖି କଲି ତାପରେ ଆସିକିନି ଏସବୁ ଜିନିଷ ରହିଲା ତାହେଲେ ସେ ଗାଁ ଏତେଲାଟା କୁଆଡେ ଗଲା କାରଣ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଏତଲାକାରୀ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛି ଏତଲାକାରୀ କହୁଛି ଯୋଉ ରିପୋର୍ଟଟା ମୁଁ ଥାନାରେ ଦେଲି ବା ଯୋଉଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଏଫଆଇଆର ସେଇଟା ହଉଛି ମୁଁ ଥାନାକୁ ଆସିକି ଦେଇଥିଲି ତାହେଲେ ସେ ଏଫଆଇଆର ଟା କୁଆଡେ ଗଲା ଯୋଉଟା ଗାଁରେ ଦିଆ ହେଇଥିଲା
ସେଟା orally ଦିଆ ହେଇଥିଲା ସେଟା reduce ହେଇଛି in the police
station କୁଆଡେ ଗଲା ନା ଆପଣ ଚାପି ଦେବେ ନା କଣ
that's the problem. And vis-a-vis PW10 PW10 we is another the
IIC investigation he has taken over the IIC from this Khan he has taken over investigation from this Khan around 12:15
and rightly suggestions were put to PW10
PW10 କହୁଛନ୍ତି 1910 ତା ପରଦିନ ଗୋଟେ PM ରେ he has forwarded the accused persons to the court That is, of course, not within 24 hours of receiving the FIR also. That is there. But 24 hours within arrest of the accused persons, arrest କରିଛନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ 18 ତାରିଖ ଦିନ ସନ୍ଧ୍ୟା 4ଟା ବେଳେ, 19 ଦିନ 1 ବେଳକୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ପଠେଇଛନ୍ତି। 19 ତାରିଖ ଦିନଟି ବି FIR ଟାକୁ dispatch କରିଛନ୍ତି to the court. So there is not a delay that is fatal to the prosecution. Right to private defense, my lord, they would have taken a little more some efforts to bring this fact to the forefront. At least they would have become DWs. They would have examined themselves in the court or brought out some material.
Patnaik, you are forgetting that State Defense Council has been engaged. It's a jail criminal appeal. What sort of lawyer?
Right.
Still then both question pacharichandi. It's not that he has not prepared himself.
FIR দেখুন page 22
ଆଜ୍ଞା
এই ଯୋଉ ଉପରେ ଅଛି complainant informant name ଦେଖୁଛନ୍ତି
ଆଜ୍ଞା
କାହା ନାଁ ଲେଖା ହେଇଥିଲା ତା କୋଟା ହେଇଛି
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ନାଁ ଲେଖା ହେଇଥିଲା
କଣ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ସର୍ଜୁ ଶିକା
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ କିଏ
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବି ସେ ହଉଛି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଯିଏ ଥିଲା
so therefore
it's all मतलब names are all confused because
not name something fishy
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବୋଲି କିଏ ଆଇ
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ
ୱିଟନେସ୍
ହଉଛି मतलब ये
PW10
appellant नहीं ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଅଛି PW
ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କିଏ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ଅଛି
ଗୋଟେ ତ PW10 ହଉଛି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାଲା କିଏ ନାହାନ୍ତି ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ଅଛି PW8
what is this
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ସେଠି ତ ସିଏ ତ IIC ଏଠି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବୋଲି ଜଣା ପଡୁଛି ବାକି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଣ ତାର ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଣ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି
ପ୍ରଥମ ନେମ୍ ତାପରେ ଗୋଟେ ନେମ୍ ତାପରେ ଉପରେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ଗୋଟେ
ସାର୍ଜୁ ଶିକା ଏପଟେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ଯଦି ବି ଅଛି
ଓହୋ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ IIC ନା ବି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ
ହଁ ନାଇଁ IIC ନୁହେଁ ଯେ ସେ ଆଉ କୋଉ ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ହେଇଥିବ
ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ସେଠି IIC
ଏକ୍ୟୁଜ ନାମ ବୋଲି ଭାବି ଲେଖି ଦେଇଥିବ
ଭୁଲ ଲେଖି ଦେଇଛି ନାଇଁ ଭୁଲ ବାର୍ଲା ବି ଜଣା ପଡୁନି ସୁଦର୍ଶନ ବାର୍ଲା ବି ଜଣା ପଡୁନି
ଯୋଉଟା ଭୁଲ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି that is creating doubt and the benefit of doubt
no I understand my lord
may I read the defense witness
so who called defense witness ଯଦି ଆଣି ପାରୁଛନ୍ତି regarding the incident or the quarrel then why defense witness could not be brought regarding the self defense part
ସେଲ୍ଫ ଡିଫେନ୍ସ ସେଠି ସିନା କିଏ ଥିଲେ ସେ ସକାଳୁ ହେଇଛି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାକ୍ଷୀ କହୁଛି ମୋ ଛଡା ଆଉ ଏଠି କେହି ନଥିଲେ
they would have examined themselves in the
ପଢିଲେ ଡିଫେନ୍ସ ୱିଟନେସ୍ କଣ କହୁଛି ଦେଖିବା
page 81
ହଁ ପଢନ୍ତୁ
I know accused Nirmal Barla and Sudarshan Barla I knew Susilika in his life I also know Sarju Shika and Susil Barla of our village Susilika died about
Sarjus ମାନେ ହେଲା PW1
informant
ହଁ informant ଆଉ ସୁଶୀଲ ବାର୍ଲା ହେଲା
sir PW8
okay ହଁ
Susilika died about 5 years back on the day following Nuakhai on day when we were observing Nuakhai dances were being performed in front of the church of our village about 200 persons were present and participated in the dance Sarju Shika and Susil Barla were present in the merrymaking that night at about 10 p.m. accused Sudarshan Barla was proceeding to attend his duties at Rajgangpur. At that time, Susil Barla caught hold of the cycle of the Sudarshan Barla in front of the church. Thereafter, Sarju Shika went there. Then those three persons tussled with each other. Apprehending a fight, we, the villagers separated them. Thereafter, all of them proceeded to their respective houses and we continued the merrymaking. Later on, Sarju Sikka and Sushil Barla were looking for the accused persons being armed with knife and bhuja. Seeing this, we stopped the dance and proceeded to our respective houses. On the next morning at about 5 a.m., I heard in the village that Susilika has been murdered. Sushil Barla and Susilika were in the habit of picking up quarrel with the villagers in drunken condition. Previously, Sushil Barla, and others have assaulted the mother of the accused persons, alleging that she was a witch. For that, a case has been initiated and the same is pending before the JMFC Rajgam. Cross-examination by prosecution. There was no chowkidar in our village. The chowkidar resides in another village about 3 kilometers away from our village. We have never complained before the chowkidar about any misbehavior by the deceased and his companions in drunken condition. At about 9 p.m., I was participating in the dance in front of the church when I saw the Sarjusika and Sushil Balla holding bhujali and knife on the backside of the church. I am not a witness to the earlier criminal case initiating for assaulting the mother of the accused person, as I have not witnessed the occurrence. It is not a fact that I have not seen anything and that am deposing falsehood to save the accused persons.
So, Mrs. Patnaik, the law होची जे डिफेंस विटनेस और प्रोसिक्यूशन विटनेस को इक्वल ट्रीटमेंट दबा merely because he is a defense witness we cannot presume that he is telling falsehood. ତେଣୁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସାକ୍ଷୀଟି ଆପଣ ସିଏ ତାଙ୍କର ଦେଲେ ଏବଂ ଘଟଣା ବିଷୟରେ କହିଲେ ପୂର୍ବ ଦିନର ଘଟଣା ସେଦିନ ଘଟଣା ହଁ ସେଇ ପୂର୍ବ ଦିନ ଘଟଣା ଯଦି ଆପଣ that is almost it has remained unchallenged. ଯଦି ସେଇଆ ହୁଏ ତାହେଲେ ଗୋଟେ ଲୋକର ଚିନ୍ତା କରନ୍ତୁ ସିଏ ଯାଉଛି ଡ୍ୟୁଟି କୁ ଯାଉଛି ତା ପୂର୍ବ ଦିନ ରାତି 10ଟା ବେଳେ ତାକୁ ରାସ୍ତାରେ ଅଟକେଇକିନି ଆପଣ ତାକୁ କରିଛ ଏଇ ସବୁ ପରିସ୍ଥିତି ପରେ ତାପରେ ଇଣ୍ଟରଫିୟରାନ୍ସ ଆସିଛି ଘରକୁ ସିଏ ପଳେଇ ଆଇଛି ତାରି ପରଦିନ ସକାଳୁ ସକାଳୁ ଯାଇ ତା ଘରେ ପହଞ୍ଚି ଯାଇଛି
ଏଇ କଥାଟା ଯଦି DW2 DW3 ହେଇକି କହିଥାନ୍ତେ
କଣ DW
ମାନେ ଯଦି DW ଯଦି appellant ଦି ଜଣ ଯାକ they would have got themselves into the
why
deposed only to prove the
that is all right. Accused is a competent witness, but sometimes it is we don't never give it. It's very risky. Once you allow him to go to the talk, we do not know what sort of questions will be put, and so that's why unless jete jadi bhi taku chढ़ा जाए ता उपरे चेष्टा करू कम जिनस कहि केमि पळे आसो ता इयो कारण गोटे जहा आसी जीव एडमिशन पळे आसो ना
already they have stated that in 313 re
313 रे
କହିଛନ୍ତି so what was the harm they could have examined themselves
ସେଇଟା ଖାଲି accused statement ହେଇଗଲା accused statement ରେ क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन स्कोप नाही थरे साक्षी हिसाब रे चढ़ी गेला आपण दुनिया जिंस पचारबे
unnecessary
प्रोसिक्यूटर छाड़ीबोनी ना दुनिया विषय पचारिबो तांकू
they have to discharge their burden when it comes to
they have done it by examining one witness
by examining only
313 and one exam
बहुत जिंस मध्ये काढी चंती आपणकर साक्षीटू जोटा को आपण
मना करछु
suggestion consistent
लॉ टा कहूनी जे राइट ऑफ प्राइवेट डिफेंस को सेमाने खाली साक्षी देगिनी प्रमाण करेइबे राइट ऑफ प्राइवेट डिफेंस प्ली टा को जदी समान टोटली भी प्ली न नियंती लॉ होची जदी if no plea is taken but from the materials available on record the court is convinced that right of private defense plea is available that can also be taken into account so they may remain silent but here they have taken a specific plea किछि मटेरियल मध्य काढी चंती अन्य साक्षी गुटू जोटा को जस्टिफाई करूची तांकर राइट ऑफ प्राइवेट डिफेंस प्ली को ये करिया पय दैट अपार्ट समान गुटे साक्षी मध्य देई चंती तेनु इट्स नॉट दैट दे हैव not done anything
by the way undergone केते
सर लाइफ इम्प्रिजमेंट
लाइफ में रहिले नहीं और
रहिले 11 वर्ष 1969 रे जाइतिला 2010 रे रिलीज बाय दिशा नो
we are reserving the judgment
my lord I have submitted
please pass on
मु खाली गोटे जजमेंट भी
दियंतु सेटा लिखि दियंतु ଆପଣ ଜଜमेଣ୍ଟ ରେ ଲେଖି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
ଆପଣ ନା
ନା ଲେଖି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ
Sir, ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ written notes କରିଛି।
ସେ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ବେଟର you file it so
ରିଟନ୍ ନୋଟ୍ ଥିଲା ତ ଆଗରୁ ଦେଇଥାନ୍ତି।
hard alright hard ଯୋଉମାନଙ୍କର ଶୁଣ ଏଇ
ଅଛି, ଅଛି।
ଯୋଉମାନଙ୍କର ଆଗରୁ ରିଟିନ ନୋଟ ଅଫ ଆର୍ଗୁମେଣ୍ଟ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କରିଥିବେ ତମେ ଆର୍ଗୁମେଣ୍ଟ ହବା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ପଚାରି ଦବ ଏବଂ ସେଟାକୁ ସେ ନେଇ ଆସିବେ ହେଲା ନେଇ ଆସିବ କୋର୍ଟ କର। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆଗରୁ ପଚାରିବ ଇନ୍ ଆଡଭାନ୍ସ ଯେ ଆପଣ କୌଣସି ସାଇଟେସନ ପ୍ରେସ୍ କରିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ସାଇଟେସନ କପି ଯଦି ତାଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ନଥିବ ଜେରକ୍ସ କପି ପ୍ରିପେୟାର ନ କରିଥିବେ ଦେନ୍ ୟୁ କଲ୍ ଫର 2 sets of books at least ହେଲା ତାଙ୍କୁ ମଗେଇକିନି ସେ କାରଣ ସେମାନେ ସାଇଟେସନ ପ୍ରେସ୍ କରୁଥିବେ
ଦିଟା set
ହେଲା ତେଣୁ ସେଟାକୁ ଆଗରୁ ସବୁ କେସରେ ପଚାରିବ କାଉନ୍ସିଲ।
ଆମେ ଯୋଉଟା ଖୋଜୁଛୁ ଏଇଟା ଏଠି
Sir,
ଯୋଉ ଖୋଜୁଛୁ
ହଁ।
ସେଇ କେସ୍ ସମାଧାନ ହେଇପାରନ୍ତି।
ହଁ।
ସେଥିରେ ବି waiting out
ହଁ ହଁ ଆପଣ ସେଠି ଲେଖିଦେଲେ ତ ଫର ଆପେଲାଣ୍ଟ ବୋଲି ଲେଖି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ତା ଉପରେ
ମୁଁ ଲେଖିଦେବି।
so that
Sir, ଖାଲି ଟିକେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନଜରକୁ ଆଣିବି ଗୋଟେ
ସେଟା
ଏ judgment
appellant
ର
ବୋଲି
ଧାରା-
ଜଣା ପଡିବନି କାରଣ ଜଜମେଣ୍ଟ ରିଜର୍ଭ ହଉଛି yes କଣ କୁହନ୍ତୁ କଣ ଯଦି ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି।
Sir, it is decided by Honorable Apex Court. Page that is
ସାଇଟେସନ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ତ
ଆଜ୍ଞା sir, ଆପଣ ଦେଇଛି।
ହଁ
କହିଲି ଦୋରାଲି କହିଲି
ମୁଁ ପଢିଛି।
ପଢି
ନବରାମ ନିର୍ମଲାକାର versus State of ଛତିଶଗଡ଼।
ହୁଁ
Sir, ସେ କହିଛନ୍ତି
ସେଗୁଡାକ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଶୁଣନ୍ତୁ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ସାଇଟେସନ ଗୁଡା ଦେଲେ
ଲେଖିଛି।
ତା ଦେହରେ ଯୋଉ ଇମ୍ପୋର୍ଟାଣ୍ଟ ମାର୍କ ଇଗୁଡା କରିଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଅଣ୍ଡରଲାଇନ କରିଛନ୍ତି
ହାଇଲାଇଟ୍ କରୁଛୁ।
ଆମେ କେମିତି ଖୋଜିବୁ ତାକୁ ଆପଣ କୋଉ ପ୍ଲେସ୍ ପର୍ଟିକୁଲାର ଜିନିଷଟା ତାକୁ ହାଇଲାଇଟ କରିକି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
sir,
ହେଲା
କୋଉ ପାରାଗ୍ରାଫ
କୋଉ paragraph? ଆଉ କିଛି ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି ମିସେସ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଯୋଉ ପାରାଗ୍ରାଫ ଆପଣ ହାଇଲାଇଟ କରିବାକୁ ହଁ ସେଗୁଡାକ ଟିକେ ଅଣ୍ଡରଲାଇନ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
ପାରା 9 ବୋଲି ଲେଖିଦେଇଛ।
ହଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି
ଗୋଟେ part ପଢିବି।
ଆଇଦର ଲେଖି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ନହେଲେ ଅଣ୍ଡରଲାଇନ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ
ସେ ଗୋଟେ ପାର ପଢୁ।
ୟେସ୍
Exception 1 to section 300 recognizes that when a reasonable person is tormented continuously, he may at one point of time erupt and reach a break point whereby losing self-control, going astray and committing the offense. However, sustained provocation principle doesn't do away with the requirement of immediate.
that's right Mr. You see it's a reaction depends upon different person it varies ମୋ ଘର ସାମ୍ନାରେ କିଏ ଗୋଟେ ଆସିକିନି ପାଟି କରିବ ମୁଁ ଏତ କବାଟ ନ ଖୋଲିକିନି ଚୁପ ରହିଯିବି ହେଲା ପାଟି କରୁଛି ସେ ତାର ଯିବ ତ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଲୋକ ଥିବ ତା ଘର ସାମ୍ନାରେ କଲା ବେଳକୁ ସିଏ ବାଡି ଧରି ବାହାରି ଆସିବ
Sir, ଇଏ
ତ
ବି
ମୋ ଘର
continuous
ସାମ୍ନାରେ
ଆଉ
କାହିଁକି
ତିନି ଥର attack କରୁଛି।
नो
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ସେ ଡିପେଣ୍ଡସ ଅପନ ପର୍ସନ ତାଙ୍କର ରିଆକ୍ସନ କଣ ହବ ଜଣଙ୍କ ଘର ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଯାଇକିନି ସକାଳୁ ପାଟିତୁଣ୍ଡ କଲେ it depends upon person to person you cannot
Yes.
put it in a straight jacket formula just say ଏଇ ଟାଇପ ର କଲେନି ତେଣୁ ତାଙ୍କର depends
ମାକୁ ବି attack
ଦେଖିଛନ୍ତି
କରୁଛନ୍ତି,
hard
ତାକୁ attack କରୁଛନ୍ତି।
Mr.
Subhash
Subhash Chandra Pradhan Land Council appearing for the appellant and Mrs. Saswat Patnaik Land additional government advocate the land council for both the parties land council for the appellant filed the written note of submission
My lord.
along with some citations which are taken on record. Mrs. Patnaik also filed some citations which are taken on record. Hearing is closed. Judgment is resolved. Thank you.
Obliged.
That's right. Yes.
That takes a moment.
ଏଇଟା ଶୁଣ ସ୍ଟାପଲର ମାରିକିନି ଏଟାକୁ ଇଏ କର ଏଠି ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ଟାପଲର ମାର
ଏଇଟା only single blow. ଗୋଟିଏ
it's all right you come after my single bench court hour I will dictate the case okay
Pardon, my lord, in weekly list item 313, in weekly list item 313, petitioner is ready to willing the ready to marriage the victim, my lord. Praying for a direction for the state, my lord.
କଣ ଏଇଠି arrange କରିବା ବାହାଘର ନା
No, my
କଣ
lord, Instruction, my lord, from the victim.
Where is your petition?
That is 313.
That 313 कौन अपन petition कहीं interim application कहीं file
Achhi, my lord, that is tagged 929. Reflect करो नहीं what I have filed.
929.
Yes, my lord.
Of 23.
Yes, my lord.
See that the learned counsel for the petitioner has filed this interim application. Learned counsel for the state seeks some time to obtain instruction. Place this matter in the e-commencing comes on.
Pardon to mention, item 203. It's a IA for
305. Well, it's not a tired, earlier not rejected. It's a phrase bail. You have also granted bail with equal to that it has come at register both are body last
Which one? Which one?
Pardon?
Kuta?
305. Phrase bail या कोई क्यों सब गलनी
305 है
आया गत वीक रे आसला सप्लीमेंट 9 नंबर सीरियल पुणी जागी पछरे तीन मास अढ़ाई मास पर पड़िला पुणी सप्लीमेंट लिस्ट आइटम नंबर न थिला
आज कोन को accused bail ले पड़ी चंदी
your lordship has granted bail.
all right we'll see that in the matter reaches we'll see that. Yes, next
item 203.
भाई मरि जाय त भाई मरि जाय त
interim application file कर चंदी
interim application file the last occasion it was listed in the supplement kindly
yes
item 336. I am the only player of the interim bail. The main application, the present petition is for interim bail, your lordship. On the health grounds of the accused petition, lordship.
336,
your lordship. BLPL number 9018, your lordship.
This application is itself for bail, interim bail.
Yes, your lordship.
So the ground is in
the benzene, one type of cancer, your lordship.
Kaharo.
Accused petitioner himself, your lordship, inside the custody.
Right. Mr. Tripathi, you take instruction. Learned counsel for the item number 36. Submits that averments have been taken in paragraph number so and so that the accused is suffering cancer. Let the learned counsel for the petitioner state obtain instruction through the jail superintendent about a matter to be listed in 25th of September 2020. Yes.
Pardon to mention 203.
Item
419
million criminal revision.
कौन है फर्स्ट टाइम आछि तो नन
आसिकी इंस्ट्रक्शन दे स्पेशल इंफॉर्मेटिव
item 203 item 203 it's a IA for interim bail of the illness of the fathers of the petitioner. Lordship already obtained instruction by the state council. Instruction has already come.
203
yes my lord.
देखि दियन तो फाइल टा मगे कि अछि ना
मतलब item 314
item 285 my lord connected matter your lordship had the matter along with 69 BLPL 6922 of 2022 my lord. That order that has been that BLPL has been disposed of. It has come on the list my lord. It should come.
Which one?
Item 285 my lord.
What do you want?
This matter may be taken up next week in the supplementary list. Matter to be listed on the heading to be mentioned my lord. Your lordship already had the matter along with another BLPL that is 6922 of 2022. That has been disposed of other connected matter. It has been wrongly listed under the heading order. It should be listed in the heading to be mentioned.
एटा कोन ऑर्डर रिजर्व हितला
ऑर्डर रिजर्व हितला गोटा कर रही है कि आ गोटा एटा रही है
ऑर्डर रिजर्व हितला कोन एटा देखि दे हां जे ऑर्डर रिजर्व थियो ता टू बी मेंशन नहीं अछि हैला
the supplementary list
yes
मतलब item number
item 301 last week it was in the supplementary list but not reached last option from last 2023 the lordship was directed by obtain instruction therefore 89 is not
अछि तो लिस्ट अछि कोन चाहू छनी कोन
supplementary
सप्लीमेंटरी कोन सब के सास्पेक्ट हां तापर
मतलब item 314 314 the petitioner is in custody since last 8 years in a cheat fund case. The co-accused has already been released on bail. So I pray only the matter may be come supplementary list with the tagged matter. Lordship has disposed of 313636 by 18 BLPL number. That sangre eta asu because earlier rejected.
What is that number?
3136 by 18.
3136 of 2018.
Supplementary again.
For the petitioner submits that earlier bail application of the petitioner was rejected by this court.
Not by this court, my lord. It was rejected, not by this honorable court.
Was rejected in BLAPL number 3136
By
of
18.
2018, and the matter, the said case record be placed along with the present one. Put of this matter on such and such date along with BLAPL number 3136 of 2008.
Item 295, my lord. Item 295, my lord. My lord, in this case, the petitioner's son's wedding, I had submitted one interim application regarding petitioner's son's wedding. Instruction was sought for September 4 को fix etla, my lord, and the matter did not come. The wedding is also over. I am ready to argue this matter on merits, my lord. 4 years since his imprisonment, 4 years since his custody.
Wedding is over means that, so that part goes.
That means I'll not press the interim application. I'll argue on merits, my lord. Kindly list it up.
IA number 1090 of 2023. This is an application for interim bail. The Land Council for the petitioner does not want to press this application. Accordingly, it is disposed of. Item number 295.
My lord, kindly be listed supplementary.
Kindly see the earlier order. Report was called for. Report was called, and the matter was listed in the supplementary list.
Which one?
306.
306.
Supplementary item 9 thila gata saptare. The weekly list re pole aschi, my lord, that cannot be reached. Mother of the petitioner was seriously ill.
All right.
My lord, item number 237, my lord.
237 237 सेटार को एक्यूज लॉर्डशिप ग्रांटेड बेल कनेक्टेड है कि आसी फेल्ड लॉर्डशिप में डिस्पोज ऑफ माय बेल एप्लीकेशन सेम ऑर्डर माय लॉर्ड फर्स्ट ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड पेरिटी
व्हाट सेम ऑर्डर
माय लॉर्ड 237 आइटम से एंटीसिपेटरी बेलटा फर्स्ट टाइम आसी फ्रेश केस टा जेहेतु को एक्यूज को बेल एप्लीकेशन टा लॉर्डशिप डिस्पोज ऑफ
को एक्यूज रो कोन हितला
फर्स्ट ऑफ स्टैंडर्ड
ए देखिले बाहर
कनेक्टेड है कि आसी
वेट
my lord, item number 231, my lord. Item number 231, my lord.
Wait. Item number it hଉଛି mention kale 237 number ta adere jota eighty aichi. This co-accused name is Hari alias Hari Bolo Pradhan.
Yes.
Okay, eta ko same order kar do jaha achi ABLAPL number 16 re same order ko
पेरिटी
My lord, item number 231, my lord.
को एक्यूज रिलीजन बेल पेरिटी में
acha co-accused stated that co-accused has been released on bail, parity to be taken under.
obligement
Item 231.
363. Extension of time. 363.
As soon as anticipatory bail application disposed of giving you time to surrender. You have not surrendered. So when will you surrender?
As lordship.
All right, by end of September 2023.
My lord, item 231, my lord. The petitioner is
IA disposed of.
my lord, item number 231, my lord. 7 मास माने 7 सप्ताह हेलानी did not be reached, my lord. My lord, lady, my lord, they are suffering from illness, my lord, in jail custody. My lord, co-accused 4 person already released. My lord, Subhas Pradhan, Mamata Porida, and all are released this honorable court, my lord. So let it be taken up, my lord. 8265 of 2023, my lord.
What is the offense here?
Offense is my 419, 420, 467, 468, 471, 420B of the IPC Act.
Reject itla.
No, my lord. It is first time.
So if you say co-accused persons have been released on bail,
yes, my lord,
and your petitioner stands on the similar footing.
No, my lord. My FIR is not named. My FIR is.
Please provide the co-accused bail orders.
Yes, my lord. I have already annexed, my lord. Page 30, my lord. I have already annexed.
Verify whether same footing or not.
Yes, my lord. Already
item number 231. Yes, next.
What is my lord item number?
Permitted to withdraw item 101 108. 180 my lord. Permitted to withdraw my lord.
Wait.
What?
12788
180, it is 12788 of 2022. You are filing a withdrawal memo. All right, disposed of as
my lord. Item number 157, my lord. In this case, my lord, your lordship has granted bail
but the condition of cash security is there, my lord. I have filed an IA, and that IA, my lord, instruction has been sought for, my lord. My lord, that
take up this matter. Why are you mentioning?
my lord, bail was granted in the month of May, my lord.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I pray, my lord, any day, my lord, next week in the
We'll see.
supplement,
Yes, next.
my lord.
Lordship, item number 296. Lordship, I have filed one IA. The petitioner wife is going to have operation.
Just 200?
296, Lordship. One IA has been filed to that.
296.
Yes, sir. Lordship, IA number 1209 of
Please,
2020.
please wait. 296 which is BLAPL number 2344 of 2023.
Yes, sir.
You have filed an interim application.
Yes, sir.
What is the number? IA?
IA 1209 of 2020.
1209 of
2023, Lordship.
For what you have filed that
Lordship, the petitioner wife is going to have knee surgery, Lordship.
Okay.
And I
Okay.
have-
For interim bail you file. So Mr. Tripathi, all right. BLAPL number 2344 of 2023. The Land and Council for the Land Council for the petitioner submits that an interim application has been filed for interim bail of the petitioner on the ground of ailment of the wife of the petitioner who is supposed to go undergo a knee surgery. Land Council for the state seeks some time to obtain instruction on the interim application. List this matter in the week commencing from 25th September 2023 along with IA number 1209 of 2023. Instructions shall be obtained in the meantime. Yes.
May I be pardoned, my lord. Item 384, my lord. Item 384, there is a noting, my lord, that this appeal may lies to the Court of Session in appeal as pointed out by SR, my lord.
384.
There is a noting that this appeal lies to the Court of Session in appeal as pointed out by SR, my lord.
Right.
My lord, here the petitioner is a juvenile has filed his bail application challenging the order of juvenile court order, my lord. Instead of filing appeal before the appellate court, has filed a revision before this
Right.
my lord. So I pray, my lord, kindly be liberty may be given to file appeal.
All right. The Land and Council for the petitioner. This is 384. 6 permission to withdraw this revision petition to approach the appellate court against the impugned order. Accordingly, the revision petition stands disposed of. Yes.
Liberty be given to approach again.
You can go. Once it is rejected, why? If I write that order, he will just appellate court will reject your bail application. Yes. Next.
May I be pardoned, my lord? I'm sorry. Item 404.
Yes, Mr.
This is a matter, my lord, where my application for discharge was rejected and I have come up here. And this matter is posted before the trial court on 21st. Can it be taken up on 18th in the supplementary list, my lord? Because the trial court is not granting further time.
So, is it for vigilance matter or?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the vigilance council is not there, so you could have. Why have you not written here vigilance in bracket? In the state of Orissa, simple written, so they might not be aware. Okay, I'm heard Mr. S.S. Rao and senior advocate appearing for the petitioner submits that this revision petition has been filed against the order of the Lennon trial court rejecting the petition for discharge, and it's a vigilance matter. And he further submits that you have already served the copy on the
yes, I have served copy.
And the Land and Vigilance Council copy has already been served on the Land and Vigilance Council. List this matter.
18th it can come.
18th it would not be possible.
Because the case is posted to 21st there.
All right, but this should holidays.
19th, 20th are holidays.
All right, 21st, like 21st on 21st September 2023. And in the state of Orissa, in the bracket, it is to be mentioned as vigilance. Okay. Yes.
In this item 243, my lord.
243,
my lord. There, my lord, the petition is cautioned for about 3 years.
243.
My lord.
petitioner is in custody for about 3 years, and my lord, because of the fact that they are outsider, my lord directed me to give a copy that particulars of their security for verification. It is already verified, my lord. But no. All right, this when the matter reaches, we'll take up this matter. And so for the next item, 244, 8 years in custody. A lady of around 70 years, 8 years in custody for trial, my lord. And that's why my lord is also called for a report, my lord. It requires we'll see that. Yes.
Item 276. The tied up matter is not just they are rejected the matter and targeted it. But it's in the list.
Achi to list achi kon hola?
Being expected for the last some weeks, but not.
Okay.
Item number 299, my lord. The petitioner is a 72 years old, my lord. One of the co-accused has been released on bail on 22nd August of 2023, my lord.
It's a CBI matter.
My
so
lord, my lord.
CBI counsel has to remain present. He is not.
So, well, a specific date, my lord, please.
No, specific date. List to achi out a cup of yes. All right. Yes, next. Which one?
305.
On for it.
Withdraw conversion so that
305. Take care. Just a minute.
Permission to withdraw so that I can
305 कौन उड़ा कहले एटा चिन्ह मराइछि
what do you mean?
अच्छा the land and council for the petitioner seeks permission to withdraw the application. Permission is granted, disposed of as withdrawn. Yes.
Madam, to mention serial number 412
to move.
Madam, to mention my lord, serial number 412/15. The appellant is already conviction period is over, my lord. And the list is matter any supplementary list.
Item number?
Item non out.
Memo, हाँ जी.
Oblige.
Item. You have already mentioned. I have asked them to verify. Yes. All right.
Item 268, my lord. Belgium matter. Earlier he was on bail. Subsequently, by virtue of warrant, he has been arrested.
Which one?
Item 268.
हाँ कौन है आपका क्वेश्चन दी
आगुरु बेल थला योर लॉर्डशिप ग्रांटेड बेल subsequently by virtue of a warrant again he has been taken in custody.
When you were taken into custody?
Since 4 months, my lord.
Let us verify item number 260. The land council for the petitioner submitted that the petitioner was on bail as per order of this court passed in so and so, and due to non-taking of steps on the date fixed, non-bailable warrant of arrest was issued against the petitioner, for which he was taken into custody since last 4 months, and then back usual order करेगी in Belgium format करेगी ना allow कर देगी, but verify that it is a Belgium matter, है ना? All right. Yes.
With number 2, your lordship. Last occasion on last Friday, your lordship heard and kept it on Saturday. Lordship heard the matter is the IAFL robbery matter.
Item number
2.
Weekly list.
Yes.
Okay. What do you want?
Your lordship should ask for a copy of the co-accused order. We are given the court, and state also we have already supplied copies.
Why are you mentioning item number? Yes. Next.
385, my lord. That's the restoration matter.
385. Yes.
385 of the weekly list. Restoration.
Just
CRLM 60 of 2000.
BLAPL was dismissed for non-prosecution. All right, restored. Yeah.
Lordship, I may be pardoned to mention item numbers 95, 103 and 292. Your Lordship, these are bail applications by the same petitioner. Lordship, the petitioner has been in custody since 31st of December 2020. Your Lordship, I pray for any date in the next week. The co-accused, Your Lordship, has been released on interim bail.
95.
Yes, Your Lordship. 95 is the first bail application.
Wait. What do you want?
Your Lordship, Your Lordship may please fix a date in the next week.
Next week, next Friday ଆସିବ. Next Friday ଗୁଡା ସବୁ ରଖିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ. ଆଉ ଗୋଟା କହୁଛନ୍ତି.
Your Lordship may tag the three matters together.
With which other items?
Item number 103 and item number 292.
292? Okay.
Gratefully, Your Lordship.
All right.
May I be permitted to make a mention, Your Lords?
Yes.
Item number 418. It was item number 1 in the supplementary list last week, Milords. Due to paucity of time, it could not be taken up. Here, Milords, the Vigilance Council made a false statement. It's a fresh matter. He made a false statement that the charge has been framed. Though it was false, Your Lordship called for a report, and it was in item number 1 in the last week. But because of the election case, there was no time. May I pray next week, Milords, as fresh admission in the supplementary list.
Charge has not been framed, Mr.
No, Milords, a false statement was made before this court.
बाहर कले सेटा 418 मैटर टिके रो
रिपोर्ट भी आसी आज्ञा
टिके रो
लास्ट वीक 1 रे थिला
टिके
आई
ऑर्डर टा लास्ट ऑर्डर टा देखिए. Okay, Mr. Devasi Sadangi, Land Counsel for the petitioner, Mr. Sangram Das, Land Standing Counsel for the Vigilance Department, the petitioner Subhen Soganaj filed this so-and-so for discharge. Land Counsel for the Vigilance Department on telephonic instruction submitted, charge has already been framed. Land Counsel for the petitioner disputed the same, submitted that the petitioner has never appeared before the Land and Trial Court after passing of this so-and-so, and therefore instruction which has been received by the Land Counsel for Vigilance Department is not a correct one. Conflicting submission report was called for. Asila status report kahin?
I also select tag age
5/9/2023. Charge sheet hela, cognizance ne hela, tapore PP supply hela, time petition file heichi, so and so, so and so. Discharge petition was filed. Okay. Now the present status of the case is that it is posted to 11/9.
Security, my lord.
The last order tamu dekhe. Address furnished by the petitioner in the cause title is correct. Submitted petitioner is in judicial custody since so and so. 4 witnesses have been examined out of 20. Submitted the search status report from which it revealed that out of okay. Petitioner is a man from Chhattisgarh. Petitioner is ready and willing to furnish local surety. Let names, address, and documents of 2 local sureties be handed over to the Land Council for the state. They decently.
I have received one Srivasa Jodhar. Name is Srivasa Jodhar. But the document stood recorded in the name of Narayana Jodhar. Who is that person? Where is that is? Whether this Narayana Jodhar is alive or not, nothing has been given.
Aadhaar card herika सब देइछि.
Aadhaar card रे किछि लेखा नै ता सन बोल.
आपनकर जी सिक्युरिटी लोकल सिक्युरिटी हबो तारो आधार कार्ड टा देबे
देइछि
एवं सेटा आपन लोकल आउ तारो डॉक्यूमेंट्स गुडा के देबे जो लैंडेड प्रॉपर्टीज रो डॉक्यूमेंट
देइछि
आउ देइछंती आ से कोन मना
ता भीतर ता बापा ना थिबो ना
मु केन जानि से ता बापा बोल आ कुडा नु
आपण आपण दियंत ता लेखिन देइ दियंत से इंस्ट्रक्शन देबे हला से कागज रे टी क्लैरिफाई कर दियंत से टी बुझी पर नांती देखि दो. The Land and Counsel for the petitioner supplied the jana surety the names, address, and documents of 2 local sureties who are interested to take the petitioner on bail. The Land Counsel for the state seeks some time to obtain instruction on such documents through Kothanaita.
এটা হচ্ছে মালকানগিরি ময়তালি
through inspector in charge of Mathili police station in the district of Malkangiri. So list this matter in the week commencing from 25th September 2023. Free copy of the order be handed over to the Learning Council for the state. Yes.
Item 3.
My lord, Lordship, I am through hybrid mode, Lordship.
Yes,
Lordship, I mean, item number 3 and 4, both are from the same case, same FIR number. Lordship, I am in JC since 27th of July 2020. 2 co-accused are already on the regular bail and 1 co-accused on the interim bail, Lordship. On the last date of order, Lordship has sought status report from the trial court.
Yeah, just a minute.
Lordship.
Petitioner is a man from Mathura.
Yeah.
And he may be given some time to verify whether the address furnished by the petitioner in the cause title is correct one or not, and also to obtain instruction about the criminal antecedent, if any, against the petitioner. Superintendent of Police Koraput shall make necessary correspondence with Superintendent of Police Mathura district. Kon hela ita?
The letter has been sent, but no instruction received. So
When you
2-9.
We'll take up this matter next week, try to obtain instruction. Mr. Manohar, it has already been communicated to the concerned SP, and he is expecting it to get it by next week. All right?
Lordship, just humble prayer to keep it in the same.
It will come on 22nd. It will come. Today is 15th.
Yes,
so
Lordship.
next Friday it will come. Okay.
Lordship, in the supplementary list.
Okay. The Learning Council for the Mr. Sam Manohar through virtual mode and Mr. Tripathi who submitted that as per the order dated 1/9/2023, instruction has already been sought for from Superintendent of Police Mathura district in the state of Uttar Pradesh to ascertain about the correctness of the address furnished by the petitioner in the cause title, and the matter may be taken up next week for such purpose. List this matter on 22nd September 2023. Same matter, this other one is also same.
Yes, Lordship. Item 3 and 4 both from the same case. Same FIR, Lordship.
4 भी देखी दो सही date order heat lagi nahi. Okay. So it will come on 22nd 9/2020. Both the matters, 3 and 4. Okay.
I'm obliged, deeply obliged, Lordship.
Yes.
Item 5.
Mr. Rajesh Kumar Das.
May I please, Lordship?
Yeah.
Hello, last occasion directed, Lona State Council.
3 and 4, Sam Manohar case, Mr. Mishra. You are there in the... No.
No, this is supplementary.
It's a supplemental list, Mr. No, it's supplemental. Yes. Yes, I argue your
I don't know. Last occasion director, my lord, correctness of the address present petitioner, my lord.
Just a minute. Mr. Sadangi, please come here. You made a submission, Mr. That the charge has already been framed, and he said that no, I have instruction that it has not been framed. My client has not there, so where is the question of framing of charge? So I called for the status report. What is that item, Mr.
418.
418 टी बाहर कर ले. Weekly list 418.
Weekly list.
Weekly list. So the order is reads like this one. Learning Council for the Vigilance Department on instruction submitted that charge has already been framed on 17/8/2023. Whereas the Learning Council for the petitioner disputed the same and submitted petitioner has never appeared before the Learning Trial Court after passing this one. So now the report has come. I called for a report. The report indicates in the concluding part that the present status of the case is that the case is posted to 11/9/2023 for consideration of the charge.
Then I stands corrected, Lords. That was the date fixed for posting of that framing of charge. But now I stands corrected, Lord. That 11/9 is the date, Lords.
No, 11/9 is already over now. And what happened on 11, Mr. Sadangi?
Mr. Milords, after much difficulty, The court threatened us for to issue NBW. It has been adjourned to 3rd October. So what I pray for, your lordship may take it up next Friday as a fresh admission so that it can be done.
All right, Mr. Peru, the status report of the submitted by the Learned Special Judge Vigilance Baleshwar dated 5/9/2023, from which it appears that the case was posted to 11/9/2023 for consideration of the charge. Mr. Devasi Sarangi Land Counsel for the petitioner submitted that the case is now adjourned to, what is the date you said, Mr. Tripathi?
3rd October.
3rd
Next
October
month.
2023 for framing of charge. The
Or else NBW shall be issued. That is the order.
Learned Counsel for the petitioner further submitted that the court is not inclined to grant further adjournment and therefore the matter may be taken up next week. List this matter on 22nd of September 2023. ଆପଣଙ୍କର ନାଁ ଆସିଛି ତ ଲିଷ୍ଟରେ?
ମୋର ଅଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନାଁ କହୁନି, ମୁଁ ମିଷ୍ଟର ଦାସଙ୍କ ନାଁ କହୁଛି।
ଅଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା, ତାଙ୍କର ବି ଅଛି।
So it will come on 22nd. Okay. Next. Agu, your matter.
Please, last occasion, Director Mr. Lord State Council to obtain
item number,
correctness
this
of
is
address.
item number 5.
5.
BLAPL 3129.
Yes, my lord.
My lord, in this case, co-accused bail application was rejected by Justice, Honorable Justice B. Narsinga.
No, co-accused sangre kichi nahi je jo jodi fast bail application in connection with this FIR je bi fast bail application shuni thibo seiti ki sabu case jibo ଆଉ ଯିଏ ରିଜେକ୍ଟ କରିଥିଲେ ବି ତା ସେଟା କିଛି
And
ନୁହେଁ।
that application number 280021.
ରୁହନ୍ତୁ ତାହେଲେ ମୁଁ ଟିକେ ଦେଖେ କାଇଁ ତାର କେତେ କହୁଛନ୍ତି କେତେଟା?
280021.
ତା ପୂର୍ବରୁ କିଛି ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ ଡିସ୍ପୋଜ
ଆଉ
ଅଫ୍
କିଛି
ହେଇନି?
ନାହିଁ ମୋ ପାଖରେ ରେକର୍ଡ।
ମିଷ୍ଟର ତ୍ରିପାଠୀ,
Yes, sir.
ରେଜିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଆଉଟ୍ କରିଛି ଫାଷ୍ଟ ବେଲ୍ ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ ଯୋଉ ଡିସ୍ପୋଜ ଅଫ୍ ହେଇଛି ସେଟା ହଉଛି BLAPL ନମ୍ବର 209 of 2021। ତାର ପିଟିସନର ନାଁ ଥିଲା ରବୀନ୍ଦ୍ର ପାଣି, ସେଟା ଡେଟ୍ ଅଫ ଡିସ୍ପୋଜାଲ ହେଇଛି 7/4/2021। ମେ ବି that application has been disposed of by me, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୋ ପାଖକୁ ଆସିଛି। ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି କି ଏ ବିଷୟରେ? ଏଇ ଟିକେ ମାରିଲ ଇଏକୁ। ହଁ, BLAPL then 209, you are right, 209 2021। बस गो करो, शेयर कर दियो। Are you sharing it? Scroll down ଟିକେ ତଳକୁ ନେଇ ଆସ, ଆଉ ଟିକେ ଉପରୁ ନିଅ, ଉପରୁ ଉଠା। ହଁ ସେଇଟା।
Yes, sir.
You see that
Yes,
is the first bail application. Yes, argue the matter. Is it your first application or earlier your bail application?
Earlier disposed of, my lord.
Which bench disposed of?
This honorable bench, my lord.
Bir Singh.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
BLPL note 2434/2021.
Have you got the copy of that order with you? ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ଆଗ ବେଲ୍ ଆପ୍ଲିକେସନ ଟା ମୁଁ ରିଜେକ୍ଟ କରିଥିଲି ତା କପି ଅଛି କି?
ଏଇଟା ଆଜ୍ଞା ନାହିଁ।
ସେଟା ବାହାର କରନ୍ତୁ ଦେନ୍ ଏଗେନ୍। କଣ ସବୁ ଅପଲୋଡ ହଉଛି ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଆଣିବେନି, ତାକୁ ସମୟ ଏଗୁଡା ନଷ୍ଟ ହଉଛି। ତ ଇଏ କର ଆଉ BLFPL number होची 2434 करो
2434
हाँ 2021 हाँ ठीक है जी गो करो राइट बीर सिंह ठीक है जी व्यू करी कि नहीं फाइनल ऑर्डर टा बाहर करो शेयर करो taking into account that the petitioner is custody since one so Garden trial court in session over directed to expedite the trial. Oh, this is the order. All right. Kebe to Rohileni Koile?
Yes, my lord.
Kebe to Rohileni, what is your custody date?
10/8/2020.
What is the offense on which charge is submitted?
20B2C.
What is the status of the trial now?
Charge has not been, my lord.
Who said so?
Lawyer court.
This is VLFPL number T1
3129.
Is it TR number 12 of 2020?
Yes, my lord.
Huh?
TR 12 of 20.
Right, TR number 12 of 2020.
Yes.
The London Trial Court has submitted the status report, and that status report is dated 7/7/23, wherein it is mentioned that out of 16 charge sheet witnesses, 13 witnesses have been examined, and sincere steps have been taken to conclude the trial within a period of 4 months. That is the letter dated 7/7/23, and you have received the instruction, trial has not commenced. That is how you are obtaining instruction. कौन करिया कहतु आपण जो इनफॉरमेशन इंस्ट्रक्शन नेले सेटा तो ठीक नुहे ना ट्रायल कोर्ट निजे लिखुचंती 16टा साक्षी रु 13टा साक्षी हे गलानी सी पुनी जुलाई मासरे तो आ भीतर 2 मास ऑलरेडी पळई गलानी
Sorry, my lord. I have no instruction.
that you say I am directing it to conclude the trial. Lekon the Peru the status report dated 7/7/2023 by the London Trial Court, from which it appears that out of 16 charge sheet witnesses, 13 witnesses have been examined, and sincere steps have been taken to conclude the trial within a period of 4 months. It appears that in the meantime, 2 more months have already passed. Since the petitioner is stated to be in judicial custody since 10/8/2020, the London Trial Court shall do well to conclude the trial by end of November 2023. The petitioner is at liberty to renew the prayer for bail if the trial is not concluded within the said period. Copy of the order be communicated to the London Trial Court for compliance. Yes.
Yes.
Item 6.
Please take oath. Please take yours. Ready. Fine, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Take one document. Conference certificate and some copy to.
Rudrapur.
We have serious objection to filing of that
Okay.
because it is beyond pleading. Copy is now given to us.
Okay. All right. We'll pass out of that.
They have filed hundreds of documents without even giving copies to us before this question. It's only related to that document.
All right. You just ask the question.
ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଏଇଟା ଏ ଯୋଉ ମୌଜା ରୁଦ୍ରପୁର ଖାତା ନମ୍ବର 345 ପ୍ଲଟ ନମ୍ବର 414 ଇନକମ୍ବରେନ୍ସ ସାର୍ଟିଫିକେଟ।
এটা ଆପଣ କେବେ obtain କଲେ?
I obtained it a day before yesterday.
So, what has been written here?
Here, my lord, this document shows he has transferred 3 flats first show karuchi 1 number item re as a managing director he transferred that property in favor of himself and in favor of Piyush Dhari Mahanti. Second re he has transferred a flat whose area is undivided interest in the land is 0.008 decimal only. Then the next document, so serial 3 is he has given another flat having the same area of 8 decimal by way of gift. And third is another flat he has sold 8 decimal. Only 3 flats he has sold.
What is the relevancy of this?
Relevancy, my lord, he has purchased 3 acre 13 decimal. He along with Piyush Dhari. He has share in the land 50%. 1 acre 56 decimal, 56.5 decimal. He has only transferred 24 decimals of land. And he remains the owner of the balance land, which he has not disclosed in his affidavit.
No, the question is that what Sir is pointing out, Mr. Mishra is pointing out,
yes,
if you will not take pleading of it in the election petition,
yes,
and then even if your witness will not say so, and how they will reply to it, and if he may give some explanation to that effect.
Let
now.
him give, my lord, he himself filed the sale deed. He himself made a statement that I have correctly disclosed regarding this Mauja Rudrapur in my affidavit. So I have a right to cross out that what statement he has made in his evidence affidavit is wrong.
About these documents, Rudrapur thing.
He himself filed that sale deed. I have not filed.
Okay.
I have not pleaded. Agreed. He himself filed that document. He himself made a statement that I have correctly reflected regarding this property in my affidavit.
Rudrapur.
Rudrapur.
That is why you are filing.
That's why I am filing this encumbrance certificate that he has only transferred 24 of decimals of land.
24 decimal code ପାଉଛନ୍ତି
So, sir,
ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦେଖାନ୍ତୁ ମୁଁ ମତେ
ଏ ଯୋଉ 2 ରେ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ରହିଲା ଖୋର୍ଦ୍ଧା ରୁଦ୍ରପୁର 13 345 ହଉଛି ଖାତା ନମ୍ବର 414 ଇଜ ପ୍ଲଟ ନମ୍ବର 3.30 decimal land area ରହିଲା
that he has Santilata Prusti and 4 others, principal, 6 Royal Mohammed Bokim, Metro Builder, Orissa Private Limited, Managing Director, attorney, right hand side, second party, Piyush Dhari Mahanti and he himself.
Okay.
That he purchased by that sale, that exhibit he is. Then, my lord, serial number 2, Rudrapur 13, 345, 414, 0.008 acre. Toloku second undivided sold area, acre soon 008 decimal out of 3.13 decimal.
तो यही गुड़ा कैलकुलेशन करी कहउछन ये जो 8 8 8 तीनटा 8 हलाडू 24 होजी नै हां 24 डेसिमल
32 होजी
32 होजी अच्छा और बाकी तक लैंड ताको
ये
ओनरशिप रहला माने दैट इज टू बी डिवाइडेड बाय 2
नो
अरे 2 ना हां
एकर हबो 1.56.5 decimal 3 एकड़ 13
अच्छा सी कहा को ट्रांसफर करिवा देखै छन दिया जो जो 4 जण जो एठी आसुची स्टेटस रिपोर्ट
नहीं
ये ट्रांसफर ओडा केबे हिची
दिस ट्रांसफर डेट सेकंड सीरियल डेट होचे 31/7/2017 एग्जीक्यूशन डेट ऊपर कॉलम स्टार्ट
राइट
डीड टाइप सेल कंसीडरेशन अमाउंट सो एंड सो
सी केते देखै जनी तांको ये रे जो से पर्टिकुलर पेज राइलो एग्जिबिट 43 ना कोन करा
एग्जिबिट 43 से देखै छंती वन फ्लैट
ठीक है रोन को पेज ना
सेटा होचेगा पेज 18 रे डिस्ट्रिक्ट खोर्धा मौजा रुद्रपुर खाता नंबर 345 प्लॉट नंबर 414 फ्लैट नंबर A108 फर्स्ट फ्लोर तले मेजरमेंट एरिया 816 स्क्वायर फीट
800 स्क्वायर फीट माने सी पर्टिकुलर फ्लैट किंतु एटा देखुची अन्य ये गुडा को तांको पाखरे भी थिला एया तो ऊपर क्वेश्चन पचार
खाली एटा को एग्जिबिट करू दैट विल लागू
सो व्हाट डू यू से मिस्टर मुकीम
I have an objection.
I will record in the
no question of this. Kindly look to exhibit 16.
Exhibit
16 they have filed Rudrapur Mauja document without pleading. And that has been marked as exhibit with objection on 23/11/22.
No, this document which they are filing, this will be also marked with objection. There is nothing
That's right.
about that. You are objecting, I will definitely mark it if it is with objection. Question is whether any what he wants to bring it that this from this particular land, that Rudrapur land,
if the number recollects, when they filed this particular ROR, saying that plot number 314 414 is not in Khata number 345. Now they are bringing out a different story, which is other than the suggestion given in earlier occasion. And evidence of PW1.
So, in that process, their case will be weakened. Why are you worried about that?
No, I am not worried. I am just attracting your lordship's attention.
These are the points which can be argued at the argument stage, and I will take notice of it.
Right from the beginning, I must place it before your lordship. So
that is why I am noting down the objection. The question is, I am putting that what he wants to say. That is why I asked that whether that was the position as on the date of filing of the nomination paper or not.
Yes.
He has pointed out that these are all the transactions which has been made in July 2017, August 2017 and December 2017. So if this is the position, then what he wants to say that the
whatever has not been shown by
that is सेती खाली ए आपण ए जो आउ चारिटा लोकन को से जो रुद्रपुर मौजारू ट्रांसफर करथिले 2017 मसिया रे ए रेकॉर्ड देखौची आपनकर इनकम सर्टिफिकेट
प्राय 100 केतेटा यूनिट सेठी हम तयारी हेतला
हां
सब ट्रांसफर हेतला मु गोटे रखिथिली जुडा मु शो करिछि इन माय रेकॉर्ड
नहीं नहीं आपण गोटे रखी आपण जदि पूरा एंटायर प्रॉपर्टी टा होची जस्ट थिंक ओवर इट एंटायर प्रॉपर्टी टा होची 3 एकड़ 13 डिसिमिल
एटा प्रॉपर्टी ट्रांसफर हे गेला मेट्रो बिल्डर्स को
सेटा होची से प्रॉपर्टी हां नहीं से प्रॉपर्टी टा होची आपण दी जण को नारे आसिला आपण को नारे आ पीयूष धारी महांती हां
प्रॉपर्टी आमो दुई जण को नारे आसिला
राइट
दुई जण पुनी कंपनी के दलु टू
राइट हां हां
एंड आमे सेतिरे गोटे x% शेयर हमर फिक्स हला से दैट्स अमाउंट्स टू 30% ऑफ द यूनिट ऑफ स्पेस सो सेटी 160 के यूनिट तयारी हला एंड आउट ऑफ दैट धरंतु आमे ईच 20 की 25 टा यूनिट आमे रखिलु एंड वी सोल्ड दैट यूनिट एंड फ्री गिफ्टेड टू आवर ओन पर्सन सो ता भितरु जमा माने पांचटा रिफ्लेक्ट करिछन अन्य गुडा या धीरे आसी नाही किसी रे काई आसी नाही कोठु से आनले मु भी कहि परिबि नै पाइलट भितरे कि से माने के ताको नारे देस्ती जा नारे हितिला होय तो से माने म्यूटेशन कर नथिबे कि ताको नारे इसरे रिफ्लेक्ट नथिबो एथिरे आपण दिके माइलट देखिबे ऊपरे गोटे लेखा हिची मोहम्मद मुकीम इंडिविजुअल कैपेसिटी रे सेल कले सेकंड टाइम मोहम्मद मुकीम गिफ्ट देले ताको भौणी को इंडिविजुअल कैपेसिटी रे दैट फ्लैट अलॉटेड इन फेवर ऑफ मी मु ताको देली during the year 2017.
So, what do you mean to say that the encroachment certificate re jaha reflect heichi that is not the correct state of affairs?
The correct achi joda reflect heichi and ye sabu property sold out before 2019. So more reflect khatra ko asi joda mo accounts se asila as a
नहीं सी कहउछन आपण जो गोटिए मात्र फ्लैट देखैछन ना जदि ये प्रॉपर्टी गुडा को तांको पाखु काटी दिया जाए स्टिल देन आपण पाखरे आउ अधिका प्रॉपर्टी थिला 2019 बेलु को जोटा आपण रिफ्लेक्ट
ट्रांसफर हे गोटे फ्लैट रखा
तो सेटा सी कहउछन यू आर डिनाइंग इट हां दैट इज हाउ सी है तनु आपण तांको सजेशन होची जे आपण को पाखरे केवल फ्लैट नंबर अपन जो L108
डॉक्यूमेंट सर माय लॉर्ड
हां
मु बिकॉज़ आई एम इन दिस स्टेट फॉर 30 इयर्स आई नो दिस इसी कैन फैब्रिकेटेड अपन गुडी इसी मागिबे से सिरे हाई कोर्ट ता मोना रे चुली आसी दिबो
ऑलराइट
एको किछि दिस इज नॉट एन डॉक्यूमेंट जोटा के हम रिलाई करि
ऑलराइट आई एम टेकिंग ऑर्डर शीट रागे लखंदु द लर्निंग काउंसिल फॉर द पिटिशनर अपन से ओरिजिनल से मेमोटा काई जोटा files the certificate of embrace of Mauja Rudrapur, Khata number 345, plot number 414 in 2 sheets. And submits,
2 sheets.
2 sheets, na? SHEETS no, sheets, na? Which are taken on record. The Learned Council submits that the same be marked as an exhibit on behalf of the election petitioner. Mr. S.S.MISHRA and senior advocate appearing for the respondent vehemently opposed to the marking of such document on the ground that the same was beyond pleading. That is your content. Same was beyond pleading. And the petitioner, the respondent will be seriously prejudiced if such a document is marked as an exhibit. After hearing the Learned Counsel for the respective parties, the so-and-so, this document is marked as exhibit so-and-so with objection like the
Exhibit 40. Beyond pleading. And not stated in the evidence of the PW1.
And not stated in the evidence of PW1. Hala? So, eta kete hobo kontu apon?
Exhibit 48.
Exhibit 48 bracket lekhibe with objection. Hala? Tapre lekhibe the फास्ट आरंभ करंतु जो आज चीफ एग्जाम जो क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन अच्छा by confronting bracket लिखंतु by confronting exhibit 48 bracket with objection लिखंतु with objection comma the learned counsel for the election petitioner put the following question. You लिखंतु please look at exhibit 48 which reveals that in Mauja Rudrapur, khata number 345, under plot number, plot से दीटा ना गुटे 414 ये जोड़ा देइचन जोड़ा सब 414 ये जोड़ा 414
जो ट्रांजैक्शन गुड़ा सब
414 okay अच्छा by the date of filing of your nomination paper in the year by on कर दियो by the filing of nomination paper on केबे date से file करते हैं
2/4/2000
on 2/4/2019 comma several transactions have been made in respect of this property and it has been transferred and some flats like them, some flats were transferred in favor of different persons by you and whatever the balance landed properties as per the said certificate exhibit 48 comma you have not correctly reflected balance landed properties available with you है आज on लिख दो as per the said certificate as on the date of filing of the nomination paper है you have not correctly reflected the same in your affidavit in form 26 at column number 7 dot सेटा कितने
B 7B Roman 4
7B
Roman 4
Roman 4 stop answer दियंतु आपनकर प्रथम वाला जे ये जो इनकम्बेंट सर्टिफिकेट सेटा ठीक फिगर रिफ्लेक्ट करेंगे
ये before 2019
हाँ
we have sold and transferred the entire property, entire flats in favor of the respective customers, except one in favor of me.
All right. Except flat number A108 in the first floor, comma, the rest of the flats have already been
on the Mauja Rudrapur.
of Mauja Rudrapur had already been transferred. Hardcore. had already been transferred in favor of different customers prior to my filing of nomination paper, and therefore
ଗୋଟିଏ ମୋର
to
हाँ.
register sale.
and only one
sir roila para sir except flat number in the gotiye flat roila and therefore I have reflected हाँ कोनटा
Satellite city जो
अच्छा वो जो सीटा अच्छा हाँ से कौन ता नाट लिखी तो
उदयपुर मेट्रो सैटेलाइट
अच्छा मेट्रो
satellite city.
हाँ नहीं ठीक है ओके 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 ये जो मेट्रो सैटेलाइट सिटी टा से लगी हो सेटा नहीं जान कॉपी कर लो हाँ हाँ रूम except flat number so and so in the first floor off लगी दियो of metro satellites हाँ comma the rest of the flats of so and so had already been transferred in favor of different customers prior to filing of nomination paper on लिखी दियो date भी दी दियो on 2/4/2019 and therefore I have mentioned accordingly in my affidavit in form 26 at column number 7B Roman 4. Anything else you Mr. Mukim you want to say? It ja कहले लखाला उतरे पढ़ी दियंतु आपनकर satisfaction ପାଇଁ तांकर प्रश्न थिला जे
ट्रांसफर बोथ मीन करछि आपनकर फ्री गिफ्ट ट्रांसफर हो किबा सेल डिटे ट्रांसफर
सो एनी काइंड ऑफ आपन तो कहले गोटिए मात्र फ्लैट रहिला बाकी सब मु ये कर देतली तेणु से गोटिए फ्लैट को ये कली से माने जो कहउचंती जे जो इनकम सर्टिफिकेट आनी किनी जे आदिर एतिक काटी देले आउ अधिका आपन पाखरे रहउची बेली सेटा आपन डिनाय कले आ अच्छा इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट लाइक दन इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट दैट apart from flat number 10A108 comma other flats were in my possession which I have not reflected correctly in the in my say you affidavit in form 26 near
पोजीशन एंड ओनरशिप
अच्छा ये in possession and ownership कर दो in my possession and ownership कर दो which I have not reflected correctly in my swan so you are denying it okay all right yes stop
ଆପଣ ଏ ଯୋଉ କହିଲେ except one plot all other flats you have sold it is also false statement.
because सब पारा कर दो it's not a fact that I had I was in occupation oblique possession कर दियो of other flats in से जो कौन से मेट्रो कौन से
मेट्रो सेटल
हाँ ऊपर अच्छी पूरा मेट्रो सैटेलाइट हाँ which I have suppressed at मोदर करते अच्छी आउ ठीक है मौजा रुद्रपुर which I have suppressed in my
he has not transferred I'm saying he has not transferred the flats to other owners
and that I have not transferred the rest of the flats except a few कर दियो except a few to the customers except four आपण फर्स्ट पेज टा देखु जनी सेकंड पेज रे आउट अछि
पेज रे सब पीयूष धारी अलगा करछन से ही हैज नॉट
अच्छा एक्सेप्ट 4 कर देन except for right. It is not a fact that I was in occupation oblique possession of other flats in Metro Satellite City at Mauja Rudrapur, which I have suppressed in my affidavit in Form 26, and that I had not transferred the rest of the flat except for. Okay. For it, as mentioned in exhibit 48 bracket with objection code.
Objection code.
अच्छी तो हाँ ठीक है
ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ନେକ୍ସଟ ପାରାଗ୍ରାଫ ତାର
କେତେ ପାରା ଯାଇଥିଲା ଦେଖିଲ 104 ଯାଇଥିଲା ବୋଧେ हाँ 105 sir
exhibit 43 ଟା
ଦେଖିଛି ଧରିଛି
ଆଜ୍ଞା page 15 my lords my kindness
page
15
15
ଆଜ୍ଞା
मिस्टर मोकिम को दियो से
ଆଜ୍ଞା
ଦେଖିଲା
ଦେଇଛି original ଦେଇଛି
ओके
ଆପଣ ଏ କଲମ 7A ର ରୋମାନ 2 ସିରିଆଲ ଯୋଉ ନନ୍ ଏଗ୍ରିକଲଚର ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସ୍ପାଉସ ଲାଷ୍ଟ କଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଦ ଲ୍ୟାଣ୍ଡ ଇନ୍ କେସ୍ ଅଫ ପରଚେଜ at the time of purchase ଆପଣ ଦେଖେଇଛନ୍ତି 1 ନମ୍ବର ପ୍ରପର୍ଟି 38,000 କିଣିଛନ୍ତି 2 ନମ୍ବର ପ୍ରପର୍ଟି 10,000 ଟଙ୍କାରେ କିଣିଛନ୍ତି
ସେ ଯୋଉ ଓଡିଆ ବଜାର ପ୍ରପର୍ଟି ଟା ତ ଯୋଉଟା गिफ्ट प्रॉपर्टी ଟା हाँ
ବୁଝିଲେ ନା
କୋଉଟା କହିଲେ 1 ନମ୍ବର ପ୍ରପର୍ଟି
ନେସି एक्चुअली 2 नंबर ପାଇଁ ପଚାରିବେ ସେ
2 ନମ୍ବର ପାଇଁ ନାହିଁ ମୁଁ ପାର୍ଟ B କୁ ପଳେଇ ମୋର ସେ ପାର୍ଟ ସରିଗଲା
अच्छा हाँ हाँ
ପାର୍ଟ B
हाँ
my lords will get part B at page 17 sorry part B at page 23
सीरियली चली तो वो एपट आग पछ करंतुनी मो हैरान मानले
मैं खाली पार्ट ए रे देखे कि he has not disclosed this part A property in part B
ओके कोटा पछ
ए जो आपण 38,000 और 10,000 टंका रे किनिचंती एटा आपण पार्ट बी रो पेज 24 कॉलम 1 रे पेज 24 रे छाया दिते
24
परचेज प्राइस ऑफ सेल्फ एक्वायर्ड इमेबल प्रॉपर्टी निजर लिखिचंती ताको स्पाउस कॉलम रे लिखिचंती नॉट एप्लीकेबल
परचेज प्राइस ऑफ सेल्फ एक्वायर्ड movable property
my lord
हां कुंत
प्लीड देखिବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି ଟିକେ ପିଟିଶନର ର ପ୍ଲିଡିଂ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି
प्लीड a cost of land एरा कोन आपण प्रश्न कोन हला
he has not disclosed ए जो पार्ट ए रे जो 38,000 और 10,000 टंका रे जो प्रॉपर्टी किनिचंती he has not disclosed in part B पेज 24 रे से लिखिले निजर लिखिले पार्ट ए कथा पार्ट बी रो लिखिले नॉट एप्लीकेबल
ओ तारि पर कोन आपण उत्तर कहउचंती मिस्टर
ଟିକେ ପ୍ଲିଡିଂ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି
कहा माने जो इलेक्शन पिटिशन
ଆଜ୍ଞା
इलेक्शन पिटिशन एगुडा किछि नाही ना तांकर अछि ना आपनकर अछि ए विषय अछि ए कोन दे दियन आपण माने सब गोटे गोटे कथा नुआ नुआ जिंस सब बाहर करिवे आ कोन करा जिवो कॉलम नंबर 11 एगुडा कथा कहउछन
आगे
कॉलम नंबर
सीरियल 8 रो पार्ट बी स्टार्ट्स एट कॉलम 11 सीरियल 8 तळे पार्ट बी रो से 11 तळे लिखा है 8
हां हां नहीं देख सारे जी आपन कौन लिखछन प्लीडिंग रे column or part B of the affidavit respondent is required to declare the abstract of the details given in so and so part A acha and column number 8(1) he is to declare the purchase price of the self acquired immovable properties of himself and his spouse. The respondent, while declaring the purchase price of self-acquired immovable property of his spouse, has declared not applicable. My pleading achi to adire. He has not declared the purchase. This so it's a pleading is there. Yes,
my lord.
এটা কোন আপন কোন পাই দেখাইলে সেটি তো দেখাইলে যে আপনাଙ୍କର ওয়াইফ কর जो
part B টাକୁ ଦେଖିବେ ଆପଣ part B is from 1 to 11
part B ଟା
11 of part B
11
ମୋର highest education ଉପରେ ସେମାନେ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି so ତାଙ୍କର pleading ରେ in column 11 of part B of the affidavit that shows ki ମୋର part B रे 11 ରେ highest education ମାଗିଛନ୍ତି and I have mentioned that
column number 11 of part B, the respondent is required to declare the abstract of the details of acha এটা ভুল লেখা হয়েছে মিস্টার অগ্রওয়াল এটা ভুল লেখা হয়েছে কলম নম্বর 11 রে তো ସେ ଜିନିଷ ନାହିଁ ଏଇଟା ହଉଛି କଲମ ନମ୍ବର ଆପଣଙ୍କର 8 ରେ ଆସିବା କଥା ଏଇଟା ଭୁଲ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି
8 ଲେଖିଛି ମୁଁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ସେ ବିଷୟରେ ମୁଁ ଅବିକା ପଚାରୁଛି ତାଙ୍କୁ I am not asking any question regarding his educational I am asking according to his own affidavit my lord he is to declare the purchase price of his spouse property in part 7
ଆଚ୍ଛା ରୁହନ୍ତୁ ଏପଟେ ଏମିତି ପଚାରିଦବା ଆଚ୍ଛା ଆପଣ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଏକ୍ସିବିଟ୍ 43 ଯୋଉଟା ଆଫିଡେଭିଟ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ପର୍ଟିକୁଲାର କଲମଟା ଅଛି 8 ନମ୍ବର ଇଏରେ ଯୋଉଠିକି ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଅଫ୍ ଆସେଟ୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଲାୟବିଲିଟିଜ ଇନକ୍ଲୁଡିଂ ଅଫସୋର ଆସେଟ୍ସ ଇନ୍ ରୁପିଜ ସେଠି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ 8B ରେ ସେକେଣ୍ଡ କଲମରେ ଆପଣ କଣ ଡିସ୍କ୍ଲୋଜ କରିବାର ଥିଲା
my lord 7A ରେ
7A କଥା ପଚାରିଲି
ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ mentioned and 8 ରେ movable and immovable properties ର
ସେ immovable properties ଟାକୁ ପଢି ଆସନ୍ତୁ
ମୋର wife ର first page ରେ ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି total property ଟା ରଖା ହେଇଛି
ସେ ଯୋଉ ନାଇଁ ଏକ ନମ୍ବରରେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ 8B1 8B1 ରେ ଆପଣ ଲେଖା ହଉଛି 8 ର ହେଡିଂ ଟା ରହିଲା ଡିଟେଲ୍ସ ଅଫ ଆସେଟ୍ସ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଲାୟବିଲିଟିଜ ଇନକ୍ଲୁଡିଂ ଅଫସୋର ଆସେଟ୍ସ ହେଲା ପେଜ 23 ସେଠିକୁ ଆମେ ଯଦି ପଳେଇ ଆସିବୁ B ରେ ସେଠି ରହିଲା ଇମୁଭେବଲ ଆସେଟ୍ସ ହେଲା ଇମୁଭେବଲ ଆସେଟ୍ ର B1 ରେ ଗୋଟେ କଲମ ରହୁଛି
immovable assets ସେ ମୁଁ ଶୋ କରିଛି ଏଠି
ରାଇଟ୍
immovable asset total
ସେଲ୍ଫ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସ୍ପାଉସ କ ନାଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଠିକ କରିଛନ୍ତି କିନ୍ତୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ତା ପର ପେଜରେ
ଲେଖା ହେଇଛି ସେଟା ଲେଖା ହେଇନି
ହଁ ସେଇଆ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆପଣ ଆଚ୍ଛା ଇଟ୍ସ ଏ ଫ୍ୟାକ୍ଟ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ ଇଟ୍ସ ଏ ଫ୍ୟାକ୍ଟ ଦ୍ୟାଟ ଇନ୍ କଲମ ନମ୍ବର
7A ରେ ଯେହେତୁ ଲେଖା ହେଇଥିଲା
ମୁଁ ଟିକେ in column number 8 where the of 8B acha 8B
ଆଉ এটা ইটালিক ক্যাপিটাল আই
এটা হଉଛି roman 1 କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ এটা ନାଇଁ ଏମିତିଆ 1 ନାଇଁ ଠିକ ଅଛି come on it's a fact that in so and so while under the column of under the heading of purchase price of self acquired immovable property hela inverted comma bhitor end karo comma I have mentioned the purchase price in respect of my self-acquired immovable property in respect of my self acquired hyphen दे दो ना my नहीं नहीं my self acquired भीतर गोटे hyphen दे दियो हो सेठी नुहे मो सेल्फ पर माइंड और गैप रखो हाँ सेल्फ एक्वायर्ड को ये कर दियो हाइफेन दियो हाँ एक्वायर्ड को लगाओ ता संगे I have mentioned the purchase price in respect of my self acquired property, whereas so far as my spouse is concerned, comma, I have I have mentioned as inverted comma vidare not applicable. Stop. कोठी आपण मेंशन करछन कहउछथि ता पूर्व पार्ट बी लिखि दियो कोटा कहले इट इज ए फैक्टर इन पार्ट बी ऑफ फॉर्म 26 नहीं 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 कॉलम पूर्व इट्स अ फैक्ट दैट इन पार्ट बी ऑफ फॉर्म 26 इन पार्ट बी of form 26 my affidavit in form 26 of my affidavit in form 26 exhibit 43 bracket exhibit 43 in column 8b under the heading of purchase price of so and so I have mentioned the purchase price in respect of my self acquired immovable property, whereas so far as my spouse is concerned I have mentioned as not applicable. हाँ कौन कहूतिले कोडी मेंशन करछिन कि आउ को जगह रे 7 पार्ट ए रे मेंशन अछि एटा आई एम नॉट आई एम इट्स ऑल ठीक अछि सिंस आई हैव मेंशनड इट since I have mentioned नहीं नहीं stop करो since रू wording start हो since I have mentioned ए प्राइस टा मेंशन करछिन कोडी करछिन कहले ए जो पेज 15 रे जो काम फास्ट अच्छा since I have mentioned it in page number 15 16 part 7a column roman 2 from the page 15 column 7a in part A of form 26 exhibit 43 of my affidavit of my affidavit in form 26 part A column 7 B double I part A column 7 B roman 2 at page 15 of my affidavit in form 26 से को जनी 15 और 16 रे भी मेंशन करछन दी प्राइस and 15 and 16 से गोटे गोटे सब जगह को जीवी ए चारटा कलम अछि जदी आपण 24 रे देखिए ऑल राइट एट नहीं 15 टा लिखोंदु ना 15 टा लिखियो एट पेज 15 comma I did not think it necessary to further mention did not think necessary mention I did not mention I did not mention it in से जोटा से जो पार्ट बी ता ऊपर ऊपर आने जोटा हां से सर हां in part B of my affidavit so and so in column 81 ठीक है ओके देखि दियो आउ थरा आंसर टा देखो अरे टिके देखै देले पूरा आंसर टा नहीं एटा रहउजी कटि जाउजी आ टिके छोटो कर दियंतु हां please read it out once again it is a fact that in part B of my affidavit in form 26 exhibit 43 in column number 8B1 under the heading of purchase price of self acquired immovable property I have mentioned the purchase price in respect of my self-acquired immovable property, whereas so far as my spouse is concerned, I have mentioned as not applicable. Stop. Since I have mentioned in part A, column 7B, Roman 2 of my affidavit in form so regarding page 15 regarding the purchase price na cost of land in case of purchase हाँ ताने purchase price होगा
at the time of purchase.
हाँ purchase price of the land है ना comma I did not mention it so and so yes ठीक है the omission is a clerical error yes
ଆପଣ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ନିଜର ତ ଲେଖିଲେ ପରଚେଜ ପ୍ରାଇସ୍ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସ୍ପାଉସର କ୍ଲରିକାଲ ଓମିସନ ଯୋଉଟା କହୁଛନ୍ତି ମିଛ କଥା କହୁଛନ୍ତି
it's not a fact that it was not a clerical error on my part to omit in mentioning the page ଅଛି
24
in mentioning the purchase price in mentioning the purchase price of the self-acquired immovable property of my spouse but
in part B
से गलत है उसे अच्छा लिख देंगे in part
B of affidavit
in part B of my affidavit से जोड़ा जाएगा हाँ सुन आपण कौन सी तो मना करछन it's not a fact that it was not a clerical error what is your further suggestion
देखंतु पेज 23 देखंतु इलेक्शन कमिशन रो इंस्ट्रक्शन अनुसार रे आगे ऊपर 11 पेज 23 11 जोठी लिखाई से इलेक्शन कमिशन पर इंस्ट्रक्शंस अनुसार रे
11 नंबर
एक पेज 23 रे
23 हां टॉप रे
abstract of the details given in 1 to 10 of part A is to be given in part B. It's a mandatory requirement of the election commission and you have violated the instruction of the election commission.
पार्ट बी रे जा ऊपरटा देखौची पेज 23 को आसिले ना पेज 23 पार्ट बी जोटी स्टार्ट हेची सेठी गोटे हेडिंग अछि जे आपण 1 नंबर रु 10 नंबर पर्यंत जहा देइचंती पार्ट ए रे तार एब्स्ट्रैक्टटा पार्ट बी रे देबे तेनु एटा तार रिक्वायरमेंट थिला बोली से कहउचंती आपण आदि आगे एग्री करछन ना नाही कोंतु
सर मैं एब्स्ट्रैक्ट देइची
अच्छा नहीं तमने एटा whether it was required or not to give as per this कारण लेखा है abstract of details of given in so and so तेणु एठी ए पार्ट बी रे abstract दबार थिला ना नहीं कि कोन पार्ट ए रो जो ए कॉलम नंबर 1 to 10 आरो जो डिटेल्स रो abstractটা এই পার্ট বি রে দবার দরকার কি নাই আচ্ছা কোশ্চেন করুন কিউ whether in part B of my so and so hala of your affidavit in form 26 bracket like the exhibit 43 comma whether in so and so you are required to give the abstract of details given in column number 1 column COL column bracket account to 1 column number TO2 out of bracket आरंभ करंतु 10 कर देंगे of part A whether in so and so you are required to answer a question mark दियंतु answer my advocate bracket S can reply stop yes
As per instruction of election commission.
My question
whether as per the instruction of the instruction of the
inspection and format of the affidavit
as per
prescribed by
the
Election Commission of India.
as per the
As per the instruction and the format of the affidavit in Form 26 prescribed by the Election Commission of India.
specified by specified
by the Election Commission
by the Election Commission of India, comma diyantu. In part B of so and so, you are required so and so, my advocate. Hello? Yes.
ଆପଣ ଇଲେକ୍ସନ କମିଶନ ଯୋଉ ଫର୍ମେଟ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଆଫିଡେଭିଟ ର ଏବଂ ଯୋଉ ଇନଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ସନ ତାକୁ ଭାଉଲେଟ କରିକି ଆଫିଡେଭିଟ ଫର୍ମ 26 ରେ ଫାଇଲ କରିଛନ୍ତି।
Yes or no? It's not a fact. It's not a fact that violating the instruction of the Election Commission of India, election and the format prescribed
by the commission
and the format prescribed
by the election commission
by the Election Commission so and so. সেটা भी রহিব কোড কাটি দিলে কোড all right ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ চলিব violating of so and so and the format prescribed it's not a fact that I have filed the affidavit in Form 26
exhibit
the bracket exhibit 43 yes
ସେମିତି ଆପଣ ଏଇ ପାର୍ଟ ବି ର ସେଇ ପେଜ 24 ରେ ଏ ଯୋଉ ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ କନଷ୍ଟ୍ରକ୍ସନ କଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ ଇମୁଭେବଲ ପ୍ରପର୍ଟି ଆଫ୍ଟର ପରଚେଜ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସ୍ପାଉସ ର ଡିସକ୍ଲୋଜ କରିନାହାନ୍ତି ନଟ୍ ଆପ୍ଲିକେବଲ ଲେଖିଛନ୍ତି ଇଟ୍ସ ଏ ଫଲ୍ସ ଡିକ୍ଲାରେସନ
24 पेज रे जो नॉट एप्लीकेबल लिखिचंदी कहउचंदी फॉल्स डिक्लेरेशन कोन कहिबे आपण देखिले ना सेटा कोन कहउचंदी आपणकर वाइफ कर सेते बेले कोनोसी कंस्ट्रक्शन किछि चाली नथिला ता देरे डेवलपमेंट कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट किछि नथिला कोनोसी इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी
मेंशन इन 7A
अच्छा ठीक है ओ सही आंसर ऑल राइट
से तीनटा को एका संगे पछर दूचे गोटे पारारे हे
अच्छा हां ठीक है
नले सेठी भी कर देले हबो
ऐड कर देबा को
खाली कॉलम 1 जोटा रहिला
अच्छा सेठी ऐड कर देबा और टिके बैक कर देले
एका संगे हे जो नले
हां ठीक है नहीं काई ऑनेस्ट यू आर राइट जोटा करछन आउट
ऊपर पूरा ऊपर
पळांतु
कॉलम 1 हां इट्स कॉलम B8B1 आउट रोमन under the heading purchase price of self-acquired immovable property, comma, under heading 8 से इटू नहीं जानते कॉलम 8B रोमन 2 कर दियंतु हाँ हाँ पूरा नहीं जानते से ठीक है कॉलम 8B रोमन 2 the heading of development oblique construction cost of immovable property after purchase within bracket if applicable ହେଲା ତାକୁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କପି କରି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ପୁରାଟା ତାକୁ 8B Roman 3 under the heading approximate current market price of A bracket A self-acquired assets total value B inherited assets total value
सब लगे दियंतु गोटे
दियंतु सेठी
प्रथम टाके लगे दियंतु हां ତାପରେ ସେଟା ଲଗେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। ସେ ଯୋଉ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ଟା ଲେଖିଲେ ନା ରୋମାନ 3 ଏଇ ଯୋଉ 3 ଟାକୁ ସେଟା ଆଣ୍ଡ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। ସେଠି ଆଣ୍ଡ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ହେଲା। I have mentioned the purchase price in respect of my self-acquired
purchase price also ସେଇଠି ବି add କରନ୍ତୁ। I have mentioned the purchase price in respect of my purchase price, comma, development oblique construction cost,
ठीक,
comma, approximate current market price of my self-acquired assets.
Of my self-acquired
Immovable property.
Whereas, so far as my I have mentioned
As not
applicable. Since I have mentioned in part A of 7B Roman 2 na gotiya nathibo seটা ସବୁ কোন
Roman 2 Roman 2 Roman 3
Roman 3 ରେ କୋଉଟା ଅଛି
commercial property ର purchase cost ଅଛି ଆଜ୍ଞା next 22,51,000 at page 17
ହଁ ଠିକ
7B ରେ ସବୁ ଅଛି। ରୋମାନ ସେ ଯୋଉ 2 ରହିଲା 2 ପରେ 3 4
bracket out of bracket Roman IB ସେତିକି ତ and IV କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଲାଷ୍ଟ ନାଇଁ ସେଟା ନୁହଁ କମା ସେଠି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଲାଷ୍ଟ IV ଟା ପୂର୍ବରୁ and ଗୋଟେ ବସେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ହେଲା 7B2 କମା ଦେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଠିକ ଅଛି।
ସେ ଯୋଉ ପେଜ ଗୁରା ବି ବଢିଯିବ ଖାଲି ସେଇଟା ପେଜ କାଟି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଲାଲ ସେଠୁ ସେଟା ଆମେ
ଫର୍ମ ପ୍ରିଣ୍ଟ ଅଛି ଠିକ ଅଛି। regarding purchase price of the land
ସେଇଠି କମା development oblique construction cost
ସବୁଗୁଡା ନେଇଯାଅ କପି କରି ପେଷ୍ଟ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ। ଅଛି ବା ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ଆଇଲାନି କି
with respect to my spouse of price of with respect to my spouse immovable property of my self-acquired କାଟି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ to my spouse
of my କାଟି ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଆଉ ଥରେ ମୂଳରୁ ପଢିବା ତାଙ୍କୁ Mr. Mukim you please go through it minutely. It is a fact that in part B of my affidavit in form 26 exhibit 43 in column 8B1 under the heading of purchase price of self-acquired property, self-acquired immovable property, 8B2 under the heading of development oblique construction cost of immovable properties after purchase if applicable, and column 8B3 under the heading of approximate current market price of a self-acquired assets total value, then inherited assets total value, comma, I have mentioned the purchase price, I mentioned the purchase price, development construction cost, approximate current market price of my self-acquired immovable property, but so far as my spouse is concerned, I have mentioned as not applicable. Tapare tankar explanation ala since I have mentioned in part A of
total value ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ଏଇଟା total ଟା
ଏଇଟା ସରିଯାଉ since I have mentioned in part A of so and so of my affidavit in form 26 regarding the purchase price of the land, development of the construction cost, approximate current market price with respect to my spouse. I did not mention it in part B of my affidavit in form so in column number
8B 1 2 3
अच्छा दीटा आउ दीटा से रहइबो सुनो सुनो
8 1 2 3
ब्रैकेट रहइबो 2
and 3
right हला such omissions कर दियो such omissions yes गोटा लगान are clerical error. It's not a fact that it was not a clerical error on my part to omit in mentioning the purchase value of the self-acquired immovable property. Auda ji uda soda roi.
development
soda copy कर दिया ऊपर. Okay, of my spouse in part B and so on so. Hala?
of my spouse self-acquired error. Of my spouse self-acquired property.
Of my spouse.
Removable property of my spouse.
Of my property.
Self-acquired property. Of my spouse.
Of immovable property of my spouse in part B.
Part B of my affidavit form 26 exhibit 43.
43.
से जोटा कहले भाई लॉर्ड के 8 से किछि कहनांती से आगे किछि कहनांती से कोर्ट सुनुचंती नो this is not the way my lord.
It's all right. Carry on. Yes.
23 पेज रे कहना.
Yes, next.
एटा टोटल टा लिखबे my lord.
Yes.
से पेज कहि देला कि अभी से कहलन मु एठी लिखि
कोन हलानी
यार जो टोटल अमाउंट टा both the property of my spouse move 8B re
8B
movable assets have mentioned the total amount
8B re
yes sir
को जगह को पेज को
page 23
re
page 23 23 रे हाँ कोड लिखछन दी
A re movable assets B re immovable assets have mentioned the total price man जोटा हमें 7A रे देइथिलु ब्रेकअप टा तार
जो 7 लाख ए जो केते 7 कोटी 44 लाख एटा एटा आपण पई एटा होची स्पाउस को अच्छा सेट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट लिख अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट हाँ apart from that I have mentioned the total price of the immovable assets in column number 8 bracket 8 पर dot दे दियो तो B of part B at page 23 of my evidence affidavit of my affidavit in form 26 bracket exhibit 43
with respect to myself and as well as
लिखा लपरा apart from I have mentioned the total price of this acha with respect
to ताका विषय पचारनी I am only asking about his spouse
acha with respect to my spouse with respect to my spouse yes stop yes next
ए जो immovable asset आपण कहले पेज 23 लिखिचंती एटा परचेज प्राइस केते डेवलपमेंट कॉस्ट केते एवं मार मार्केट प्राइस केते
ए जो 4 कोटी जो 64 लाख कथा कहउचंती सेगुडा तो फ्रैक्शन अनुଯାयी हबा
आपण आधेरे ए जो 4 कोटी रे आकु देखिले जणा पडिबो नाही केते टंका रे आपण को स्पाउस जमी किनिथले डेवलपमेंट रे केते टंका लगैले प्रेजेंट मार्केट वैल्यू केते
my lord I have already mentioned in 7A
से मु 7A कथा एटा को देखिले एई कॉलम देखिले गोटे लोक भोटार जानि परिबो नै आपण को स्पाउस केते टंका रे जमी किनिचंती आपण ता देरे केते टंका इन्वेस्ट करचंती
सिंगल affidavit so confuse करिवन वोटर को A and B मेंशन नहीं
ठीक अछि क्वेश्चन फॉर्म कर अच्छा हाँ इसकी परे आउ टिके हाँ सेटा ऊपर पड़ेगा एक्चुअली है ना हाँ आता ऊपर कौन जोटी से सरला हाँ सेट सरले बेटर हो है ना क्यू हाँ लेखुन क्वेश्चन होची आपण इफ यू हैव मेंशन द टोटल वैल्यू जोटा कहउछंदी सेटा एठी सेथुरु जणा पड़िबनी जे गोटे वोटर ये होची आपण क्वेश्चन
Voter cannot know
Okay, all right.
how much cost she has
Acha.
purchased, what is the development
Right.
cost and today's market price.
But it is put to you that by merely mentioning the total price of the immovable assets in column number 8B of part B at page 23 of your affidavit in form 26 bracketary exhibit 43 with respect to your spouse comma a voter cannot know what is the purchase price of such property comma what is the development oblique construction cost over such property and what is the
Current market.
Approximate current market price. Hello. Stop. Answer. Since all those details were mentioned in column number 7 সেটা जो लिखा है ना 7 रो जो लिखा है ऊपर 7 हाँ 7 कोई दिन ठीक से देखिए लिखंतु सेटा न सेटा ऊपर लिखा है लाऊं कोडा 7 हाँ से उठा बस हाँ से उठा हाँ हाँ 7 so on okay of the very same affidavit in form 26 8 page को पेज रे सेटा अछि
अलगा अलगा खाली सेटिंग था हमें
अच्छा ठीक अछि कॉमा
exhibit 43
of exhibit bracket exhibit हां
column number 7
अच्छा
mentioned in part A of column number 7 mentioned in part A of column number 7
है ना of so and so upon the voters will not be confused and they can know about the same. Stop. Yes.
देखंतु आपण एठी देखंतु एटा माय लॉर्ड्स में काइंडली सी आरपी हम खाली एटा को
Last question.
आगे
say related no that
say related
yes कोड अवेले
थोड़ा से आउ दिन ले आपण को असुविधा होछ ना मु सार दवा को
yes को पेज कहले
माय लॉर्ड्स दैट फॉर्म 26 रो फॉर्म एटा पेज 312 रे छै
ए बोय रे
हां 312
312
my lords will get 8 serial
हाँ
A B आपण जोठी लिखिचंती एफिडेविट रे जो 4 कोटी केते ए फॉर्म अनुसार रे सेठी लिखिया कथा निए आपण ए जो रोमन 1 2 3 रे इंडिविजुअली लिखिया कथा Your affidavit, this affidavit is not in the prescribed form.
All right, you can. So generally, it is not a fact that the affidavit in Form 26 filed by me केवल 43टा रखिबो ना सब गुडा एट लिख देबी आपण ना अन्य गुडा आपण
सब जेरॉक्स अछि मो फास्ट
अच्छा सोटा जेरॉक्स ऑल राइट इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट दैट द एफिडेविट इन filed by me is not in accordance with
कौन क्वेश्चन ता करले
आपण से मना करछन ये जो फॉर्म 26 आपण जोटा फाइल करना थी आपनकर एफिडेविट ता सेटा ए जो
देखन तो जोठी इमूवेबल एसेट लिखा हला आपण बी रे लिखिले सेठी अमाउंट लिखिबार नाही अमाउंट आपण 1 2 3 जो रहिला सेठी इंडिविजुअली लिखिबार थला योर एफिडेविट इज नॉट इन द प्रिस्क्राइब फॉर्म हां देखु पेज 23 रे अछि एफिडेविट ऑफ द कंटेंट
नहीं 8 नंबर ए रे रहउची तो टोटल वैल्यू
सेटा मूवेबल रहइबो टोटल वैल्यू
हां
सेटा टिके देले
माय लॉर्ड जहा रेकॉर्डिंग करछन दे आपण इट इज नॉट ए फैक्ट
हां
ऊपर रहला ए रे मूवेबल
मो टिके खाली जस्ट क्लैरिफिकेशन चाहिए कोन
ए रे रहला मूवेबल एसेट टोटल वैल्यू
हां से तो लिखिछन
मो ए विषय रे पचरनी
हां कोनटा
बी रो इमूवेबल एसेट
हां
तापर रोमन 1 एमती इंडिविजुअली से जो ऊपर जो देखि दे
परचेज प्राइस ऑफ सेल्फ एक्वायर्ड इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी
नेक्स्ट पेज
हां जो नेक्स्ट पेज रे
हां हां
से लगे सो से जो ऊपर कहउचंती मु लिखिछि 7 लगा सेठी इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड टू बी मेंशन बट इज टू मेंशन इट इंडिविजुअली so he has not filed the affidavit as per the prescribed format
नहीं सेटा तो मु लिखि दोची मैं मु निजे आपण कहउचन ता माने कॉलम नंबर 7 ने गुडा लिखिबा दरकार
7 रे रहइबो
हां आ कोडी रहइबो
8 रो पार्ट बी रे
हां
एक्सट्रैक्ट 7 रे सपोज कोन तो सब इंडिविजुअल एठी ये करी कि देबे से सेपरेट 1 रे परचेज प्राइस केते कहना सेठी कोन आगा परचेज प्राइस रेसिडेंशियल बिल्डिंग रो अलगा कमर्शियल बिल्डिंग रो सब अलगा अलगा हेडिंग रे देबे एठी टोटल केते परचेज प्राइस रे सेपरेट प्रॉपर्टी टोटल केते टंका रो प्रॉपर्टी किनी छन केते टंका रो टोटल डेवलपमेंट करछन टोटल प्रॉपर्टी रो मार्केट वैल्यू आज दिन केते
अच्छा माने करंतु सेठी पांचटा इमूवेबल प्रॉपर्टी अछि से पांचटा रो सेपरेट दबा पड़िबो 1 2 3 4 एठी से सबुटा मिसई किने दबा
टोटल देबे
एठी से देइचंदी तो ये देइचंदी तां वाइफ स्पाउस करटा दे
स्पाउसटा देइना
हां सिया तो कहउचंदी जेतु मु
से जो कहिले कि मु ऊपर लिखि देइछि पेज 23 रे
अच्छा एठी मध्ये आपण कहउचंदी एठी मध्ये दबार थिला
एठी दबार नथला एठी दबार थला
अला इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट दैट द एफिडेविट इन सो एंड सो हां
हमें तो ए एंड बी ए होची मूवेबल एसेट्स टोटल वैल्यू टा हला एठी और स्पाउस जा बी हैला इमूवेबल एसेट्स से दुईटा कॉलम देले हमें से कॉलम रे फिल अप करलु टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ द एसेट्स एंड तार ब्रेकअप रे पर दिया हला each portion of the assets जो डेवलपमेंट कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट केते परचेज प्राइस केते
आपण को देछ मु आपण को स्पाउस तो
आपण स्पाउस ता छाड़ दे
भी मो स्पाउस तो भी टोटल एसेट्स ऑफ वैल्यू टा मु देली आरो पेज रे मुजरा देई पारली
हां सिया ही लिखा ही सिया ही तांगर प्रश्न होई इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट दैट एफिडेविट इन सो एंड सो फाइल्ड बाय मी इज नॉट इन अकॉर्डेंस विथ कोन आपण सजेशन थिला
it is not as per the prescribed
अच्छा it is not in accordance with the prescribed form এবং এবং आपण कोन आउ फर्दर सजेशन डेलिबरेटली करछनी ना कोन जहा
आपण भोटर को लुचेइबा पाई
अच्छा
सेपरेटली देई नाहंती सो दैट भोटर जानी जिबे आपण को स्पाउस कर केते टंगार प्रॉपर्टी अछि
एंड दैट आई हैव सप्रेस्ड इट from the voters so that they would be unable to know about the जो purchase price समस्त नहीं आसी सेठी कॉपी करी पेस्ट कर दियो जो आउ टिके ऊपर थिला It is not a fact that the affidavit in Form 26 Exhibit 43 filed by me is not in accordance with the prescribed form and that I have suppressed माने यही aspect टा बुझन तो I have suppressed I have अच्छा अच्छा फॉर्म पर गोटे फुल स्टॉप दे देले नहीं ता तळटा से गोटे फुल स्टॉप दे जोन इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट आ गोटे दियन इट्स नॉट ए फैक्ट हला that I have suppressed from the voters I have suppressed from the voters so that they would be unable to know about the purchase price of such property, what is the development, so on, so and so far as my spouse is concerned. Like them, last two, pura last two. So far as my spouse is concerned. Yes. हाँ तापटा को प्रश्न नहीं ठीक है रो जो हाँ सेटा गला तापे whether as per the instruction and format of affidavit in Form 26 specified so and so you are required to give abstract of details of so and so and my advocates can reply. It's not a fact that violating the instruction and the format prescribed by the Election Commission of I have filed affidavit in Form. All right.
Next date, 5th October. October 1.
कौन भाई
Assembly start ହେଇଯିବ ପରଦିନ ମଣ୍ଡେ ଦିନ ରହିକି ଟିକେ ପୂଜା ଅଛି
नहीं ଆପଣ मंडे दिन छाड़ दियंतु मंडे दिन
21 टा स्पीकर इलेक्शन
हां
21 तारिख रे स्पीकर इलेक्शन
हां हां
22 रु 4 पर्यंत रहइबो असेंबली
ओहो
असेंबली पास करतु ଆମେ
हां जदी असेंबली ब्रेक कर जाय भी हमें
ଆପଣ इंटिमेट
कर दो
कौन कहउचंती मिस्टर कानून गो मैं असेंबली तो ही हैज टू अटेंड सो हां तेणु मु कहउथली आउ गोटे आपण से कहउचंती गोटे डेट रे सरी जाई थांदा घंटे भीतर मिस्टर अग्रवाल केबरा कहउचंती
फॉर्म 2 बी रे लिमिटेड क्वेश्चन खाली यू हैव डिलीटेड से जेहेतु एक्सप्लेनेशन अधिका दोचन नॉले मोर एकदम लिमिटेड
सुन मु चाहूथली तो
डिलीट करचन एति कि फॉर्म 2 बी रे आउ खाली
इन केस कोन जे बन हला असेंबली हमें इन एडवांस आपन जणै दउ कोर्ट को जणै
हला से निजे सेदिन लास्ट पे कहउथले सोमवार को रहू
आपण मु खाली आपण सेदिन कहिले जे आउ आउ गोटिए डेट रे आपण सारिबे बोली से तो कहउछन गोटिए डेट देई दिउन तापर आपण जाहंतु मुसे
काल आज पुनी काल कली आज काल
नहीं नहीं ठीक अछि
कोऑपरेट करी सार देबा पई बट सदियो नै मिनिमम दुटा डेट से
अरे सी तो कहउछन जेरा गोटे डेट आपण कहउछन की कथा ये जेरा कला लोक सी कहउछन गोटे डेट
जदी न सरला गोटे डेट रे तां कोन आपण बंद कर दे परबे
but I'll try to
he has to continue and he has a right to continue
5th October था उसे ताको जदी इन केस हमको रिलैक्स मिलला असेंबली बन हे गेला त मु फोन कर
Okay, Mr. Mishra, I just want to समस्त presence अछंती. Are you proposing to examine any further witness?
Yes.
So
there will be 4 to 5 witnesses in view of the which are necessitated on account of the garrulous cross examination.
No,
I must define it as garrulous.
The thing is that you told the other day that you
my lord, I am also speaking before your lordship that my election agent is will be given. His name appears.
I am just reminding out what you have said. ଆପଣ ଯଦି ବୋଧେ ରିମାଇଣ୍ଡ କରୁଥିବେ ଆପଣ କହିଲେ
ମୁଁ ଆଉ ଗୋଟିଏ ଦେବି ବୋଲି ତାଙ୍କ ଝିଅକୁ
ଭକିମଙ୍କର
କହୁଥିଲି।
ଝିଅଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ କେବଳ ଆଣିବି
ଆଜ୍ଞା।
ବୋଲି କହିଥିଲେ। ନାଉ ୟୁ ଆର ଏକ୍ସଟେଣ୍ଡିଂ ଇଟ୍ ଟୁ ମାନେ ମୋର ପ୍ଲାନିଂ ଥିଲା
ନାଇଁ ମୁଁ ଲିଷ୍ଟ ରୁ ବାହାରକୁ ଯାଉନି।
ନାଇଁ ଆପଣ ଲିଷ୍ଟ ଯେ ମୋର ଇଏ ଥିଲା
ଆଉ
ଯେ
ଦିଟା କଥା ମୁଁ କହିଥିଲି ପୂଜା ପୂର୍ବରୁ ସରିବ,
ସେଇଆ ହିଁ ମତେ କହିଥିଲେ।
ସେଇଟା ସରିବ।
ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ଦିନ
ଆଉ ମୁଁ ଯୋଉ ୱିଟନେସ୍ ଦାଖଲ କରିବି ସେ ଯୋଉ ଗ୍ୟାପ୍ ଟା ଆମର ମଝିରେ ମଝିରେ କ୍ରିଏଟ ହେଲା
ଛୁଟିଟା ଆରମ୍ଭ ହଉଛି ଏଇଗୁଡା
20 ରୁ
ଲାଇଭ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରିମିଂ ବନ୍ଦ କରିଦେଇଛ ତ? ହଁ ଲାଇଭ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରିମିଂ ବନ୍ଦ କର। ପୂଜା ଛୁଟି